31. Harry in a tree. I told you, he wasn't ready yet. Paul told Jo as the pair of them rushed down the hallway after Harry. Paul shook his head and looked around for his patient. He had expected something of an emotional reaction, but not this running away. He and Harry had talked about barriers earlier that week. It seemed like Harry was just not ready to give them up. I didn't think that he would react in such a way to the presence of his aunt, Jo said as he and Paul turned the corner. The two therapists and Petunia had talked about how they were going to break down some of Harry's barriers since he wasn't opening up like he should. In fact, both Jo and Paul had noticed the boy withdrawing. Breaking one barrier would give them a foothold they desperately needed. I thought he would trust her enough to at least walk near her. Paul and Jo looked down two separate hallways to see if they could find Harry. Let's check his room. Paul nodded and pointed to the stairs. You know what this means? Paul asked as he climbed to the third floor. We're going to have to start having more than one session a week if we want them to get anywhere. Jo answered, puffing behind Jo on the stairs. He needed to work out more often. He's not in his room, Jo said as he checked the room. Paul slid past him and looked under the bed, in the closet, and the bathroom, especially behind the shower curtain. Where could he have gone? Paul asked the air around him. Jo jumped and started for the door. Sensei, he threw over his shoulder. Paul considered it. Harry could definitely be with the man, as he seemed to feel very safe near the taciturn instructor. He had found Harry just sitting in Sensei's office more than once. They reached the gym only to groan in disappointment. Harry was not there, and Sensei had not seen him. Deshi is missing? He asked once he saw the frantic faces. We think he is somewhere in the school. Paul told him. He was a trifle upset. Sensei's eyes narrowed, and his face blanked. If Paul hadn't seen Harry do the same thing before the kid had met Sensei, he would have sworn that Sensei had passed on that particular trait. Maybe Harry had shown Sensei how to do it. If you have hurt Deshi. Sensei trailed off as he went through the door, his voice promising methods of pain Paul never wanted to experience. Deshi likes to be alone. Checked his room. Just now. Paul answered. Sensei merely grunted. You, the theater. Sensei told Paul. You, the art room. He told Jo. I will look in the library. Meet in the main stairwell afterwards, with or without the boy. He ordered. Jo and Paul scampered off to follow their instructions. They needed to find Harry. Harry clung to his tree, trying to figure out what he should do. Snape was right there. He could catch the man, and even though Snape did not like him, he would take Harry back to Hogwarts, no questions asked. He waited too long. Snape disappeared into the building, leaving Harry in the tree and alone with his thoughts. If he wanted to go back to Hogwarts, why had he hesitated when Snape appeared? Why didn't he show himself, instead of staying in the tree? Why was he so confused? He leaned his head back against the tree and smirked a bit as he remembered his rule from childhood. They never look up. He knew that Paul was probably looking, and he knew he should go back, but he knew Petunia could handle herself if she did see Snape. The man wouldn't stand a chance against her. Harry opened his eyes and looked down to see his aunt standing beneath his tree. Will you come down, please? She asked. Harry rubbed his eyes, cursed as his contact slipped, and sighed. How did you know where I was? He asked. The contact finally slid back into place, and he blinked a few times. Petunia gave him an odd look before giving him what Harry called her. "I raised you, smile. You always ended in trees when you were younger." She told him, "Only because Dudley chased me up them." He snapped at her, a little of his anger from before coming to the surface. "Point," she told him. "Dudley, however, was always jealous of your ability to climb trees," she said. Harry shifted his position so that he could dangle from the branch and look at her at the same time. She stared up at him with an odd look. "Please come down." Harry secured his book bag and slid down the branches until he came to the last one. He had no idea how he had even made it up to the branch to climb the tree, and dropped down. "I'm down," he told her, holding out his arms to his sides, as though he was trying to say, "Here I am. Now what?" "Thank you," she said. Harry nodded. "Well, this is kind of awkward. I just want you to know that the pillow was my idea." He eyed her in a "what way? Why?" he asked. He leaned back against the tree, one foot actually on the trunk and the other on the ground. He crossed his arms and stared her down. "Barriers." Harry understood what she meant by that. Paul and Jo had addressed that topic several times. "I like my barriers where they are. Thank you," he told her evenly. "Please stay away from them." Harry wondered when would be a good time to tell her that Snape had entered the school building. More importantly, how had Petunia come out without Snape seeing her? "I understand that, dear." Harry froze at the term of endearment from his aunt. That just wasn't supposed to happen. Had he slipped into an alternate universe? "Let's take a walk." She gestured towards the trees. Harry extended his senses, but felt nothing. There were no malicious intentions in the suggestion of a walk. He liked being outside. This could work. He nodded and fell into step with his aunt, always keeping 2 feet of distance between the two of them. He could run if need be, but then his aunt had never really hurt him beyond the smack of a hand for getting into something he wasn't supposed to be into. True, he had more of them than Dudley, but even Dudley's hand had been smacked once or twice while they were growing up. They walked in silence for a while. Harry wasn't about to make the first move here. "Perhaps we've been going about everything the wrong way," Petunia mused aloud. Harry didn't answer her. "We've been trying to repair something we've never really had." Harry gave her a look. She walked for a few more minutes before stopping. Harry noticed that she was chewing her bottom lip, something Harry had never seen her do. It reminded him a bit of Hermione. "Don't you have anything to say?" she asked him. "Not really," he told her. "You must have something you'd like to say without an audience," she returned. "Oh, if only she knew." "You do. I can see it in your face." She gave him a smirk. Harry blanked his face before returning her stare. "That doesn't mean you'll ever hear what I would like to say," he told her, voice impassive and expressionless. "I wish you would tell me," she said, reaching out to take his hand. Harry pulled back a bit and she dropped her hand. "I wish you would scream at me, yell, or something. It would have to be better than this mask you have." She allowed her frustration to leak through in her voice. "Maybe I don't want you to know how I feel." He stopped and looked at a plant his science teacher had shown him just the week before. Besides, Harry cut himself off. He didn't want her to know. Besides what? She had noticed that he was about to say something and pounced on it. Nothing. Harry walked forward a little bit. His aunt's next words stopped him dead in his tracks. "Besides, you don't care anyway?" she asked. It wasn't quite what Harry had wanted to say, but it was close. Scarily close. He was going to say, "Besides, you wouldn't care anyway. You never did before he stopped himself. You never did before." He growled at her. He decided that this little family jaunt was getting a little tense, and he needed to go back to the school. Snape was there, after all. Harry needed to protect his floor mates from the snarky language. Petunia didn't answer him. It was just as he thought. She didn't really care about him. She was just doing this to make herself feel good. He snorted and started walking again. "Where are you going?" she asked. "Away from you," he answered before striding towards the school building, trying to cut through the undergrowth. He could fix any tears in his clothing with wandless magic. The next thing that happened shocked him so badly he couldn't speak for a few seconds. Petunia reached out and grabbed him around the waist, almost bodily picking him up. He knew he was scrawny, but he had gained a few inches and put on some weight since he had been at St. Jude's. This was ridiculous. "Let go," he commanded. His statement was ignored as Petunia dragged him back into the little clearing in the trees. She dropped to the ground, pulling him down with her. He immediately tried to get to his feet, but she held on to him. "Leave me alone." Petunia pulled him closer and wrapped an arm around his shoulders. Harry found that his aunt was stronger than she looked as he repeatedly tried to pull away from her. This was not fair. He just wanted to go back to the building. "Let go of me." He felt a familiar sensation creep into his stomach and throat. The last time he had felt this way was when he broke down about Sirius. Just. His throat closed up and he gasped for air. His heart started racing and his chest hurt. Why did this hurt? "It's okay, Harry." A voice said somewhere near him. That was not Paul. Harry only shook his head. "It's going to be okay." A strange feeling surrounded him. What was it? "It's not going to be okay." He pushed at the person holding him. She looked vaguely familiar. His aunt. It was his aunt. He tried to get up, but he felt drained and couldn't complete the attempt. "Why are you doing this?" He could hear the plea in his voice. He just wanted her to let go. "Because I care about you," she told him. He laughed a bit, which sounded hysterical to his own ears. He wondered if it sounded the same to her. "You've never cared about me." He pushed at her, trying to get some space to move, but that only allowed her to pull him in closer. "You hated me. You didn't want me. You weren't proud of me. You kept me in a cupboard. You made me a slave. You treated me like a burden. I certainly didn't ask to be born. I didn't want my parents to die. I didn't want Voldemort to return and try to kill me, and I certainly didn't want this." He gestured towards his scar. "I hate being famous. I hate being a wizard sometimes because of the way they all look at me. I hate being Harry Potter, the boy who won't die, the savior of the wizarding world, Dumbledore's little pet. I hate living with you because you don't understand me, and you have never tried to understand me. I hate myself for trying to get your approval all these years, just hoping that you would love, because you have never loved me." Harry was losing his steam at this point and stopped fighting against the arms that held him in place. "My family doesn't love me. Nobody loves me," he whispered. He gave a final token push before collapsing against the body next to his. He knew intellectually that it was his aunt and not a good person to lean on, but he couldn't bring himself to care. She could move him if she wanted. She had proved that just a few minutes ago. He brushed at his face, angrily pushing away the tears that had somehow emerged. 3 breakdowns in one day. He figured that it must be some kind of St. Jude's record. "It's going to be okay," she whispered to him. He shook his head. "It's all going to be okay. I won't let anyone hurt you. Not anymore." "Even Uncle Vernon?" he asked in a timid voice. His aunt had never really hurt him aside from the hand slaps that even Dudley had received, but Vernon had a heavier hand than Petunia. Petunia stiffened next to him, causing him to tense, getting ready to run. "Has Vernon hurt you?" she asked, reaching up to stroke his hair. Harry didn't bother to tell her that Rick would be upset if it was messed up. Once or twice. Not too hard. Oh, that felt nice. His eyes closed in pleasure. His aunt could keep that up for the rest of the day if she wanted. It was different from the way that Voldemort had stroked his hair before the lessons started. "He will never hurt you again. Neither will Dudley," his aunt told him. Harry was doubtful. "You're not mad?" he asked. He didn't realize that he could have easily gotten up if he wanted. "No, Harry, I'm not mad. Why would I be?" she said as she reached down to pick up his hand. "I said all those things," he reminded her. She shrugged. "I asked you to," she said with a smile. "That was a dirty trick." He whined a bit. Petunia only smirked at him. "It worked, didn't it?" she asked. Harry had to concede that it had worked. That didn't mean he liked it. "Some of your statements I agree with. We never did try to understand you. We did treat you horribly. You didn't ask to be born, and you didn't ask for everything that has happened to you," she told him. Harry nodded. He knew that he was right. But Harry knew that she would have a but. "I wish I could ask for your forgiveness. I can't bring myself to it. I don't deserve it." Darn right. She didn't deserve his forgiveness. "I'm not asking you to forget everything I have done to you. I couldn't." She squeezed his hand a little bit and continued stroking his hair. "I only ask that you give me a chance to try and fix a very large mistake I have made. You don't have to give me this chance. I only hope you will." She stopped there, as though gauging his reaction. "What?" he asked when he realized she was waiting for him. She turned his head to face her. "I hope that you give me a chance to show you how much I love you." Harry looked into her eyes and saw a few scenes he knew he shouldn't be seeing. He had not even thought of a spell. He saw her smiling down at him when he was a baby, a memory of Vernon telling her what they would do, and her watching him sleep. He was young then. He wasn't sure how young, but older than a baby. Could she really be telling the truth? Could he trust her? He looked around, desperate for someone to rescue him. He couldn't do this. He couldn't open up and let her in, only to allow her to destroy him later. Could he? She was still waiting for an answer. He nodded, tears appearing in his eyes. What was with his emotions? He was all over the place today. Petunia pulled him towards her, and Harry buried his face on her shoulder. This felt different. He wondered if this was how his mother would have held him, had she been alive. A warm feeling settled into his chest as he cried. She rubbed his back, something only Mrs. Weasley had done when he had woken from a nightmare once at the Burrow. Something inside him told him that this was what had been missing his whole life. His tears calmed as the warm feeling grew. Breakdown number 4 done now. Would he get a plaque for the most number of breakdowns? He hoped so. It had been hard work. He pulled away, and she let him go this time. Better? She asked. Harry nodded a bit. Good. She stood and brushed herself off before reaching down a hand to help him up. Harry looked at it a second before reaching out and taking it. He pulled himself to his feet and looked anywhere but his aunt. He was only slightly embarrassed by what had happened. Okay, he was extremely embarrassed by it. Let's get back to Paul. He must be frantic. He's lost to patience now. He snickered at the image of a frantic Paul. Paul went frantic if the cafeteria ran out of spaghetti. The two started back towards the building. Aunt Petunia. She looked at him. You won't tell Uncle Vernon about this, will you? He knew he looked like he had gone through a mud puddle at this point, between crying more than once and the woods. I won't tell him, so long as you don't tell him how my bum got dirty. Harry stared at her. You said, bummed, he said incredulously. She only shook her head. What did you think I called it when you were little? She questioned. When I was potty training you. What would I have to do to make sure you never mention such an embarrassing topic in public ever again? He asked, especially around my friends. He added. She gave him a grin that reminded him of Hermione when she was feeling particularly mischievous. I'm not sure. She told him. She appeared deep in thought. How about we make a deal? If I do something that upsets you, no matter what it is, you'll tell me. In return, I won't mention anything from your baby days to anyone. Make that childhood, and you've got a deal. He told her. I don't know. She hedged from agreeing. There was that one time you turned your teacher's hair blue. I think that is a particularly amusing story. I'm sure Hermione would love it. Hermione's just a friend. Besides, my teacher looked better with blue hair. Anyways, Harry thought about Petunia's bargaining attempt. She had said anyone. He guessed that included the press. All right, I agree. I'll let you know what I'm feeling, but you have to do the same if I do something that freaks you out. Does your use of slang count? She asked. He shook his head. No way. You can't touch the slang. Petunia nodded. Deal. She gave him a smile. He opened the door for her and allowed her to go in first. Harry waved at the desk attendant, who looked shocked to see Harry so dirty. So the underbrush had layer of mud on it. Big deal. His aunt looked almost as bad. Voices coming down the hall made him freeze. Quick, he told her, as he pushed her towards the empty cafeteria. Petunia allowed him to lead her from the main hall and hide her before she asked him what was wrong. I forgot to tell you that Snape arrived a few minutes after I climbed the tree. Her eyebrows rose, but she said nothing. Deshi. Harry whirled at Sensei's voice. The man came dashing out from the kitchen with a tub of Harry's favorite ice cream, mint chocolate chip in his hands, and an irate kitchen worker on his heels. It is for Deshi. The man explained, avoiding the snarling man. Deshi, catch. Sensei lobbed the container at him and took off for the main hallway. The kitchen worker, whom Harry remembered as Richard, simply raised an eyebrow at Harry. Harry surrendered the ice cream. Barmy old codger. Richard mumbled under his breath. Harry snorted and moved to the window. Snape was now walking down the path away from the school building. Phew, that was close. Is he gone? Petunia asked. Snape disapparated at that moment. Yes, he just left. Harry relaxed his shoulders the slightest bit and turned to face his aunt. Good, she said. I would have a hard time visiting you at Hogwarts. She told him with a smile. Let's go find Paul, shall we? Too late, Paul said from the doorway. I found you. Paul came into the room and dropped to one knee in front of Harry. I didn't mean to upset you, Harry, or make you feel like I didn't like your. Paul froze and looked around. It was only him, Jo, Petunia, and Harry. Magic. I'm quite intrigued by it. I just don't know how to help you if something happens to you while you're using it. He explained. I don't want anything to happen to you. Harry looked at Paul a second before answering. You're just going to have to trust me. He told Paul, I'll translate my book, so you know what I'm reading, if you want. I won't try anything like Diagon Alley again. Anything I will do is going to be small. I know you won't believe me when I say this, but I hate the hospital wing. Paul smiled a little bit. All right, I'll trust you on this. Just please don't make me have a heart attack again, like you did. He stopped and looked Harry over. What happened to you? Air, woods, trees, dirt, nothing big. He answered Paul. Paul looked between him and Petunia. All right, Petunia. How did you find him? He asked. She only shook her head. Our secret, she told him. Mine and Harry's. Paul shrugged and spread his hands helplessly. Who am I to stand in the way of your secrets? Paul asked. Harry, why don't you clean up? Harry nodded and started away. Petunia gave him a short hug when he passed. This affectionate version of Petunia was going to take some getting used to. He gave her an embarrassed smile and moved away. It was going to take a lot of getting used to. The warm feelings were back. He smiled to himself and dashed up to his room. He wondered if his aunt knew how to play chess. He opened his door and froze when he saw a roll of parchment lying on his bed, tied with a green ribbon. He reached out a shaky hand and picked it up, pulling the ribbon to release the roll. Potter, I promised the headmaster that I would bring you back to Hogwarts if I saw you. Congratulations on not being seen. I can only guess that we have just missed each other. You can rest assured that your sanctuary among the Muggles has not been revealed, nor shall I reveal it unless there is a case of emergency. In fact, if it had not been for the lone spell book left on your desk, I never would have known this was your room. Luckily, the tour guide left me a moment in the hallway, which I prolonged with a handy little charm to enable me to write this note. Hogwarts is so peaceful without you there to cause trouble. The Weasley twins, however, have been replaced by a rather good group of students, whose identities are as of yet unknown. This group of students managed to have classes canceled for an entire day due to the pranks they set. I'm sure you already know all about it. Please tell Miss Granger that the fireworks in the dungeon were perfect, and I will not dock her grade since none of my ingredients were contaminated. I shall have to find another way. Do try to stay out of trouble. I have a lot of important experiments coming up, and I don't want them interrupted. SS. Harry couldn't resist not answering the letter. He grabbed a pen and wrote a short little message. Trouble usually finds me. I don't look for it. He got the shock of his life when the letter answered back. I am well aware of that. Harry's eyes grew wide at the answer. Professor Snape? No, Potter. It's Father Christmas. That's a disturbing image. Now, I know what will give you nightmares. Actually, no. I know a better image. Shudder. What? Voldemort in a tutu. You have a damaged mind, Potter. Must have been all the potions fumes. Har, har. I think I just died. Professor Snape just laughed. Oh, I have accomplished the Dark Lord's dream. I managed to kill the boy who lived. Since when have we been able to have a civil conversation? You have very low standards of conversation. Well, what would you call this? Witty comments on my part, mindless dribble on yours. You already said I have a mind. My mistake. Hey. Teenage indignation. I knew you had it in you somewhere. Why did you leave this parchment here, charmed like this? In case you needed a wizard. Now, as dazzling as this conversation is, I'm afraid I have other matters to attend to. Do not use this for anything but an emergency. Yes, sir. Thank you. You know what this means? You are capable of following simple instructions. Well, that, and you were kind of worried about me. I did not say that. I know. Harry rolled up the parchment and placed it in his desk drawer. In case of emergency. That was a great idea. Snape had a great idea. Harry glanced up just to make sure that the sky wasn't falling. He was safe. The sky was still in place. 32 dreams. Harry pounded down the hallway, gasping for air in his desperate attempt to avoid the people chasing him. He was unsure of who exactly was chasing him. The only things he knew was that they were almost as fast as he was. They were wizards, and they were not out to kill him per se, but were wishing to stop him from getting away. The spells they were firing were not intended to hurt him. They only wished to stop him. Slowing charms, stopping charms, petrificus totalis, and stupefy were the only spells used. Who were these people? Why were they chasing him? And how was he going to get away? He dashed around the corner and had to dodge away from a man standing in the middle of the hallway. The man reached out to grab him as Harry managed to somehow turn and flee in the opposite direction. The others were closer now. Harry crossed the hallway and fled down a side hallway that was lined with doors. Where was he? He chanced to look behind him to see where his pursuers were. He felt himself slam into a rather hard body. Arms wrapped around him and picked him up before the ringing in his ears could stop from the impact. His glasses slid off his face and fell to the ground to be smashed underfoot by the man who was currently carrying Harry off somewhere. Harry struggled against the man's arms, only to feel that the arms grew tighter the more he fought. Breathing became painful and spots started to appear in front of his eyes. The man made soothing noises as he opened doorways. Harry was not sure how he managed such things. Both of the man's arms were currently wrapped around Harry's rib cage. Wherever they were headed, they were going down. Harry relaxed his body the best he could in hopes of gaining more space to breathe. His prayers were answered as the arms loosened the slightest bit, though they still had a firm hold on him. Harry blinked through the fuzziness in front of his eyes. He couldn't really see what was happening around him. The people chasing him had somehow fallen in step behind the man holding him. He knew he was scrawny, but this being picked up and carted about places was starting to tick him off in the extreme. He could walk. Thank you very much. He squirmed a bit to look up at the man to tell him exactly that, but the grip only tightened again to keep Harry in position. Harry relaxed again in hopes of saving his respiration. The hold relaxed again, and he could breathe normally. Harry tried to talk to the man, but he was only shushed as a child would be every time he opened his mouth. The man opened another door without hands, and they entered a dimly lit place. Harry couldn't make out any shapes through the murkiness, and hoped that nothing would happen where he would need to defend himself. He was basically defenseless. The way the man was holding him prevented Harry from gaining his feet for the purpose of walking, much less running. His right arm was clasped firmly to his chest, and his left was bent at his side. The added fact of his glasses not only missing, but also lying broken somewhere several levels up did nothing to help his confidence. He groaned when his body was shifted and his breathing further constricted for a second. Spots appeared in front of his eyes again as his body was righted and set on something soft. His brain supplied the word bed, though it seemed different. Somehow, he gasped in air, unrestricted for the first time for almost 20 minutes. One strong hand kept Harry in place while the other hand moved to relieve Harry of all his weapons. Harry tried to stand, but the man only pushed him backwards against the wall and pinned him there with a hand around his throat. His airway was not constricted, but the position of the hand was enough to deter Harry from any movement to free himself from the man he could barely make out in front of him. His shoes and socks were slipped off his feet as another figure moved in towards Harry. Heavy objects were fitted around Harry's wrists as the first man stepped back. Horror coursed through Harry as he realized that they were chains of some sort. He jerked at them, only to have the movement stopped by the first man's hand back around his throat. It was a firm pressure, this time, and it was tight enough to make Harry freeze. Something was fitted over Harry's face and buckled behind his head. His wrists were chained to either side of him. He thanked whatever small mercies still existed that he was in a sitting position, and the chains had a small bit of play to them. He could stand, if need be. The two figures backed away to leave Harry alone in the darkness. Harry counted to 200 before moving. His thoughts raced. He was chained up, something was over his face, and he was without weapons. And shoes. Great. He moved one hand up to his face and discovered that the thing over it was nothing more than a mask. He tried to move it off, but discovered that it had somehow been locked around his head. He decided to worry about removal later. His hand traveled over it, and he realized that it had his scar, right where his scar was supposed to be, carved into the material. What? He mumbled. Speaking was difficult with the cumbersome object on his face. Light flooded the room at the word. Harry blinked against the sudden blinding light and fought his way to his feet, ready to meet whatever it was on his feet. His eyes cleared, and he saw a mirror standing in front of him, only he didn't recognize the face. The scar was there, but the face was not the same he had seen when he had brushed his teeth just a little while ago, before he had gone to bed. It was him and not him at the same time. Something swept his feet out from under him as a hand pushed him backwards on the bed. Harry blinked through the mask and found his broken glasses fitted over the mask. We must take care of the boy who lived. Dumbledore's kindly face stared down at him, the ever-present twinkle in his eyes. The voice, however, belonged to Voldemort, and so did the body. Only the face belonged to Dumbledore. Harry jerked away from him and pulled hard at his chains. He needed to get away. Harry... Voldemort's voice came out of a concerned Dumbledore's face. What's wrong, my dear boy? A hand reached out and settled on Harry's hands, trying to keep Harry from jerking. Dumbledore's expression grew frightened. Harry, stop this. Just let me take care of you. You're going to hurt yourself. Dumbledore's face, Voldemort's voice. Voldemort's wand appeared in his hand. I'll make it all better. Harry froze as the wand raised. Avada Dash, Harry screamed. Evan! Warm hands wrapped around his already chained wrists and held them down to the surface of the bed beneath him. "I'm not going to hurt you, kid." "Who was Evan?" "Bug, go get Paul." Harry pulled away from the chains again. He fought them, knowing if he didn't get away, he was going to die. "Evan, wake up. I'm not going to hurt you." Harry couldn't breathe again. The hand was back on his throat, tightening each second it remained. "Grab the blanket, Mike. It's wrapped around his neck." The hand moved as another voice joined in the clamor surrounding him in the dungeon room. "Buddy, wake up." Strong but gentle arms lifted him from the bed and cuddled him as the chains were released from his hands. "Evan, can you open your eyes for me?" Harry drew in a shuddering breath and started to cough as he came back to full wakefulness. He collapsed against Paul as he realized that everything had only been a dream. "Evan?" Paul asked in concern. Harry tried to open his eyes, but could not find the strength to do so. "Evan!" A panicked voice called to him. "Harry!" Harry did not hear his real name. He had slipped into unconsciousness. Snape rolled out of bed when he heard a bell tolling somewhere in his bedroom. What was that? He stood and allowed his eyes to travel around his room in a search for the disturbance. His eyes came to rest on the charmed parchment he had connected to the note he had left behind at Potter's sanctuary. Oh no, the boy couldn't even go 12 hours without disturbing Snape. It seemed that fate had other plans for Snape instead of sleep. Oh, only to have Potter missing again. He dressed in his usual robes and ducked into his hallway. He stopped at Draco's door and went into the room to check on the boy. Draco's eyes opened once he felt Snape's stare. "Sev, what is it?" he asked groggily. "I'm going out. Attend classes and training as normal. A house elf will wake you if I am not back in the morning," he told the boy as he ran a hand through the child's hair. Draco sat up, fully alert at the urgent tone in his mentor's voice. "Is it the mark?" he demanded. "You promised." "No, it's not the mark. Just something that requires my attention. Sleep well, Draco." Snape ran a final fond hand through Draco's hair before leaving the room and dashing down Slytherin's escape, another secret passage known to only those worthy enough to be chosen as head of Slytherin House. He found himself on the far side of Hogsmeade, an apparat to the place he had only visited earlier that day. The entire place seemed asleep when he let himself in through the front door. The attendant looked up at him, and then away once he flicked his wand in her direction. He swallowed an invisibility potion and made his way towards the boys' room. Potter had better have a Death Eater's wand pointed at his head to have disturbed Severus's rest. He gained the third-floor hallway and stepped into the boys' room. Where was the boy? Had the Death Eaters already made off with him? Snape decided to find some answers. Even Muggles, who had their memories erased, still retained part of what had happened in their subconscious, and Snape knew he could break into a subconscious if need be. He swallowed the antidote to the potion and went down the hallway towards the nurse's station. "Visiting hours are over, sir," Jack told the strange man that approached the desk. "I can show you the way out." "I'm here for an emergency. Where is the boy in room 8? Jack stopped and thought of which boy was roomed there. His brain clicked and realized it was Evan, the only boy he had ever known to have people actively hunting him. Paul had called a meeting with the entire staff, alerting them to the fact that Evan James' life was in danger, and they should look out for strange people lurking about. Jack knew that the definition of strange varied person to person, but this man certainly fit all criteria because of his rather peculiar mode of dress. May I see some identification of relationship to the patient and an authorization from his primary caregiver, as well as a release from his doctor stating that you are, in fact, allowed to visit and are deemed a necessary person in case of an emergency? Jack rattled off. He didn't really need all of that, but in Evan's case, he was willing to ask for a little insurance to keep 007 safe. If you cannot provide the required documentation, I'm afraid that I'll have to have security escort you from the grounds. Snape growled and flicked his wand at the nurse. Muggles were so annoying sometimes. He snapped his cloak and swept down the hallway. He wanted nothing more than to return to Hogwarts and his exceedingly comfortable bed, but that bothersome thing known as his conscience would not let him leave until he either saw Potter or had found what had happened to the boy. You didn't leave a note in Harry's room? A voice asked near Severus. Interesting. Harry, a note in the same sentence. This could prove fruitful. I see. No, I'm serious. There was a note in Harry's room that said, "Emergency only." I wrote help on it. I was hoping that it would bring you. Yes, I see. No, we're not sure what happened. Uh-huh. I look forward to seeing you here soon. Snape crept up behind the man and waited for the man to hang up the telephone. The man did as he hoped and turned around. Where is Potter? He questioned the man. The man only took a step back in surprise. I'm not sure I know who you're talking about. The man answered in a calm and even voice. What was with the Muggles here? Did they not find him intimidating enough? My name is Severus Snape, and I left that note you just mentioned to someone over the telephone. Paul looked him over. You are here to help Harry? Paul asked. So, this was a full-blooded wizard. Sure, he had seen Remus and a few Death Eaters, but Remus looked so different from this one. This wizard looked powerful. Yes, I am here to help Harry. Snape told the man. I cannot do that unless I am able to see the boy. I trust he is in the hospital wing. Snape asked. His suspicions were confirmed just a few seconds later by the man's reaction. Well, yes. How did you know? Paul questioned. Snape only motioned for the man to lead the way. I am Harry's doctor. My name is Paul Lauder. You are his potions professor. Paul thought he recognized the name. Yes, he has spoken of me. Snape asked. He wondered what Potter had said to this man about the magical world. It was most likely some blather about Gryffindor House and Quidditch. Briefly, I'm not allowed to say what he said, but he has mentioned you. Probably nothing but abuse. Paul opened the door to the hospital wing and motioned towards the only occupied bed. I'm not sure what happened. Jack, his night nurse this quarter, said that Harry had a violent nightmare and woke screaming. He fought to get away from Jack. He displayed all the symptoms of a panic attack. He didn't really wake up. There was a brief moment of transition between nightmare and this state. I'm not sure what is wrong with him. Paul explained to Snape. I figured it was something to do with his magic, and I found the note you left behind. I guess that this, if anything, was an emergency. Paul reasoned with himself more than Snape. This, an emergency for Potter. Snape said dryly, Not likely. I was amazed to see no corpses lying about when I arrived. Snape pulled out his wand and tapped Harry's forehead. Are there usually corpses? Paul asked. What had Harry gone through, and not told him about? More importantly, how was this affecting Harry? Ever since his first year. Snape paused to consider something he could see, but Paul could not. Paul figured it was magic. No, wait. I was wrong. We never did find a piece of Quirrell. He disintegrated. His second year. It was a basilisk corpse, and if I can't figure out how to get into the Chamber of Secrets to retrieve some parts, I may have to bribe the boy to let me in. Paul made a mental note to approach Harry about that at a later date. What was his reaction exactly? Snape asked. Paul consulted the incident report Jack had just given him not more than 10 minutes prior. He screamed, which alerted the night nurse. The nurse tried to wake him, but nothing helped. Any kind of touch only produced extreme panic. Symptoms include panic attack, shaking, gasping for air. Nothing else. The brief moment of transition before appearing like this. Exactly as I told you earlier. Paul reached out and stroked Harry's hair. Potter is fine, or will be at any rate. Snape dug out a vial. A glass of water, please. Paul filled a glass from the nearby pitcher and handed it to Snape. The potion's master dumped an entire vial into the glass and heated it with his wand. His scar did not bleed. Snape asked. No, he didn't touch his scar. He seemed most concerned about having his wrists free. Paul told Snape. Snape raised an eyebrow before turning back towards Harry. Do you have a cloth? Paul handed him one of the many washcloths stored in the nearby linen closet. Snape heated the water again to boiling. Paul wondered how he managed to do that in a glass. Snape placed the rag into the boiling water and allowed it to soak for a brief moment. He removed it from the glass, wrung it out, and took a deep breath near the cloth and moved it away from his face with a slight cough. He unbuttoned the first few buttons of Harry's pajamas and laid the cloth on the boy's chest. What is that? Paul asked, curious despite the stern demeanor. Special smelling salts I had to devise for Potter when he started receiving visions from the Dark Lord. The heat helps to distribute the fumes and will bring him back to consciousness slowly, as opposed to all at once, as the Muggle version tends to do to him. His body does not handle shocks well directly after a vision. Snape stopped and considered the boy on the bed. The headmaster does like to coddle him a bit. Of course, I can see the reasoning behind a gradual awakening. His subconscious will have time to process any memories of the Dark Lord and his actions this way, and starts the healing process. Snape stopped speaking at this point and only sat in the chair next to the bed. Paul reached out and started to run a hand through Harry's hair. Snape had spoken the truth. No one, not even Poppy, knew about this special smelling salt he created. He was often called to the hospital wing to administer it after Poppy had put the boy to sleep with the cruciatus curse still affecting his nervous system. This relaxed his muscles, giving them enough strength to rejuvenate themselves without risk of injury. Potter rarely awoke during these treatments, and if he did, never seemed to remember them the next day. The boy didn't know about it, but if it was some release from the burdens the boy carried, and it could be given anonymously, well, all to the better. Attachments were not the best things in the world to have when you numbered anywhere on Voldemort's wish list. A happily drugged and groggy Potter made a rather entertaining sight at any rate. Snape preferred things kept the way they were. Professor. A groggy voice slurred from the bed. Ah, right on time. Did you have a vision, Potter? he asked as he reached out a hand and massaged the boy's upper chest and shoulders, skimming over his neck lightly. The familiar movements must have calmed the boy from his momentary panic. Only Snape knew the look he had had in his eyes, and allowed Harry to understand his professor in his slightly drugged state. Harry relaxed as a familiar hand traveled over his chest. The tightness eased a bit, and he sighed in contentment. That felt good. No, he answered. His eyes drifted shut as Snape repeated the patterns. Am fine. He mumbled as Snape washed his face with the rag. Harry twitched a hand to push the man away. His hand never left the bed. He hated having his face touched. Sure you are, Potter. Does anything hurt? Snape questioned. He motioned for Paul to be quiet when the therapist would have asked a question. It was better for Snape to handle this. Potter knew the questions already, and would respond so long as no one else interrupted their conversation. The moment someone else made their presence known, Potter's mask slid into place. Snape dipped the rag into the still hot water and replaced it on Harry's chest. He knew Potter never liked to feel heat again after his skin had been exposed to the cool air, but it helped him to breathe. My wrists, he said after taking a deep breath and coughing a bit from the fumes of the salts. He hurt them. Snape's hand froze in midair towards the cloth, ready to start the massage again. Who hurt them? Snape asked urgently. This could have been a visitor from Voldemort rather than a vision. The follower could still be in the building. Dumbledore. Harry answered. Dumbledore? Snape felt his shoulders relax as he realized that the boy's current state was due from a particularly bad nightmare, obviously about the Hogwarts headmaster, that had induced a panic attack, causing his unconsciousness. He had warned Dumbledore that the boy needed treatment for those attacks. Snape reached out and started the massage again, watching as Potter relaxed to the touch. You've had a nightmare, Potter. Nothing more. You'll be fine in the morning. Snape told the boy. Only a hand twitched in response. Will you drink something for me? Harry nodded a bit without opening his eyes. Snape pulled out a vial and uncorked it. He reached behind Harry's head and tilted it up a bit. Sip, he told Harry. The boy complied but didn't swallow. Snape knew Potter's taste buds were rebelling at that moment. He massaged the boy's throat until he swallowed the potion. You're going back to sleep now. Harry mumbled something in response and fell asleep before he finished his sentence. Snape pocketed his vials and soaked the rag again. He'll be fine in the morning. He might sleep most of the day away, but he'll fall asleep normally tomorrow night. I've given him some dreamless sleep potion. He won't dream again tonight, though he is still able to have visions. He won't remember the conversation we just had. He wrung out the rag and replaced it on Harry's chest. You may remove the rag after it has cooled. That's all he will need tonight. Snape dug out a vial and handed it to Paul. Just in case you need something like this again. Put the powder into a container of cold water. The amount a normal-sized glass holds is fine. Heat the water to boiling twice. If the fumes make you cough, then it is ready. Soak a cloth in the mixture and lay it with the top lined up with his collarbones. That is enough to help. Paul nodded and placed the vial in his pocket protectively. He won't really remember anything when he wakes, but his waking up is not a problem. If he does have memories, they'll be jumbled. He'll sort them out in time. He always does. Just do not allow him to move too much at once first thing. He will retain a bit of sluggishness the first 5 minutes or so. His coordination might be a bit off tomorrow. It will pass. Snape finished his instructions and turned to leave. Do try to refrain from using the parchment unless there is a Death Eater holding you all hostage. The slightest mark will alert me. He gathered his robes about him and went for the door. Another person on the other side of the door made him stop. Wolf. No time. Severus. Where is he? Blissfully unconscious. Snape snapped at Remus as the man pushed past him to enter the infirmary. Hello, Paul. I came over as soon as I could. Remus said as he came to a stop next to Harry's bed. Wolf, do you mean to tell me that you have known where the Potter brat was this entire time? Snape eyed the man who had played the entire order like a violin. Would wonders never cease? Most of the time, yes. Remus passed a hand through Harry's hair. Remus prepared himself for an argument with the other order member. He was surprised when he heard something suspiciously close to laughter from the other side of the room. What? Remus demanded. I don't think Dumbledore knows how good you are. Snape told him. I won't tell him about this. I can't wait to see the look on his face when he realizes he has been duped. Remus stared at Severus for a full 30 seconds before speaking. You're not here to take him back? Remus asked. Snape raised an eyebrow, and his air took on a "how dare you question me" flavor. Snape strode back over to the bed and looked down at the boy. I am my own man, Wolf, no matter how many masters I serve. Snape told him. The boy is getting necessary treatment and has not died yet. In fact, I think he has put on a whole stone and gained a bit in height. Snape mused a bit. Who am I to wreck the chance that he might become stronger here? Snape told him. Stone and 3 pounds. Paul said. He's gained a full 3 inches in height. Snape looked at Lupin as though saying that Paul had made his point. Well, Severus, glad to have you as part of the PPs. Remus told him. Snape folded his arms and his eyebrow went up again. PPs. Dear heaven, I am afraid to ask. He said in a sardonic voice. Potter protectors. Remus supplied for the sarcastic professor. Snape rolled his eyes. Of course. I should have known. Snape told him, shaking his head in bemusement. He rearranged his robe and sighed. This boy gains followers as the Pied Piper. Yes, who would have thought? Remus dug into his accompanying briefcase, one that identified him as Harry's mentor and advisor, and pulled out a small book. Everyone has one of these. Remus told Snape. He tapped it once with his wand, and it glowed a bit before appearing normal. Only members can read it. Snape took the book and looked it over. It's a mini messenger. Only members have them. They're not due out for the public until Christmas. You are his mentor and advisor. Snape asked. Remus paused for the briefest second before nodding. I wondered who it was. Snape said, Congratulations on undermining the laws on werewolves. Snape said with a smirk. He pocketed the messenger without looking at the inscription. The password is lightsaber. Remus told him. Snape quirked an eyebrow, but nodded his acceptance. I'll see you later. Snape nodded to Paul and swept from the room. PPs. Paul asked. Remus sat down in the chair next to Harry's bed and held the boy's hand. Potter's protectors. We are a group of wizards and witches, though Severus and I are currently the only adult members that I know of. The rest are a group of Hogwarts students who not only know where Harry is, but work to keep his location a secret from Dumbledore. Remus smiled as he remembered the last note from Hermione. Their pranks had worked out well, and they had all enjoyed a day free from classes. Hermione would have preferred to have classes, but she was willing to sacrifice one day in favor of helping Harry. Ah, yes. You told me about that searching through the school's plan last night. Remus nodded. He had arrived after Snape, but since nothing had happened, he figured that they were safe. He had guessed correctly. They were safe. Hermione crept out of bed and went down the stairs. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, but the entire group of PPs was meeting in the Great Hall, and she had to be there. True, it was not an ideal meeting place, but once they had managed to spread out notes and the like, no one would think anything of it. The protectors did not have a morning session, and this was the only time everyone could meet up. Fred and George were planning to sneak into Hogwarts. Hermione did not bother asking how they would accomplish this, nor did she want to know. The new members were coming to their first meeting as well. She felt a little nervous about it, but decided that nothing really bad could happen. There was no evidence, really, of anything they had managed. She checked her mini messenger and saw 2 new messages from Harry. The first made her pale, and then curse herself for not checking earlier or checking before she went to bed, as she usually did during the week. Why did she have to slack off on the one day Harry needed her most? The second message surprised her. It consisted of only 2 words, "Never mind." She jotted out a quick message to see what had been the trouble and stashed it away. She now had 2 mini messengers. One she kept for talks with Harry, and the other was for the group. Mr. Arcane had become the group's unofficial sponsor and had sent Hermione an adequate number for the entire crowd and a few extras for new members. She had sent 2 to Remus Lupin, just in case he knew someone who was on Harry's side. She smiled as Neville, Colin, and Dennis made their appearance. She heard another pair of footsteps come down from the girls' tower. Ginny Weasley was not at her best first thing in the morning. She motioned for everyone to leave the tower. No one noticed a silent figure making its way after them. Harry jerked as he woke up. Something was not right. He could feel it. He pushed himself to his feet and noticed that something was on his face. Oh, it was the mask. Why hadn't he been able to remove it earlier? He reached up and tried to undo the clasp, only to be disappointed. That was okay. It wasn't a disaster. Paul could remove it for him later. Now, he had to find a way out of this room. It had nothing in it. It was completely white, which was familiar, but it was not. It was not his room, though how he could tell the difference between one room like this and the next was beyond his reasoning powers. He felt disconnected from his own body. He felt like he had had a vision, but he knew that he hadn't. A voice made him jump. "Who are you?" Harry whirled around, wand in hand, as he looked for the voice. Someone could obviously see him, but he could not see the person addressing him. "Harry Potter," he said, wand still raised in case of emergency. The voice chuckled. Harry failed to see what was so amusing. Harry felt the mask tighten the slightest bit, forming closer to his features. "What are you doing here?" The voice asked once it got over its amusement. Harry turned and tried to find this oh-so annoying, omniscient voice. Harry decided that now was the time to leave and tried to locate the door. Disembodied voices were never good things in his experience. His dreams and visions had told him that. "Where are you going?" The voice asked as Harry tried to walk forward. He tried, but found that he was confined to a 3-foot square. Harry ignored the voice as he tried to stay calm and figure a way out of this mess. Mirrors appeared in front of Harry. He backed away from one to find that he backed into another. The image in every mirror was different. "Who are you?" "I don't know," Harry whispered as he turned from one mirror to another. There were different images in each. He looked like a first year again, being congratulated by Dumbledore. His second year, covered in grime and glory, surrounded by suspicion. Third year, the protected boy with a murderer after him. Fourth year, the Triwizard champion. Fifth year, vision-laden and distressed. His face as his godfather died. The mask he had slid on once he realized that if he didn't put up a brave front, the others would only continue to treat him as a heartbroken child at Hogwarts. His breakdown at home. His thoughts stopped there. He thought of Privet Drive as home. Odd. He stopped and noticed that the mask continued to tighten around his face. So many masks, so many spells, so many limitations. The voice said in the air. Harry pulled at the mask. He didn't want to wear this stupid thing. He didn't have to wear it. He pulled his wand out again and tapped it against the mask. Nothing. He tapped it one more time, only to have his wand break. He stared at it in horror. His wand was broken. It dropped from his nerveless fingers, and the pieces rolled away from him and under the mirrors. Held by your own limitations. The voice said. Harry ignored it and tried to push the mirrors out of his way. The mask was becoming tighter. The mirrors disappeared all at once. Harry felt elated for the briefest of seconds before seeing what was waiting for him on the other side. The Order of the Phoenix and Voldemort and all of his followers stood, filling the entire room. The strange thing was, they were not divided. They all stood next to each other, each seeming completely oblivious to the fact that their enemy was right next to them. They were all focused on Harry. "Ah, the boy who lived," Dumbledore said. Harry stared at the man. Dumbledore had always been the one to call him Harry or Mr. Potter if there were other people around. "Come here, lad. It's time we got you home." Harry backed away a step or two and glanced at Voldemort. "Come along, Harry Potter." Voldemort's voice was not pleasant, but it was not menacing either. Harry turned and tried to run in the opposite direction. He didn't get far. A few masked Death Eaters and friendly faces from the Order stood in his way and held him gently in place as Dumbledore and Voldemort came up to grab him. "You allow them to do this. You limit yourself," the voice told Harry. "I do not." Dumbledore and Voldemort took no notice of Harry's statement. In fact, they spoke to him as though they had not heard him scream at something. "Yes, you do. You are allowing them to cart you away now, just as you always do." The voice said. "You limit yourself. You tighten that mask they gave you the first instant you met a magical person and knew him for what he was. You cherish that mask and guard it as a dragon guards his gold." Harry shook his head to deny it, feeling the mask grow tighter across his face. "You love it, all of the attention and fame, the persona of a wounded hero. You can't bear to give up that mask. It's all you have left, and you don't want to give it up." Harry struggled against Voldemort and Dumbledore's hands as he denied the claims the voice made. Chains appeared on his wrists once more as Dumbledore situated him in an armchair, patting his hair all the while. You love being the boy who lived, savior of the wizarding world, Gryffindor golden boy, Triwizard champion, Dumbledore's little pet. The voice had spat out the last name, one which Harry had never really heard more than once. You lap it up, all of the attention, the showering of praise. You carry yourself as a wounded martyr and treasure it as your personality. The mask had tightened to the point of constricting Harry's airway. I didn't ask for this. He wailed as Voldemort started lecturing him on wordless spells. I never wanted this. He answered the voice. You allow it. The voice asserted through the din surrounding Harry. Harry felt something build up behind his eyes and rush through his body. A flash of bright light left his body and filled the entire room before coming back to him, leaving him slightly winded. Dumbledore and the Order were gone. Voldemort and his followers had disappeared. The mask fell from Harry's face as the chair and chains vanished. Harry lay on the floor, simply breathing as he tried to figure out what he had managed to do. A slight fog drifted about him along the floor. He wasn't sure why it was there, but it did exist. Once he had figured out the fog, he realized that he was in a forest of some kind. It was not the Forbidden Forest. It felt different, ancient almost. Well, nothing was eating him at the moment, so he figured that he was safe enough. He was extremely tired, and he wanted nothing more than to fall asleep on the amazingly comfortable ground beneath him. A figure appeared from behind one of the trees. Harry raised his eyes to look at this man, but decided that he wouldn't move until curses of some kind were used. The man knelt down next to Harry and moved his hair to reveal the scar. Harry stared at him. The man had hair that looked like Remus's own hair. Salt and pepper, Remus had called it once. Dark brown eyes looked Harry over as he laid down the staff he was carrying. The man was magical. Harry could feel it somehow, though he wasn't sure how it was possible. The man rolled up his robe's sleeves before leaning down and picking Harry up. Not again. The man seemed to sense Harry's distress, for he merely chuckled in a deep voice. Do not fear, child. You have reverted back to your age, at which you first discovered magic. You have a lot to unlearn. Harry froze at the voice. It was the voice. The man gave Harry a kind smile, as though he knew Harry had figured it out. Sleep, child. You need your strength. The voice said inside his head. Harry never heard the frantic voices calling his name as the doctor worked to stabilize his body to keep him from slipping away. Remus dashed off a quick message to Severus on the parchment he had left behind. SS. We're losing him. Return immediately. RL. 33. Merlin's teacher. Harry came awake in stages. First was his sense of hearing as a fire crackled near him. He heard birdsong somewhere nearby, and he heard his own breathing. The second sense was the sense of touch. He realized that he was very comfortable. He felt like he was lying on a pillow and made a mental note to tell Paul about it. Warm, thick, heavy blankets covered him, and his head rested on a fluffy white pillow. He felt like the bed was huge compared to his own body. His nose twitched as he smelled something cooking. What was that? His teenager mind kicked him in the stomach, demanding food at all costs to his other comforts, as well as his daily morning trip to the bathroom. Harry forced his body into a sitting position as he kicked the blankets away. He sat up and started to stand, but he never made it to his feet. He hadn't noticed that his feet couldn't touch the floor from the bed. He fell in a heap at the side of the bed. The cold stone floor was a rude awakening to his sleep-muzzled body. "Oh, you're awake then?" a voice said as Harry heard a chair move and footsteps come near him. "Do you make it habit to fall out of bed?" Strong arms lifted Harry bodily from the floor and placed him back on the bed. Harry made a vow then and there that he would gain some more height and at least another stone. He was tired of being carted about as though his height made no difference. He was not a first year. Harry opened his eyes when he felt someone staring at him. He jerked in surprise as he did not see anyone familiar to him. "Good morning, Master Potter," the man said as he slid Harry's glasses into his hands. Strange. Harry could have sworn that they were broken sometime in the recent past. "Who are you?" Harry asked. The man gave Harry an amused smirk. "You truly do not remember that last dream you had?" he asked Harry as he moved towards the fireplace and started dishing something out from, was that a cauldron? Harry cast his thoughts back to his dream. Mask. Dumbledore. Voldemort. Chains. Something behind his eyes. Freedom. Forest. Him. Harry's face must have shown his returned memories, for the man gave a secretive smile as he returned to Harry with a wooden bowl and a cup of something. "You haven't answered my questions." Harry told the man when he had offered Harry the bowl and cup he carried. Harry did not take the offered food. The man placed the bowl and cup down on a small table somehow wedged between the bed and nearby wall, sat down in a chair that ran up to meet him, and considered Harry with hooded eyes. "Who do you think I am?" he asked Harry as he propped his legs up on the bed. Harry scooted aside to make room for his legs. "If I knew, I wouldn't have asked. I don't typically ask useless questions," Harry told him, trying to figure a way out of this crazy cottage. The man seemed greatly amused by Harry's comment. He nodded and looked around. "It seems like I have made the correct choice." He stood, and the chair moved back into position. "Eat, and then we'll get you some different clothes. I dare say that those you arrived in are too big for you now." Harry blinked as he considered what the man had said. Too big for him? He had been in his St. Jude's pajamas that actually fit him quite well. He stopped and looked down at his hands, only to freeze in shock. What was this? "Don't panic. I told you." "What?" Harry squeaked. "Told me what?" He stared at his ridiculously small hands in horror. This man would be feeling some serious pain if Harry had to grow up again. He had just gotten used to his body. He wanted to be 16 again. He was surprised to feel tears creep into his eyes. Oh no, he could allow it with Paul, and even Aunt Petunia, but not this man. He started to fight them back, only to be surprised when the man appeared in front of his bed and gave him a light smack to the cheek. It didn't hurt, but it was enough to shock him. "You will not suppress any emotions while you are here. You have been sabotaging yourself all these years, Master Potter. I won't have it." Harry stared after him while the man moved away. "I de-aged you, if you will accept that term." He paused, as though searching for Harry's approval. Harry nodded, and he continued. "I de-aged you so that you would not have all those blocks and barriers you had from learning magic, only with a wand." The man paused, as though waiting for something. "You will stay here until you have learned all that I have to teach you." Harry digested this information. All right, he had another psycho man wanting to be his teacher, and he was being held hostage by said man. Why couldn't his life be normal? "Who are you?" he asked as he took a deep breath to calm himself. "You still haven't figured it out?" the man asked in astonishment as he got his own bowl of food from the cauldron. "I would have thought that you had pieced the clues together by now." Harry stared at the man as the stranger sat down and started his own meal without further comment to Harry. What clues? What was Harry supposed to know already? Something he had heard earlier clicked in his mind. He froze and looked up at the man. "Master Blaise." Severus Snape pondered his bad luck as he opened the doors to the already too familiar Muggle hospital wing he had seen one too many times tonight. "What is wrong with Potter?" he demanded as he walked in. The Muggle doctor only stared at him for a brief second before turning back to his patient, his eyes on a heart monitor, as though it would tell him the answer to life's most important question. That specialist?" Dr. Lansky asked of Snape as he noted down Harry's heartbeat on a chart. Snape glanced at Paul with an unreadable expression before tapping the bag he carried with his wand. "I am." "What happened?" he asked as he removed his outer robe and handed it to Paul as he stepped up to the bed. If Potter was play acting, so help him. He stopped breathing. Snape blinked. "Never mind. No play acting here. Potter wouldn't pull something like this. I'm not sure how or why. He just stopped. Once we realized this, actually it was Mr. Lupin over there." The doctor tossed a vague hand out from his clipboard, gesturing towards where Remus was standing, who noticed Harry here stopped breathing. Snape nodded. "They called me, and I found Paul doing CPR." Snape cringed. He wondered if Potter would ever know. "We worked on him almost a full 2 minutes before he started breathing on his own. He'll be lucky if he doesn't have brain damage when he wakes up. Once he started breathing again, we hooked up the oxygen and the heart monitor, just in case. His vital signs are strong, but he hasn't woken up yet, or moved, or anything normal at all." Snape nodded. That sounded pretty normal where Potter was concerned. "You've done well, Dr. Lansky. Go take a breather. I think we would all benefit from some coffee, if you'd be willing. I'm going to start my examination." A slight flick of the wand convinced the doctor that coffee would be the best thing for all considered, though he had no idea why the other doctor wanted rid of him. He wandered away as the other doctor relieved him of the patient's medical record. Such an intelligent man, too. Snape said in a disappointed voice, "Oh well." He read through the reports in Potter's file, listening to the heart monitor the entire time. What had he missed? He shook his head and waved his wand at Harry. He frowned when he saw the results of the diagnostic spells. "Lupin, go contact his relatives," he told the werewolf. Remus paled, but moved off to do as he was told. Snape turned to Paul. "Has Potter sustained any injuries lately, especially to his head?" Paul appeared to think for a moment. "Not that I know of." Paul said as he rubbed his eyes. "Sensei would know." Snape motioned for Paul to get a hold of the man as he turned back to Harry. He pulled out another vial of the smelling salts and started preparations. "We've already tried that," Paul told him from the corner of the room where the telephone rested. "It won't hurt to try it again. I have found that sometimes he needs more than one treatment to respond." Snape told him, "Sensei will be here as soon as he can," but he said that he didn't know of any injuries that Harry may have had. Snape snorted. "That doesn't say much about Potter." Snape told the therapist, "He can keep many things to himself when he feels like it." Snape pointed his wand at Harry. Enervate. Potter didn't respond. Lupin returned at that moment, looking as though he had run a marathon. Petunia and Vernon Dursley trailed behind him, Petunia looking frightened and Vernon looking dazed. "Tell me you didn't take them both at once," he demanded of Lupin. Remus sank into a chair and shook his head. "One right after the other," Mrs. Dursley insisted. Remus said as he closed his eyes. Snape took pity on the wolf and cast a small sleeping charm on him. Remus was not awake long. "What's wrong with Harry?" Petunia demanded as she came up next to bed. "He was fine earlier," she explained. "We're not sure what is wrong with him exactly," Paul told her. Snape frowned at something another spell told him. If this was what he thought it was, Potter would not be able to stay in the Muggle world. He would need treatment at Mungo's for this, if not a specialist. What had the boy gotten into this time? He turned to ask Remus for something when he realized that he had put the werewolf to sleep. Of all the times, he muttered after looking at the gently snoring Remus. "Just when I need another wizard." Draco shuddered into view beside him. "What do you need, Severus?" Vernon Dursley jumped and told his wife that he was just going to sit down on the other side of the room. Snape looked down at Draco with an unreadable expression. How had he followed him? He had used the passage. Oh, Draco was not going to be happy when Snape told him all of his magical belongings from his room. He told his charge, "Will you assist?" He asked of Paul. Paul only nodded and started for the hallway. "We will be speaking of this when you return, Mr. Malfoy," he told the boy. Draco gave him a cheeky grin and followed Paul from the room. Snape noticed then that Petunia was giving him a look very like Molly Weasley's look when he had threatened to fail Fred and George Weasley due to their lack of application in his class. She had known he was keeping something from her, mainly that her sons were brilliant potion students, or they would have been had they applied themselves at all. Petunia Dursley wore that look now. "Professor Snape, I do not know how you came to be here since you left this afternoon, and Harry told me that he would continue to be safe here. What is obvious is that you know something about why my S-nephew is like this, and I would like to know why." Vernon Dursley made an abstract noise that sounded like he was agreeing with her, but Snape couldn't be sure. Muggles had strange methods of communication between husband and wife. "I do not wish to commit myself to an explanation before I have all the facts, Mrs. Dursley. Once I examine a few of his things, I will be able to give you a firm decision, as well as how he can be best helped," he told her. His words did not have a soothing effect of any kind, not that he had intended to do so. Sympathy could only hurt in the long run. The truth was best. She pulled a chair up next to Harry's bed and took the boy's hand in her own. She whispered something to the boy and ignored Snape's presence. "I told you I could carry it, Drake," Paul's voice said as he wrestled a large box in through the doorway. The ghostly Slytherin walked behind him, pouting the slightest bit. It looked like Draco and Paul had made friends sometime in the last 5 minutes. "Here are the things you requested," he told Severus. Snape dropped to a knee and hunted through the box. Lying on top was a mini-messenger. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at Draco. Draco pretended ignorance at the small object. He had taught the boy well. Let him feign ignorance. He would be able to surprise Draco later with his own knowledge of the object. He searched through the schoolbooks, Potter's wand and a few boxes of wizarding sweets, his teeth would rot out eventually. Something towards the bottom of the box made him draw his wand. What was that? And why did it have so many spells on it? He levitated the object, only to find that it was a book. A very old, very magical, and potentially dangerous book. He lowered it to the ground and spoke up to the others. "Does anyone know what this is?" He demanded of the gathered group. Paul looked it over and nodded. "That is the book Harry is studying this week. Something about wandless magic, or along those lines." Snape stared at the man in shock. Wandless magic? Without a master's supervision? At 16? Potter truly had a death wish. Where did he get it? He asked of Paul. "Remus bought it for him," Paul said, gesturing towards the sleeping werewolf. "He said it was about the history of wandless magic. He thought it might help Harry master his skills somehow." Snape raised an eyebrow again. "What skill?" He sneered as he lowered the book towards the ground. If Potter was lucky, then any skill he had displayed was due to the influence of the book and nothing else. If not, he hesitated to think what wandless magic could mean to Harry Potter and those who sought to use him. He waved his wand towards Potter and grunted to himself as his suspicions were confirmed. The boy and the book were linked. He could do nothing for Potter until either the book or Potter gave up in the fight for control. This newest development confirmed the idea Snape had had when he first examined Potter's mind and found it to be empty of any personality. Something or someone was in there with Potter, and Potter was being hidden from his own consciousness. Wonderful. It's a repeat of his second year. Snape muttered as he stood and placed the book on the table next to the boy's bed. "What do you mean?" Petunia asked. Snape considered her for a minute. She was a very brave muggle. "Your nephew, Mrs. Dursley, is currently possessed by that book. They are linked." Draco jumped. He had confessed to Snape that possession was the one thing he feared when it came to the Dark Lord. He had felt the imperious curse one too many times to feel secure about his own abilities. Snape glared at him before turning back to Petunia. Draco needed to get over that fear. Oh, the Muggle was still waiting. "There are many protection spells on the book at the moment. The most powerful one is Harry himself. If we try to destroy this book, we may destroy him as well." Snape explained in a quiet voice. "So what do we do?" Petunia asked as she tried to keep calm. "We wait." Snape told her. "He'll wake up eventually." Snape did not have to say what the other option was. Everyone seemed to know it already without needing him to articulate it. Petunia stared down at her nephew with a worried expression. Harry would wake up, right? She glanced at Snape, and the man seemed to know her question. He only shrugged. Some comfort there. The doors banged open to reveal Sensei. "What is wrong with Deshi?" he demanded. Snape motioned for Paul to explain, as it seemed that everyone in the room knew about Potter's secret. He froze when he heard the sensei's next word. "Hadrian." He started to turn when he noticed that Potter was crying. "I knew you were smart," Blaise said as he gave Harry a smirk worthy of Snape. "You figured it out. Now, you need to eat, and then we can talk." "Nothing until you eat." Harry stared at the man. "How do I know I can trust you?" Harry demanded as he fought his way down from the ridiculously high bed. Really, couldn't he regain his normal size? This small thing was getting annoying. "You don't." "Not really. We are in your mind, After all, figure it out. Blaise settled down at a desk and proceeded to ignore Harry. Harry stared after the man in shock. First, he has nightmares, and now one of his nightmares comes true. Someone owed him big. His stomach kicked him again. Well, there was food, and Blaise was not suffering any ill effects from his own cooking. Harry tried it and found it quite good, whatever it was. He figured it was a stew of some type. Fish. No, it wasn't possible. It tasted too good. Blaise waved a hand after Harry had finished, and the bowl and cup disappeared. I suppose you would like to get cleaned up now, he asked Harry as a door appeared. There we are. He motioned Harry to enter the room. Harry peeped in and found a modern-looking bathroom prepared for him. He gave a mental cheer for his subconscious. He could have a hot bath. I'll leave you to it. Clothes will be waiting for you when you are finished. Blaise started to close the door, but paused and smiled at Harry. Try not to think too much, he told the boy. It'll confuse you. Allow me some time to explain. Harry nodded and motioned for Blaise to close the door. Harry took care of some urgent business, climbed into the bath immediately after removing his now ridiculously large clothing, and cleared his mind. He had questions, yes, but they could wait. It didn't look like he was going anywhere anytime soon. Blaise had de-aged him to teach him wandless magic. That much he understood. But how old was he exactly? Blaise carted him around like Harry weighed nothing. He had lifted him effortlessly before. Harry tried to remember when his hands had last looked this small. 8, 9. He had no idea. He sank beneath the water to wet his hair and started washing it. He wondered if he could somehow find hair gel to tame it until he figured out how to get out of his own mind. It felt different, though he couldn't decide how it was different. He ducked under the water to rinse his hair and shook the water out of his eyes. He was surprised to find Bubbles now in his bathtub. The water must have been charmed hot, for he lingered along while before deciding that he should get out. The water was still just as warm as when he started. The clothes Blaise had promised were sitting on a low stool, though he was not sure when they had appeared. Everything looked like the robes Blaise wore. There was a pair of soft linen pants that stayed on through the method of drawstring, a loose shirt. He tucked it into the pants because loose clothing made him feel sloppy, and a heavy outer robe. Soft leather boots completed the look, though the boots were as comfortable as trainers. Harry decided that his hair was a lost cause. He left the bathroom and re-entered the one-room cottage. Ah, much better, Blaise said as he stood up to greet Harry. Now we can talk. What questions do you have for me? Harry climbed into a chair and faced Blaise. This wizard better have some really good explanations, because Harry was fed up with everyone else trying to run his life. If he missed the Halloween dance because of this, he was going to show everyone around him what it meant to be a moody teenager. If he missed the play, well, Blaise might not survive. I understand that you are Blaise, and that you're here to teach me something. Blaise nodded in a sage way and smiled. What was with all the smiles? What I don't understand is how you are here. You died, well, a very long time ago. You should be dust. Blaise let out a loud bark of laughter at Harry's statement. You're right, Master Potter. I should be dust. I am dust in a sense. Blaise told him as he poured boiling water into cups. I believe that you had an adventure concerning a book with a mind of its own. Harry nodded. He had done something of the sort in his second year. I am a memory left behind in a book. This is a little complicated, so try not to interrupt until I finish explaining." Harry motioned for him to continue. "It was right after my third student, Zendal, when I noticed that I was getting old. My students were off making accomplishments of their own. No one needed a sorcerer anymore, not since Merlin popularized the use of wands and staffs. I used sight to find those who would need my art eventually. It took a long while. I found you and a few others far ahead into the future. There was no way I could bring you to me, and no way could I travel to you. I created my book and sealed a piece of my soul into it, so that you and various others throughout your history would be able to learn wandless magic with a guide." Blaise stopped his narrative and gestured for Harry to ask his question. "There are others?" Harry asked. "Others who can do wandless magic?" Harry hoped to hear about others who had his uncontrollable talents. "None as powerful as you." "Well, darn." Harry Potter couldn't be normal even among the abnormal. He wanted to cry again, but turned his attention back to Blaise. "They can do a few parlor tricks. Light a candle, float a feather. You, however, are different." Blaise told him with a large smile. "You are an enigma." "Story of my life." Harry muttered to himself. He hated his life, except when he was acting, or drawing, or working with Sensei, or watching Star Wars. Okay, so maybe it wasn't entirely bad, but it was not perfect or normal in any sense of the word. He felt the need for mint chocolate chip ice cream with Sensei, and cake. It must be a kid thing, because he had a craving for anything sweet. Yes, an enigma. You are not even fully mature, and already such a handle of magic. You have instinct, and that is sometimes more important than anything else." Blaise stood and handed Harry a cup of hot water. Oh, it was tea. Better than nothing, Harry supposed. He took a sip and sighed. It was mint tea. "I don't want to be different." Harry told him. Harry's mentality was telling him that different was the worst thing he could be. "If you could just restore me to consciousness and leave me alone, I'd be grateful. I'm sure Paul is worried about me." Harry told the eccentric wizard. Harry stopped at that point. Paul went frantic over a spaghetti shortage. He hated to think what the man was doing now. "You should accept what you are. You'll be much happier that way," Blaise said as he fed the owl he kept in the corner. Harry rolled his eyes and dropped to his feet. He hated being short. "Yes, well, that's a nice sentiment, but I'm ready to return to my own mind. Thank you." Harry told Blaise in a tone that would not allow argument. He did not receive an argument. He received an ultimatum. Blaise turned to Harry with an odd look. The boy truly doesn't understand. He whispered to himself. Harry gave him an odd look. "You do not understand why I am here." "No," Harry told him. "I don't." Blaise looked him over with a concerned look. "Wandless magic cannot be performed by just anyone, Master Potter." Blaise's voice dropped to a menacing whisper as he edged closer to Harry. "It is not like other magic. This magic can destroy you. Oh dear. It can be slow, leaching out your life force, or it can be as quick as lightning." Blaise snapped his fingers to illustrate his point. "You do not realize how volatile this magic is, or how close you came to being ruined." Harry was not sure if it was the words themselves or the way Blaise said them, but he found that he was shaking the slightest bit. "You have no choice now, Master Potter. You need me far more than you can know just to ensure your survival. The doors you have opened will continue to drain you until nothing is left. Harry stared at Blaise, unwilling to listen further, but unable to stop. You can no longer afford to pretend that everything will work out without taking some kind of steps to guarantee your survival. Without those steps, you sacrifice yourself and those who care about you. The faces of his friends swam up before Harry. He grabbed onto the chair and held onto it as an anchor. You need my training more than anything else right now. I've taken away every obstacle towards wandless magic. Your body, at 5 years old, is young enough to adapt to any physical changes that may happen. Your mind is flexible enough inside itself. The only obstacle left is you, the boy who lived. Blaise dropped to a knee in front of Harry so that he could meet the boy's eyes. I will tear your mask apart, only to rebuild you, and not the mask, to such vitality that it will be palpable in the air around you. Blaise took hold of Harry's shoulders and held him at arm's length. You will be powerful, more so than you could ever hope to imagine. Voldemort himself will fear you. Harry shook harder at the words. He didn't want it. He didn't want any of it. Blaise must have known how much his words had scared Harry, for he gathered the boy in his arms and held him. Harry did not protest. He would have preferred Paul or Aunt Petunia, since he had broken down in her arms, but this was better than nothing. That is why you are here. Your power would have come upon you eventually at full strength, and most likely during a time of great distress. Harry's fogged mind flashed back to the odd moments in Paul's office, where he could see his own breath. Was that what Blaise meant? It could have destroyed you, my child. I am here to help you. Why did Blaise seem so familiar? It felt like Paul was holding him. Blaise moved a hand in small circles on Harry's back, relaxing the boy to his tears. It will be all right, child. Harry shook his head in a determined fashion. I don't want it, he whispered through his tears. I don't want to be powerful. He told Blaise angrily. I just want to be normal. Blaise settled on a couch-like object that would have made Aunt Petunia cringe. Blaise seemed to prefer function over fashion. He held Harry close to him, and Harry felt calming waves surround him. That was nice. He didn't want it to stop. I know it's frightening. Blaise whispered to him in a soothing voice. Merlin was the same way, you know. He told Harry with a conspiratorial air. Harry took a deep breath to calm his tears. Where had they come from, anyway? And looked up at Blaise in a way that only 5-year-olds can manage. Really? He asked. Blaise reminded himself that wizards in Harry's day and age practically worshipped his former student. This could work. He nodded and gave a smile. Oh, yes. I found him at a very young age, a little younger than you are now. He was a good student, attentive and inquisitive, and was like a son to me. His first display of wandless magic so frightened him that he refused to leave the house. He hid under that bed. He gestured towards the bed in which Harry had woken, and refused to come out, even for meals. He begged me to just take it all away, to make him normal, just Merlin. Blaise paused for a moment. If I had the power, I would have. Unfortunately, that is one of the few things denied to me. He told the boy who had settled on his lap. Just Merlin. Harry asked as he wrapped his robe around himself. Just Merlin. Blaise agreed. You and he are a lot alike. Blaise wrapped an arm around Harry and brought the young body to rest against him. Harry did not protest and relaxed against him. You look the same. You're both adorable when you're young." Harry scowled. Blaise pretended not to notice. "You both want to be normal, only to have something great thrust upon you without a by your leave." Blaise smiled, and Harry noticed that the skin around his eyes wrinkled just the slightest bit. "Are you feeling better now, Master Potter?" he asked. "Please just call me Harry." Harry told Blaise as he toyed with the edge of his robe. Blaise smiled, crinkled his eyes again. "If you will call me Blaise." Harry nodded as Blaise patted his back. Harry realized then that he was still sitting on the man's lap, and that Blaise was treating him as a child of the age to which he had been regressed, but he found that he couldn't care. It felt good. This camaraderie he felt with someone who understood his powers and accepted them. For the first time since discovering these powers, he was unafraid of what they would bring. He had help now. 34. A Dramatist's Society. Harry had been with Blaise a period of a week. Mere seconds passed for days in his mind, and he had started to enjoy learning what the man had to teach, though he still hated the necessity of making him young again. He tripped over his feet daily, which caused Blaise an inordinate amount of amusement. Harry had been stretching his new abilities by catching fish outside in the nearby creek when Blaise called him back to the cottage. It felt like a vacation here. Blaise made everything into a game with Harry, and Harry often didn't realize the fact that he was actually working until he collapsed into his bed that night. Harry had been wary of Blaise the first few days they had spent together. Blaise was, after all, an unknown, and Harry was not sure if he could trust something that came from a book, no matter how nice it seemed. Ginny Weasley's experiences were always in the back of his mind, just waiting for Harry to look over them and try to compare the two. The only thing that allowed Harry to relax was the fact that they were in his mind and not Blaise. Snape had told him that lies could not exist here, and that Harry controlled everything. Harry had found that to be true. He had turned Blaise's hair pink once while the man was sleeping, just to prove that he was in control. The man had not been happy when he woke up, but understood Harry's need for safety confirmation. Time was what really concerned Harry, but Blaise promised that only a few hours would pass for the required number of weeks Harry needed to complete his lessons. 11 hours, to be precise, for 11 weeks. He could still go to the dance, and he would make the play. Somehow, they seemed far away from Harry's mind. It didn't really matter. What did matter was learning how to control this power he felt twitching behind his hands and eyes at odd moments. Blaise had been right. Now that he had opened himself to what he could really accomplish, the power wouldn't leave him alone. It tugged on him and wore him out, but each day taught Harry a new skill that helped to rein in the power, direct it, and give his mind a rest. He could cast without a wand. He only needed hand gestures. His favorite was snapping his fingers. He had left incantations behind a long time ago. "Ah, there you are. Come here, Harry." Harry dropped his basket of fish just outside the door and went over to Blaise. The man was watching something on the table. "Do you know what this is, child?" Harry glared at the man, whom returned the glare with a fond smile. Blaise knew Harry hated being called a child. Harry looked down at the object. "A scrying mirror?" he asked. Blaise gave him that pleased smile Harry had earned many times since he had first allowed the man to teach him something his second day in the cottage. That had been a frightening experience. Blaise had shown him how easy it was to focus on his magic, but had forgotten to tell Harry how to shut it off. Blaise had sat through some rather terrifying minutes while Harry made objects fly about the little cottage. Once Harry had worked out how to stop it, Blaise had smiled. He told Harry that he had been just like Merlin. Harry had returned with a threat to hide under the bed for the man's neglect in giving some vital instructions. Blaise's answer to his earlier response pulled Harry from his thoughts. That's right. A scrying mirror. I think it's time you learned how to use one. Blaise told him. Have you any of the basics? He asked. Harry shook his head. I'm useless at divination. He told Blaise. It was true. Even Professor Firenze told Harry that sight did not favor him. Harry said as much to Blaise. Yes, the centaur had it right. The sight does not favor you. It belongs to you. I thought you read my notes. He asked Harry, giving the boy a slight cuff to the head. Harry smoothed his hair back as Blaise motioned a chair over for Harry. I did. Harry told him. I don't see what that has to do with my skills at divination. Harry sat down in the chair as it nudged against his legs. It had taken him 2 days to get used to furniture that acted as though it had a life of its own. It was the chairs, mostly, though his bed had hugged him that morning before he was released to dress. Everything, Blaise's exasperated voice said from behind his hands, where he had hidden his face in a calming technique. Magic is only limited by your limitations. You need no wand. Therefore, you have no need of limitations. Do not allow yourself to accept limitations. They are false boundaries. Blaise gave Harry a sardonic smile after he quoted his own notes. Sound familiar? He asked. Yes, actually. There was no need to be sarcastic. So, if I decide that I can use divination, you can. Precisely right. Blaise told him. Now, scry. Harry closed his eyes to concentrate and felt his magic gather and question his intent. This had been the scariest thing to feel when he had started with Blaise. Wandless magic before had rushed through him. This was a slow congregation of his magic that asked what he wanted to happen before anything could happen outside him. Harry had been terrified, at first, of the feeling of power at his fingertips, and had collapsed in fear in Blaise's arms before he mastered this necessary skill. But now he found it soothing. Familiar, in a way. Harry opened his eyes and turned them down to the mirror. An image formed, surprising him to no little end. He had managed to use something from divination. There were truly no limitations. He looked down at his Aunt Petunia as she sat next to his hospital bed. He missed his 16-year-old body. Blaise refused to allow him to grow, annoying the teenager to moody silence common among those his age. He did, however, retain his mind and used it to annoy the other man. Aunt Petunia's here. Harry, I'm not going to leave you to go through this alone. Harry watched as she stroked his hair and squeezed his hand. Aunt Petunia is here, dear. Harry froze as he watched her face, unconsciously nudging his magic to change the view to see her instead of his body. I'm right here. Harry pulled his knees up to his chest and rested his chin on them. His aunt looked so different from what he was used to. Was this what she was like when he was asleep? When he had been little, he felt an ache in his chest as he watched her stroke his hair. Vernon Dursley came up behind her. Any change? His voice asked. None. Petunia told him. Vernon looked awkward, but patted her shoulder in a manner meant to soothe her. I'm so worried, Vernon. I know, Petunia. You say he's been through things before. I'm sure he'll come through this. It'd be like him to do so. His voice held the slightest bit of contempt. Petunia shook her head. You promised me you'd try. Petunia told him. I am. I don't understand all of this. He waved a vague hand about. Stuff and nonsense. I'll be civil to the boy if it'll make you happy. I promise you that. At least he's polite. Vernon told her as he patted Harry's foot. I do like that about him. Vernon told his wife that he was going to get something for her to drink. He is trying, Harry. Petunia whispered to the boy in front of her. He promised me that he would try. She sounded almost desperate. I have a bit of a surprise when you come home, dear. She told him. I think you'll like it. Hermione gave me the idea. She told me that you like to fly on your broomstick. Harry couldn't watch anymore. He wiped his hand across the surface of the mirror, dissipating the image like an image on water. He wrapped his hands around his legs more securely and buried his face. Blaise had forbidden any suppression of emotions, so Harry was prepared to show the man just how much of an emotional roller coaster he was. Blaise stood and picked up Harry from his chair and settled onto the couch-like object. Blaise called it a couch, but it was not like any couch Harry had ever seen. What is wrong, child? He asked Harry as the boy wrapped his arms around Blaise's neck and allowed himself to cry on the larger man's chest. Harry shook his head and rested against Blaise. He felt safe, and that's all that was important at the moment. She really does. Harry took a shuddering breath. Does love me? Blaise raised both eyebrows before cradling Harry to his chest. He had been able to view a few memories of Harry's before the boy had appeared for him. Some of them disturbed him, while others made him smile. The most confusing ones were those that contained any of his relatives. Harry had had mixed feelings about the trio since he was a little child. There was a yearning for acceptance and love, a desperate shield constructed against them, and a deep-seated dislike of anything to do with them. Blaise had worked out what it all meant and was only starting to make sense of it. How could anyone do such things to a boy for his own protection? Blaise decided that only those who loved a child could do something so against their nature to keep him safe. He had to remind himself that the Dursley males had taken it a bit far. Petunia, however, was the main mystery. He stroked Harry's hair and nodded against the boy's head. That she does. Blaise said quietly as he rubbed Harry's back. She never told me when I was younger. Harry mumbled from under Blaise's robe. The sorcerer wondered how Harry had managed to bury himself so effectively. He dug the boy out and replaced him on his chest before wrapping the robe about the boy as well. Harry relaxed, drinking in the physical affection the man was giving him. He wondered if this was what it felt like to have a father. Would his own have held him this way? Blaise reached out and brushed the tears away from Harry's face. I have no doubt that she has loved you all your life. Blaise told the boy. She was just afraid of what would happen if she showed that she loved you when she knew that you belonged to a different world. It's so hard to see the child that you raised go off into a world entirely separate from your own. Harry nodded and looked up. Blaise must have had an experience or two similar to what Petunia was going through. He understood that. He had read all of Petunia's journals and understood his aunt's reasoning, as odd as it was. It made sense. He just wished it had been unnecessary. So much had been wasted. However, you must concern yourself with neither the past nor the future. Focus only on the present. The past shaped you, yes, but it does not control who you are now. He told Harry, "The past will control you if you allow it." Harry sat up and nodded. "Are you a bit calmer now?" he asked. Harry nodded again. "Good. Go wash your face before the mirror starts to scream." Harry clambered down from the couch and went over towards the washstand. The mirror badgered both of them about their looks, Harry more than Blaise, and screamed when it thought Harry was looking particularly unkempt. He poured water into the basin and thought about his past. True, it had not been a very good one, but it had been better than some might have been. He could have grown up with a pure-blood family, like the Malfoys. He shuddered. He was eternally grateful a wizard had not been able to adopt him. He realized that the Dursleys had only done what they thought was right, no matter how misguided they actually had been in his upbringing. Remus had given him a list of all the people who had wanted to adopt Harry when his parents died. Almost every wizarding family he knew of, including some he had only heard of but never met, had petitioned to become his guardians. Yes, even the Malfoys and the Knots. That would have been a frightening childhood, no matter how pampered and spoiled he would have been, because that was what he would have received. The wizarding world would have demanded it. He guessed it was better to be a little neglected than fawned over. He did not have a big head, and he was not spoiled. He knew that he was not better than anyone else, and did not expect favors of any kind for his celebrity status. He didn't use his celebrity status unless he had to, and even then, did not enjoy doing it. He was as normal as he could hope to be. As normal as he could be. The Dursleys had been right, partly, in the way they had raised him. He could have used a bit of self-esteem building, though hindsight was not useful. He finished washing his face and went back outside to retrieve the fish he had caught earlier. Blaise had promised fish for dinner that night, and since Harry was eating him out of house and home, he had taught Harry ways to catch fish. Using magic, of course. Light the fire. Blaise told him as he accepted the fish from Harry. Harry nodded and moved over to the fireplace. Harry snapped his fingers at the logs and watched them spring to life. He tilted his head to the side and smiled. That was easy. The flames suddenly went out. "I thought I asked you to light a fire?" Blaise said from the table, he was preparing the fish. Harry frowned and snapped his fingers again. The logs were lit once more. He started to turn when he heard the fire go out. "Is the wood wet?" Blaise said innocently. Harry narrowed his eyes and turned back to the fireplace. This was one of Blaise's games. He was sure of that. He was missing something. Blaise was trying to make a point. What was it? Harry watched Blaise for a few minutes as he moved utensils around with magic to cut the fish and vegetables. A bowl came towards Blaise without an outward appearance of a hand gesture or word. Show off. Doing spells without words or snapping his fingers or a wand. OH. That's what Blaise wanted him to do. Harry sank down on his heels in front of the fireplace and stared at the logs. He felt the feeling again as his magic gathered and asked his intention. He imagined the flames back on the logs. He was surprised when Blaise grabbed him from the floor and pulled him away from the flames that had threatened his robe. A little too much power there. He told Harry with a proud smile. That was well done for a first try. We're going to have to practice that. He set Harry on his feet once the flames had returned to normal. I hate being little. Harry grumbled to any force willing to listen. "You're so cute this way," Blaise told him as he messed up Harry's hair again. Harry had quit wishing for hair gel. It would never last with Blaise around. "Get the bread, would you?" he asked Harry as he moved back to the vegetables. Harry took a towel and maneuvered the bread pans out of the little stove Blaise had built. He burned himself slightly, enough to make him jerk, but not enough to be concerned about. He shook his hand as he placed the bread on the table, far away from the vegetables. "Thank you, Harry." Harry nodded and watched Blaise for a few seconds. A scratch at the door made Harry jump. "Could you get the door, please?" Blaise asked with a small smile. "We're in my mind, and there's somebody at the door?" he asked as he started for the door. "I've brought a few friends along. My owl, for instance. And Arg!" Harry shouted as a gigantic dog leapt onto him the minute the door was open. The animal immediately started licking his face and neck, tickling him in the process. "Help!" Harry squealed from under the dog. "He's trying to eat me." Harry was sure that the call for help would have been taken more seriously had he not been laughing at the time. "Alden, down boy," Blaise told the dog. The newly named Alden wagged his tail and left Harry alone. The boy sat up and scrubbed at his face as he nudged the dog away from him. "You forgot to mention that you had a dog," Harry said dryly. Blaise only smirked. "I've been here a week and haven't seen him. He disappears so often that I sometimes forget he exists," Blaise explained to Harry as the dog started circling Blaise. "Did you have a good time out causing mischief?" Blaise asked the animal. The dog barked once and wagged his tail. "What kind of dog is he?" Harry asked as he looked over the animal. Not sure. He's a mix of everything, I think. He was the runt of the litter when I received him. I was advised to drown him, but his eyes told me a different story. He's a familiar and a very nice companion." Alden barked and wagged his tail once. "Mental," Harry muttered as he helped Blaise assemble their soup for the evening. Variety did not happen here. The meals were pretty much all the same. Soups and stews with bread. Fresh fruit and raw vegetables often accompanied the meal, and milk appeared from somewhere. Harry was sure that Blaise had a cow stored in secret that Harry was forced to drink with every meal. Breakfast was usually simple. Harry devoured a large piece of cheese, a hard roll, an apple or pear, and a cup of milk every morning at Blaise's instructions. Lunch and dinner were often the same type of food, though Harry had taught Blaise about dumplings. He hoped that they would be included on the menu sometime soon. Harry had yet to see meat besides fish of any kind. He vowed that he would never eat fish again once he returned to his body. Blaise told stories throughout dinner about some of his adventures and several of his students as well. They kept Harry entertained while they were eating. He often asked about Merlin, as the two of them sounded very similar in personality. Merlin had wanted nothing more than to be just Merlin, and Harry had been fighting for it since he entered the wizarding world. It scared him to see the adoring looks on the younger years' faces when they arrived at Hogwarts. It was even worse when the same look appeared on the faces of adults. It made him want to hide and never come out. He jumped as he felt something cold touch his hand. He looked down to see Alden next to his chair, wagging his tail. What did the dog want? He can sense your mood, you know. Blaise told him nonchalantly. What were you thinking about? Blaise asked. Wizards. That was the truth. A certain group of wizards, or in general. Blaise tore off a piece of bread and used it to sop up some gravy. Harry studied his own bowl. Don't suppress it. Blaise snapped. That habit had to stop. Keep your shirt on. Harry told him. I was getting there. Blaise only raised an eyebrow. I was thinking about the wizards that stare at me because of what my mum did for me. I see. What about them? Harry shrugged as he tried to put his feelings into words. They think I'm so special for it. I'm not. He told Blaise. People see what they want to see. Blaise said as he patted Harry's hand to make the boy unclench it. It is up to you to allow them to see such things or shatter their illusions. Blaise kept an eye on Harry as he took a sip from his cup. Harry bit his bottom lip and pushed his hair back. I know. The mask is so convenient sometimes. Harry explained. It's easier to let them see what they want to see rather than try to change their minds. Harry was reminded of the mask in his dream. That had been an unpleasant experience. Alden rubbed against his leg, causing Harry to reach down and scratch the dog behind his ears. Yes, it is easy. I think Paul would call it a persona. Mask, no matter what language you use. It is a necessary item for survival. We all have them. Blaise's bowl and cup disappeared. The important thing to remember, something you forgot, is where you begin and the mask stops. Blaise stared into the flames and gave a smile in Harry's direction. Do not become the mask. You use the mask, not the other way around. Harry nodded as he pushed away his bowl. Blaise glanced at it and shook his head. 3 more bites and finish your bread and milk. He told the boy, I'm not hungry anymore. Harry said quietly, just the milk. You're still growing. Harry glared. That's your fault. Harry said as he picked up his cup. I was 16. You still are. There's no reason not to add a bit to your height while you're here. Harry stared at his teacher, completely horrified. The costume crew will kill me. I can't grow anymore. Blaise chuckled at his distress. You're already managing to add some height. A side effect from the de-aging. I'm afraid. Did you finish? He took Harry's cup from him and inspected it. Ah, good. They're going to kill me. Harry said in a whisper as he stared at the table. This from the boy who faced Voldemort. And won? He asked. Harry glared at him and tossed a roll at his head. Hermione snatched her second mini messenger and opened it. It had flashed once, indicating that she had a new message from Remus. Perhaps he could explain why Harry wasn't answering. Me. Harry is in some kind of magical coma. He is currently possessed by a book I thought was a simple history book. Severus Snape and Draco Malfoy are here. They are to be trusted. Both are PPs now. I will notify you the moment there is a change. Moony. Hermione shut the messenger and sighed. It looked like she would be getting any sleep tonight. She would only worry once the lights went out. She moved over to a corner and settled at the table there to study. She may as well use the time to her advantage. She could get a little further ahead in her studies. PPs took up a lot of her time, and she had no excuse if she fell behind. She was halfway into her potions assignment when she heard a noise. What was that? Shoo! A voice came from the girls' tower. You'll wake everyone. Hermione decided her corner was sufficiently hidden and waited to see who this was. Where are we meeting tonight? Another voice whispered. Ravenclaw. The first answered. Hermione recognized the form of Sophie Matthews. Oh. The second voice was Sybil Vane, another Gryffindor in her year. A boy came from the boys' stairwell and yawned. All right, let's go, Sophie said as she led her two classmates to the portrait. Hermione stood and followed them. She cast a disillusionment charm on herself and watched as the first years started towards Ravenclaw. What could that mean? Were they really going to the Ravenclaw dorm, or was the word code for something else? They stopped at the appropriate space. Experience gives wisdom. They were going to the dorm. The door opened from them. Hermione stood in shock as the students entered. Why would first-year students give each other passwords to the other dormitories? They were guarded as jealous secrets. She made her decision and walked up to the entrance. Experience gives wisdom. The door opened. Hermione stepped in and looked around. There were students from every house, and mostly the younger years. The entire group fell silent as they realized who she was. I don't know how you did it, or why, but I am impressed, she told the group. Everyone seemed to relax the slightest bit. Sophie stood up and waved at Hermione. Hi, Sophie. You followed me, huh? The younger girl said. Hermione only raised an eyebrow. I knew I should have looked up stealth charms, she told herself. Why are you all meeting? Hermione asked. Everyone glanced around to the others. We're a society, a dramatist's society. We become characters, Sophie explained. A theater group? Hermione asked. Sophie squinted one eye and nodded slightly. Something like that. We do what is needed, Sophie told her. Acting is a hobby. Hermione took another glance around and realized something. My goodness, you're organized, she gasped. Sophie giggled the slightest bit. Yes, we are. Just like you, Miss Headpages. Hermione blanched and turned fully to stare at Sophie. Pardon? Hermione asked. Many of the kids laughed, making Hermione glance towards the hallways where the rest of the Ravenclaw dorm was asleep. Sophie saw her look and smiled. The spellcasters took care of that. Dumbledore himself can't hear us, Sophie told her. We know about your group. You know where Harry Potter is. You also head up the newspaper. We all have copies, by the way. Several of the students lifted the newspapers into the air. What precisely do you do, Sophie? Hermione asked. Sophie winked at a Ravenclaw boy who stood and introduced himself. My name is Alan Wiggins. We are training ourselves. The protectors all told us stories in our data classes, and we wanted to be prepared. We can do a lot of things now, but we don't have a lot of guidance. The Dramatist Society is our cover. We're really a group like the protectors without some of their attitudes. We can't let Valdash, the Dark Lord Dash, say his name. Hermione interrupted. He's not going to come and grab you. Voldemort. Hermione looked around and shrugged. Voldemort. Right. Voldemort. We can't let Voldemort win. Alan continued. He doesn't deserve to win. The second year finished. Applause scattered around the room. We do whatever is needed. We're young, but we're strong. If we're needed to fight, we'll fight. If we're needed to run errands, we'll do that. We'll do whatever is needed. We just don't want to be pushed aside when our assistance may help in saving lives. Hermione looked around at the gathered students. These children had succeeded where the older years had failed. They had truly united for one cause. They had united against Voldemort. Hermione felt like she was going to cry. "I think I can help you," she told them. "Sophie, meet me first thing in the common room. Before breakfast." Hermione smiled and nodded to the entire group. "Have a good meeting." She turned and left them alone. She made her way back to Gryffindor in a thoughtful mood. The children of Hogwarts had united, not for someone, but against someone. She could not be happier. 35. Voldemort. "Harry, come along." Harry looked up from his books and wondered what it was that Blaise wanted. He never interrupted Harry when he was reading. Harry marked his place and pulled on his outer robe as he went outside the cottage. "What is it?" he asked as his eyes adjusted to the light. "You need some exercise." "I'm feeling the need for some venison. We are going hunting." Harry stood with the bow in his hand, feeling just the slightest bit foolish. He was likely to kill Blaise by tripping over it. Sensei would be cringing in a very comical way if he could see Harry now. Harry had no idea how to use that weapon, and the number one rule of weapons was not to handle a weapon you did not know how to use. "I don't know how to use this," he said, holding it up. Better to tell the man and get it over with than do something that could possibly result in maiming or death. Blaise smirked and dropped his robe on the doorstep. It looked like Harry was not going to get an understanding mentor today. How he wanted to go back to his book. "It's time you learned." Harry stared at him. People just didn't use bows and arrows anymore, much less hunted, unless they wanted to. He wondered how much Blaise had poked around in his head before he had woken up. "Get rid of that robe. You don't need it." Harry folded his own robe next to Blaise's and accepted the quiver of arrows as Blaise led him into the forest. This was going to end in disaster. Harry knew it. All right, so technically, they couldn't really get hurt because they were trapped in Harry's mind, but that didn't mean they couldn't feel pain. Harry had burned himself here before, and skinned knees from the fact that he grew a bit more every day reminded him that pain was inescapable. If he followed logic, then death, technically, was still possible. Harry had never wished for a mistake in his logic before this. He hoped that he was wrong. "What exactly am I looking for?" he asked as he lengthened his own stride to keep up with Blaise, frustration leaking through his voice, though he had tried to hold it back. He was 10 years old now, and was enjoying the addition to his height, though Blaise still outpaced him easily. "Deer." Blaise answered shortly. "Or rabbit. Any game will do. I'm tired of fish." Small wonder. They had been eating fish for weeks. "Try to keep up, Harry. You have longer legs now. Use them," Blaise said as he adjusted the quiver across his own back. Harry glared at the man's back. It wasn't his fault that he was short. Blaise had done it. Harry liked being 16. And tall. "Why aren't we using magic?" Harry asked. He figured that magic would be a lot easier than this primitive method of procuring food. Blaise had taught Harry how to catch fish with magic. Why would deer be any different? Blaise did not answer. Harry shrugged and followed the man, thoroughly lost by now. He doubted that he would be able to find his own way out if he needed to. He couldn't make landmarks when all he could see was Blaise back and a few scraggly branches over his head. He decided that Blaise would tell him why they weren't using magic when Blaise was ready. If he ever was ready. Harry could see when the man spotted what he was looking for. Blaise relaxed into a crouch and gestured Harry down next to him. He pointed through the bushes. There in the clearing was a deer. Blaze notched an arrow and let it fly. The deer startled and ran from the arrow. So, it was not as easy as Blaze had implied. Good. Maybe then, Blaze would give up this idea of weapons and use magic. It made everything so much easier. Blast. Blaze whispered. He stood from his crouch and gestured Harry to follow him as quietly as possible. Harry followed Blaze around for a while until they came to another deer. Blaze motioned for Harry to take a shot. Harry pulled out an arrow and notched it as Blaze had shown him earlier. Lock your left arm, he whispered. Harry followed his instructions. Pull back. Harry pulled back until Blaze stopped him. Harry was staring down the arrow at the deer. Was he actually going to do this? Blaze opened one hand and Harry followed the instructions. The arrow left the string and struck the deer right in the neck. Blaze sent a second arrow just after Harry's and smiled when he saw that the animal fell. Blaze left the bushes and took out his knife. I didn't think I could do it, Harry said as he sank down in the bushes. Blaze cocked an eyebrow at him as he cleaned his knife. I killed it. Harry sat and stared at the bushes around him. Why did Blaze insist upon his doing it? Blaze was the better shot. Are all boys from your time this squeamish about death? Blaze asked as he moved the deer around into a better position. It is better for the deer, in the long run. Blaze told him. Harry stood. How is it better? It's dead, he demanded as he dropped the bow. He never wanted to use it again. He would go to the market like everyone else. Better to die a quick death than one of starvation, don't you think? Blaze asked as he picked up the deer. Some consider this mercy. What? Harry was terribly confused. What did that have to do with anything? Blaze gathered himself and sighed. Don't they teach you anything about how the world works? Blaze asked rhetorically as he motioned for Harry to get the weapons. Harry gathered them reluctantly and followed as Blaze turned back in the general direction of the cottage. Blaze gave off an air of one preparing for a difficult discussion and not too happy about it all. Animals will continue to reproduce until something checks that reproduction. Most of the time, man does it, whether through hunting or some other means. If the animals were not hunted, their population would explode, leading to a slow death through either starvation or disease. This way, man gets something new to eat, and the entire population of deer does not starve or die from disease. Blaze led Harry through the woods and back towards the cottage. Harry swatted errant branches away from his face as they flew back from being pushed aside by Blaze. This was not fun. He hated being short. It's all about balance. Sometimes a population becomes indolent, diseased, and sick and must die out. This looks like a terrible catastrophe, but it helps in the end because the next generation is stronger, healthier, and more likely to adapt to new demands. Once that population becomes lazy, the next rises to take its place. We've stopped talking about deer, haven't we? Harry asked as he followed behind Blaze. Something was ticking in Harry's mind, calling up certain wizards to his mental eye. Yes. Do you know what I'm talking about now? Blaze asked as he put the deer down behind the cottage. Get me a pail of water. Non-magically. Harry rolled his eyes and retrieved the water. My wizarding world. Harry guessed as he returned from the well with the requested pail of water. Blaze accepted it and smiled at Harry before turning back to continue in his work with the deer. Exactly. The wizards have become lazy, doing what is easy rather than what is right. Blaze started to disassemble the deer, showing Harry little tricks that made the work go faster, and that Harry was sure he would never need again. They allow the prejudices of others to grow and expand, to color their tidy little world with violence and despair, and then wonder how things came to such a difficult end. Blaze shook his head as he started to cut the meat into strips. Harry wondered how he was going to get the blood out of his clothes. He was literally covered in it, almost up to his eyebrows. I find wizards from your time fascinating. They have forgotten something important about the wizard Merlin that is so important to them. He explained. What have they forgotten? Harry asked as he got his own hands dirty at Blaze's instructions. This was interesting, but also incredibly disgusting at the same time. Harry scratched his face and found that he had only succeeded in getting blood on his face. Ugh. He wanted a hot bath with lots of soap. Alden came bounding out of the house and started sniffing round the pair as they worked. Down, Alden. Alden dropped back on his haunches and waited patiently for his human to be done with the task so they could play. He loved playing with the short one and could almost see the stick he would chase. Merlin was a half-blood, too. Blaze said with a smile as he turned away from the dog. Most of us are. There are not enough for us to go around marrying each other. Every one of my students has been a half-blood. The purebloods from your time. Well, they strike me as hopelessly backwards. Only those who wish for decay wishes to marry their own cousins. Blaze gave a theatrical shudder. Harry snorted and took his bundle inside the house as Blaze directed. Are you a half-blood? Harry asked as Blaze entered from behind him. Blaze stopped and considered Harry for a few minutes. I'm not really sure. I never knew my parents. I grew up with a kind wizard who took me in when I was rather young. I vaguely remember being on my own, but I cannot remember how long I was, nor how old I was when that happened. He told me that I was a magical child and must be trained. I accepted it. I knew I could do odd things and welcomed the chance to control it because I had no control at all before that. I like to think I am a half-blood. I can't imagine any wizard married to a witch. Harry smiled as Blaze started to put things away in their place in the little cottage. He looked down at Harry for a moment before smiling. Go play with Alden before he drives me mad with his sniffing. Harry looked down at his robes and then back up at Blaze. The man couldn't be serious. He was covered in blood, much like his teacher. He needed to clean up first. Blaze rolled his eyes and motioned with one hand. The boy could be so vain about his appearance sometimes. Harry found himself cleaned up after the gesture. Blaze nudged him to the door and shut it behind him. Don't come back until sunset. You've been studying too much. Harry almost argued, but decided that it would make him too much like Hermione. Alden jumped up and down in place beside him, practically wagging his tail off in excitement. Go get a stick, Harry said with a smile. He liked the dog and wondered if he would get one when he was older. The animal had a wicked personality. Alden bounded off with a happy bark and came back with a stick. Harry accepted the stick and tossed it for the dog. Harry started walking as Alden dashed off for his stick. Blaze had allowed him to wander where he would, since he could find his way to the cottage, so long as he made landmarks. It was his mind, after all. Harry let his mind wander as he walked among the shady trees. So Blaze thought that modern wizards were lazy, and deserved what was happening as some sort of external control? It made sense in a way, a very convoluted way. From what Blaise had said, it sounded like Voldemort was nothing more than a disease to the wizarding world. Could that be true? And if so, what did that make Harry? Cough medicine? Harry smirked as Alden came back and dropped the stick at his feet. Harry tossed it again and continued walking. If what Blaise said was true, did that mean that evil would continue to come back, no matter how many times it was destroyed? Harry knew that he didn't want anyone else going through the kind of life he had experienced. It was too hard. It wasn't fair. Why should one person be the answer to such a large problem? Was that like it everywhere, where one person was responsible for the fate of millions? Or did it just mean that he was part of that control of which Blaise had spoken? What was the difference between the solution of one problem and the start of a next? Would Harry destroy Voldemort, only to watch another rise in Voldemort's place? He didn't think that he could continue on if that were to happen. Harry racked his brain to find a permanent solution to Voldemort. He couldn't come up with an answer. He looked up and noticed that it was rather dark in the trees now. Was it sunset already? It looked like it. He turned and started back the way he had come. He could make it back home, like Blaise wanted, without calling on his magic. He was sure of it. He looked around. Alden was not in sight. Alden! Here, boy. Harry listened for Alden's bark. Alden never left his side for long in the woods. In fact, that dog never really left his side, period. The crazy canine had even taken to sleeping at the foot of his bed, actually on top of Harry's feet. The first night the dog had done so caused Harry his first nightmare of Sirius in well over 2 months. He became a comforting presence the second night. No bark answered Harry's call. That was not good. Blaise would kill him if he lost his dog. Or he thought he would be killed. The temperature dropped as more light disappeared. The bird song that had been a forgotten background noise was conspicuous for not being there. The animals had all run away, but from what? Harry Potter. So this is where you have been hiding. Harry froze at the voice. He couldn't be found here. This was his mind. He refused to entertain anyone here he did not like. I must say that you have created a nice little forest here. Voldemort stepped out from behind one of the trees and approached Harry with an air of satisfaction he usually reserved for his Death Eaters. The man looked the same, but taller. That, Harry considered, was to be expected. He still looked like he was half snake and half human, a truly disgusting combination in Harry's opinion, and was giving the oddest evil smile. You shrank. Harry fought back a smart remark at Voldemort's statement of the obvious. Voldemort patted Harry's head, as though he found Harry adorable. If he was able to consider something adorable. Harry fought not to shudder at the touch. He hated Voldemort touching him in any way. At least the pain had stopped. Harry figured that repeated exposure to Voldemort's touch had inured him to the effects. Why didn't I think of shrinking you? I'm sure you would have been much easier to handle during lessons. Voldemort said as he turned in a slow circle. Harry did not move. Voldemort considered any movement, while he was not looking, a form of treachery, and would respond violently. The results of the paranoia were not pleasant. So, this is what your subconscious looks like. Interesting. Harry's subconscious? It didn't look like this at all. Harry would never design something in his own mind where he could get lost, much less so relaxed. Frivolity got you killed in his life. He had no time for it. That, and he did not like feeling lost. Harry kept his room clear, just in case. He also appeared as a 16-year-old. He would never think of looking like he was 10. That was such a vulnerable age. He liked 16 much better. In fact, he thought he looked older than 16 in his subconscious. What did that mean? Well, since we're both here, let's have a lesson. Voldemort said as he nudged Harry forward into a clearing. Something wasn't right. Something, but Harry couldn't figure out what was wrong. Do you remember the last curse I taught you? Harry nodded. Wand out, Voldemort ordered. Harry patted down his robe. Where was his wand? Harry thought back to the last time he had seen it. It had been the mask. He had last seen his wand when he tried to remove the mask from his face. What had happened to it? It had just disappeared. It had rolled away under the mirrors. Harry hadn't seen it since. He had forgotten, to be totally honest with himself. He had once considered it vital to his continued existence, and experience had taught him that to be without his wand was to toy with his own life. This new fact surprised him. He did not need his wand. It was more than that. He did not want his wand. Well, boy, where is it? Voldemort snapped. I lost it. Harry answered. I don't really need it in here. Harry said. Voldemort scowled and raised his wand. Crucio. The spell hit Harry and threw him back into a tree. It felt like his nerve endings dislocated from the rest of his nervous system and then started marching in beat with Harry's heartbeat. Harry arched his back and fought to keep from vocalizing the pain he felt. He would not let Voldemort win. The spell should be coming off any second. Voldemort never held it for long. He wouldn't hold it for long. Fight it, Harry. Harry wondered where the voice came from. Push it out. Easier said than done. Get rid of the pain. Nice sentiment. Now, how could he do it? This was an unforgivable spell, and could not be blocked by another spell. Voldemort was not letting upon the spell. He was not relaxing at all. If anything, it started to feel stronger. Harry felt blood well in his mouth. He had bit through his lip. There was nothing to hold back his screams now. Push it out. Forget your limitations. Harry opened his eyes to see something strange covering him. What was it? Push it off. Well, that made a bit more sense than what he had been told earlier. Harry groaned and allowed his magic to gather in his fingertips and behind his eyes. His glasses had fallen off sometime in the past. He opened his eyes again when it closed them and asked for the magic to push away the other magic. He felt it gather for a second before leaving him to attack. He was surprised to find that it worked. He felt the spell end. He gasped in breaths of air. It was painful to breathe, but it was also painful not to breathe. His eyes felt closed as the dark trees melted away into a warm clearing. Blaise stood there with Alden at his side. The last thing Harry saw before passing out was a large smile on Blaise's face. Petunia sat, sipping at the tea her husband had found for her. She didn't taste it, but it gave her something else to do besides talk to Harry. The potions professor had settled into a chair on the other side of the boy, his son beside him. Well, Petunia thought the boy was his son. At any rate, the two of them acted like it. Remus Lupin still snoozed across from Harry, while Vernon amused himself with a book he found in the wing somewhere. Paul sat next to Petunia with a grim look on his face. Sensei mimicked him next to the potions master, the man he called Hadrian. I wish he would wake up. Paul told Petunia. Snape raised an eyebrow, but didn't comment. He told me he ends in the hospital wing a lot. How do you stand it? Paul asked of Petunia. I never know about it until after he's out. The headmaster doesn't bother to tell me that he's been hurt. He always says things like, Harry was in hospital, but is fine now in his notes to me. She told Paul, even if I wouldn't have gone, I would have known. That man plays it up as a great achievement. I wonder how many times Harry has done something that could have seriously hurt him. She put down her cup and sighed. I still want to know. I want him to wake up, she said as she took Harry's hand again. Potter will wake up when he is ready. Snape snapped as he turned to Draco to whisper some direction in the boy's ear. Draco ignored him. Are you disobeying a direct order about your safety? Snape asked dangerously. Yes, sir. Draco answered. Snape glared the best he could. Draco only grinned. That stopped working on me when I was 8. He confided. Can't blame me for trying. Snape said as he turned back to Potter. Petunia had reverted back to holding Potter's hand. How sweet. Snape wanted to gag. Potter would probably eat this up if he were conscious. The entire room jumped as the boy suddenly arched off the bed. Snape recognized the signs immediately. Crucio, he whispered to Draco. Snape leapt off the chair and took hold of one of Harry's wrists. Hold him down. He snapped at Paul on the other side. Dursley, get over here, he ordered. Vernon came up. Take one of his legs and do not let go. Paul took one of Harry's legs while Petunia held down his other hand. What is wrong with him? Petunia gasped out. It's an intense pain curse called the Cruciatus. It's an unforgivable spell and the worst pain imaginable. Snape told her. Most of the injuries come from flailing around. He and the others held Harry down while he counted. The curse should end soon, or Potter would have no brain left. The boy continued to convulse, even after the normal time for the Dark Lord. Blood leaked out of one side of his mouth as he started to scream. Snape threw up a silencing spell and prayed it would hold. He had convinced the other doctor to go to bed. He didn't want the man awake. Too many awkward questions. Good Merlin, Potter is lucky to be whole. This curse needs to end. Harry continued to flail until something, Snape wasn't sure what, jerked through his body. Harry fell limp on the bed, blood leaking from one side of his mouth and sweat beading on his forehead. If it was possible for someone to look even more unconscious than before, Potter carried it off well. Everyone relaxed their hold. Vernon moved away to his spot, while the rest of them stared down at Harry. Is he okay? Petunia asked as she released the arm she had been holding. Snape actually felt something prick his heart. Sympathy? It couldn't be. Snape did not do sympathy. Sympathy got you killed. It is too early to tell. We will not know for certain until he decides to deign us with his presence. Snape told her. He looked at Draco's pale face. Lie down, he said as he nudged Draco to the nearest bed. You need some sleep. Draco didn't argue. He thought that the image of Potter writhing on the bed would stay with him forever. Snape acted like Potter had been through something like this before. A discreet glance at his face told him that his guess was true. Snape reached into his robe and pulled out a vial. Drink this. It will help you sleep. Draco downed the dreamless sleep with a grateful nod. He didn't want to dream about it. Snape prepared the smelling salts as usual, and placed the cloth on Harry's chest. "What is that?" Petunia asked as she watched him. "Something I had to devise for him when he started having visions from the Dark Lord." Snape answered shortly. He started the usual chest massage, but it only seemed to give Potter more discomfort. He straightened the cloth and watched the boy breathe. At least nothing was wrong there. The boy was still breathing. Hopefully, Potter would still be able to think. "Visions?" Petunia asked. How much had Harry and the headmaster been keeping from her? More importantly, how could she have left Harry to go through it all alone? Old aches rose in her chest, but she forced them back down with a vengeance. Potter's scar connects him to the Dark Lord. Snape explained. The Dark Lord discovered this and sends images to Potter. The boy used to trust what he saw. Now he does not. Snape stood and stared down at the boy. "I tried to teach him a skill to stop the visions last year, but we do not get along well. He did not learn. He has it now, so it had to be a particularly powerful vision for Potter to even feel the curse, much less react as he did." He explained. Petunia stared down at her nephew as though seeing him for the first time. "How long has this been going on?" she asked in a quiet and firm voice. "Almost all of his 5th year." Snape answered. Petunia Dursley, it appeared, was not a muggle to challenge. In fact, if Voldemort himself were here, Snape would put his money on the muggle. She was livid. Petunia turned an about-face and marched over to her husband. "You will never say another cross word to that boy," she ordered. Vernon Dursley looked up from his book in surprise. "Ever?" Vernon knew that he was just smart enough to carry on a business, fix a doorknob, compliment his wife's cooking, and looks as needed. He also knew that his wife could make him perfectly miserable if she so chose. It looked like she was close to carrying out just such an action. He nodded nervously and returned to his book. He figured that all raising techniques were now off. Well, he could treat the boy like a house guest. That wouldn't be too difficult. A few vague questions at dinner, and then leave him to his own devices. Petunia went back over to the bed and faced Snape. "I want to know everything the headmaster has not told me, everything that has happened, and who Harry has talked to. I also want to know about other magical schools to finish Harry's education." Snape's eyebrows rose as he took in her determined air. She was completely serious. Goodness, this was a change of events. This may take some time. He warned her. A quick glance around told him that everyone who was awake was ready to hear a few things about Potter. The boy already hated him. It could be no worse now if he broke a bit of the boy's confidence. In fact, he was under no obligation to keep any secrets. He would treat this as a parent/teacher meeting. If the boy had any complaints, Snape would ignore them, as he usually did. Potter has had quite a few adventures since coming to school. Most of them have endangered his life at least once and the lives of others. Warmth seeped into him. It covered him clear up to his neck. He tried to roll over, but found that his limbs wouldn't cooperate with his intentions. He forced his eyes to open. Everything was blurry. A familiar figure was near him, pouring something into the tub. Harry moved his eyes from the man. He couldn't quite make out to the water. Why was he in a tub? Wait a moment. There was something in the water, something floating in it. Leaves? Another bundle was added to the water. It was then that Harry realized he hurt. HT hurt like he was regrowing all of his bones and internal organs at once, over and over. Harry heard someone moan, and the man looked at him. Who was that? The man waved a hand in front of Harry's face, and pleasant feeling surrounded his mind. He was warm, safe, and feeling remarkably comfortable. His eyes closed again to the sound of another bucket of water being poured over him. He woke to the sound of a fire. Someone was touching him. "Relax," a warm voice said as the hand flattened to keep Harry in place and not moving. It sounded like he was smiling. "You're not well yet." Harry opened his eyes as the hand started massaging his chest. "Blaze." Harry whispered, "Ugh." It felt like razor blades down his throat. He grimaced and felt little pinpricks across his face. Blaze moved from Harry's side and disappeared for a few seconds. He came back with a small bowl. "Open your mouth." Blaze placed a finger on Harry's chin slightly and pushed down. Harry fought against another grimace and did as Blaze asked. His teacher tipped something warm and thick with the consistency of honey down his throat. "Don't swallow. Let it do the work." Blaze brought out another wooden bowl and dipped something out of it. He massaged the stuff into Harry's chest. "Just relax." Harry felt the liquid in his mouth start to slide down his throat, choking him the slightest bit before it moved on. He sighed in relief as the stuff left a trail of numb behind as he felt it reach his stomach. Snape could take some lessons on making potions taste good. That had been sweet, almost like vanilla in flavor. Blaze stood and moved towards Harry's forehead. "Close your eyes." Harry obediently shut his eyes, and Blaze's hands started rubbing something into Harry's face. "What are you doing?" Harry whispered, "Giving you a massage. Your muscles need some help. You pulled quite a few of them and injured yourself." Blaze told him as Harry felt the fingers travel over his face. "You are probably sore head to toe." Harry realized that Blaze was right. He was sore, well, almost everywhere. It felt like he had went several rounds with "Wait a moment." Harry opened his eyes and jerked his head up to look at him. "Where are my clothes?" Harry asked as Blaze forced Harry's head back on the table. Harry was covered with a towel in the vital area, but that was it. "How did you think I was going to do this?" Blaze asked. Harry just stared up at him. "It's nothing I haven't seen before." Harry cringed and felt a blush creep up on him. "Is everyone this modest where you are from?" Blaze asked with a teasing smile. "Mostly," Harry answered as Blaze rolled Harry over to start on his back. Blaze slid a pillow under Harry's head and ordered the boy to stay still. "Everyone I know." The last word turned into a groan as a kink Harry didn't know he had had was smoothed out. "Oh, that feels wonderful," he told Blaze, embarrassment momentarily forgotten as he felt some ease for the pain he was in. What had happened to cause so much? "So I gathered," Blaze said. "Your people strike me as very strange, child." Blaze moved lower on Harry's back, ending Harry's attempts to think about the cause of his pain. "Well." Harry stopped to bite his lip as Blaze worked out a tense spot. "I find it strange, ow, to have a man I consider a teacher giving me a massage." Blaze chuckled and massaged more ointment into Harry's muscles. "I think that muscle is fine," he said with a pink tinge in his cheeks. All this touching was strange. Harry was still getting used to the affection Hermione and Mrs. Weasley gave him while with the Weasley family or at school. He had noticed Mr. Weasley stop himself in a motion once or twice that looked suspiciously like a hug he had seen Ron and his father give a few quick ones. Even Sirius had enjoyed hugging him. It was definitely not something he was used to from his old life, but even Aunt Petunia was starting to hug. Was all this physical affection, hugging and slaps on the back, normal, or was Harry the strange one? You let me judge, all right? I don't want to miss something that could cause a serious injury later, Blaise said as he moved down to Harry's legs. Harry decided he would never tell anyone about this. The press would have a field day. Harry's eyes closed as Blaise smoothed out several muscles. What? Harry's face split in a wide yawn. Happened. Blaise chuckled as Harry fought to stay awake. You falling asleep? Blaise had progressed to Harry's feet. Harry decided that every person on Earth deserved a foot massage. It was wonderful. Maybe. Harry answered as he felt his body relaxing. He had asked a question of Blaise, but couldn't remember it. It couldn't have been terribly important, could it? Go ahead. That painkiller I gave you should have put you to sleep some minutes ago. Blaise wiped his hands with a towel and looked down at Harry. Harry's eyes shut and stayed that way, though Harry was not asleep. Blaise wrapped the blankets around Harry and lifted him from the table. Harry felt the tingle of magic and knew that Blaise was using a charm to enable a smooth transition. Cheater, Harry said as he leaned into Blaise, taking in the warmth of the blanket, the strong arms around him, and the hint of cooking herbs on the man's clothes. It was very comforting. The strange sense of having a father swept over Harry again. Blaise lowered Harry into his bed and arranged the bedclothes around Harry, as though trying to make sure Harry would not move from the bed, or fall as he had managed to do the first day. Sleep well, child. You deserve it. Harry smiled as the man fussed with a blanket and started to drift off to the sound of Blaise singing something in a foreign language under his breath. Harry would worry about that answer he was looking for when he woke up. He felt Alden jump onto the bed and circle 3 times before settling on his feet. This last comfort was in place, and Harry forgot the world around him. He was going to get some serious sleep time. 36. Hadrian. Harry came awake slowly and sighed in contentment. He was warm, relaxed, and completely comfortable. He never wanted to move again. He pulled his blankets up a bit and rolled over, prepared to have a nice lie-in and ignore the rest of the world for a while. Blaise could do without him for a while, right? Right. Blaise was a grown man and able to take care of himself. Harry rolled over again and snuggled into a comfortable position. He froze when he noticed something odd. He had no pajamas. His sluggish brain caught up with him and reminded him of a few things. Right. Massage. That thought made him pause. What had happened? Why would he have needed a massage? Blaise had mentioned something about him hurting himself, pulling muscles. When had he managed it? Harry felt a bit of pain gather behind his eyes as images slipped through. He closed his eyes against the pain and was able to see the images more clearly than before, and those images disturbed him. Voldemort. Voldemort had been inside his head. That made no sense. Voldemort was not able to get into his head here. He was sure of it. He sat up, disturbing Alden in the process, who only whined the slightest bit before falling back to sleep. He looked around and found that it was night. Blaise had banked the fire and pulled the cauldron off the hob. A strange smell was in the air near Harry. What was that? He kicked the blankets off him and got out of bed. A small metal container sat on the nightstand next to his bed. Incense. Harry had never really seen incense used, unless he counted the incense in Trelawney's tower, but the smoke appeared similar. It smelled a little sweet, but also a little spicy. A strong whiff of it made Harry a little dizzy. He moved away from it and pulled out clothing from the little trunk at the foot of his bed. He dressed and went into the bathroom. He splashed cool water on his face and avoided the sleeping mirror. He didn't want it screaming at him to do something with his hair. He understood. His hair was doomed without heavy styling products. He didn't need reminded of it every day. He was halfway across the room to his books before another little stab of pain caused his to drop to his knees. He blinked away spots before his eyes as another image appeared in his mind. Harry shook his head to clear it, but the image continued. Voldemort lowering his wand, fading away, to be replaced by a smiling Blaise. What? Harry fought to stay upright as the image continued to show Blaise approach Harry. The odd angle told Harry he was lying on the ground, and stooped to pick him up. You've done very well, lightning child. Very well. The image ended as the darkness had closed around Harry's eyes. Harry came back to himself, still on his knees with tears leaking out of the corner of his eyes. He couldn't tell if they were tears of remembered pain or of his present mental pain. He heard the words of Bellatrix Lestrange the one time he had attempted an unforgivable. Blaise had not only meant to cast the curse, he had wanted Harry to feel the pain. Harry pushed himself to his feet and stumbled out of the cottage. He had to get away. He needed to be away. He slipped on the paving stones as he continued to the forest. He could hide there. Blaise couldn't find him there. Harry held his hands up to protect his face as he dove into the underbrush that had somehow grown overnight. He pushed through until he found himself in a clearing far enough away from the cottage to think clearly. Blaise had been Voldemort. He had cast the unforgivable, and he had wanted Harry to feel the pain. Why had that happened? Why had he wanted to hurt Harry like that? He had actually wanted Harry to feel the pain. Why? Harry sank to the ground and pulled his knees up to his chest. He wanted Paul. He buried his face on his knees and sighed as his mind whirled with what he had learned. He wanted Paul and his aunt. She would screech at Blaise and then take him home. He could hide in his room and forget that the rest of the world existed. That's all he wanted to do at the moment. Forget everything. He had no idea how long he had sat there, just trying to forget. He jumped when Alden burst through the bushes and attacked him with dog kisses. Alden, get off. Harry pushed at the dog and squirmed out from under the animal. Mental dog. Harry snapped as he stood up and turned to face the dog. Think you're clever, do you? Harry asked him. Alden only paused and wagged his tail. Harry rolled his eyes. Stupid mutt. Hands grabbed him from behind. Harry, Blaise said as he turned the boy in his arms. Why did you run off? He questioned as he looked Harry over. The boy had been crying, but why? He only had a few seconds to look over the child before Harry reacted. Harry pushed against him and backed up as far as the little clearing would let him. Harry, what's wrong? Blaise asked. It was you. Harry bit out. Blaise closed his eyes briefly before facing Harry again. You did it. Blaise stopped and thought before approaching his rather livid student. The boy had slept nearly a week, and was now approaching the age of 13. He could no longer pick him up if he wanted. The child's emotions were becoming more complex as his mind and body came closer to being identical. He missed the days of a 6-year-old Harry Potter. He would have gathered the boy in his arms and let him cry out his fears before explaining his actions. And the child would have accepted his reasoning and left it alone. Now, it would not be so easy. I thought I told you to stop suppressing your emotions, Blaise said as he sat down on a log. He motioned for Harry to join him, but was not surprised to find that the boy refused. Yes, I cast that curse on you, he told Harry. Harry stood his ground, but Blaise could see the anger well up in his eyes. You needed to learn how to throw it off. You couldn't think of any other way. Harry snapped as he backed away from Blaise. Didn't you think that I would have accepted that as a lesson? Blaise stopped and considered Harry for a moment. It was true. Harry would have accepted that as a lesson, perhaps even requested it if he knew that such an ability existed. Blaise sighed as he thought back to Harry's performance. The boy had broken through his own thoughts. He was able to throw off both the Cruciatus and Imperius curses. The killing curse, well, he could already do that. He just didn't know it yet. Voldemort would not pause and give you time to prepare yourself. I could not afford to do so if you were to learn this skill. Blaise reasoned with Harry. Harry made a motion that looked like he wanted to physically attack Blaise before turning away from him and taking a deep breath. I want to go home, Harry whispered, unable to make his voice louder. Blaise shook his head. I'm afraid that you are not quite ready yet. Blaise stood and went over to the boy. He placed his hands on the lad's shoulders to turn him back towards the cottage. He was surprised when Harry leapt away from him and backed up against a tree. He took one look at the boy and realized that he would not be able to teach anything until the boy could trust him again. I thought you would understand why I did as I did, Blaise said sadly. Perhaps he had mistaken some traits of Harry's personality. Harry moved away from him and kicked at the log. For my own good, right? Harry sneered at him. This situation had escalated far beyond Blaise's reach. He had intended on being next to the boy's bed when he woke up. He should have slept until late this morning. Blaise had left some sleeping aid burning next to the boy's bed for that reason. Should I start calling you Dumbledore? That was a grave insult coming from Harry. Blaise looked Harry over and sighed. He had to try again. It is better for you to have the instinct of how to fight this magic rather than have a set of steps, Blaise told him. Harry only shook his head and sighed. I want to go home, he demanded again. Your magic is not ready yet. Blaise denied the request. Let's go back home and we'll talk about this, Blaise said. He turned to go when he was stopped by one word from Harry. No, the boy stood as he had left him, but something had changed in him. I want to go home. You can either send me or I will figure out a way to do it myself. There are no limitations, remember? Harry questioned him. Blaise stepped towards Harry again, a plea on his face. Harry, please, just listen to me, Blaise said. You are a danger to yourself and others as long as your wandless magic remains untrained. No, Harry closed his eyes and refused even to look at Blaise. The man could feel the boy trying frantically to figure out a way home. If he knew how simple it was, Blaise would never see him again. Harry seemed prepared to carry out any threat he made. You are not ready, Blaise told him. Perhaps the boy would listen to reason. They both knew he wasn't ready. That has never stopped me before, Harry answered. Well, that was true. Harry had never really been prepared for his many adventures. He wondered how much luck had played in Harry's survival, and if fate was toying with the boy. Send me home, or I'll figure out a way to do it myself. Harry held his emotions in check and faced Blaise with all of the calm he managed to have in front of Voldemort. I thought I told you to quit suppressing your emotions. Blaise advanced on Harry. Old instincts came up, and Harry backed away from him. Blaise stopped in shock. The boy was afraid of him. This was not a part of his plan. He did not want Harry to be frightened of him. The boy couldn't learn anything this way. Not this one. Not now. Blaise looked at Harry and noticed tears forming in the corners of his eyes. Harry hid his fear well, but Blaise could tell in his stance and his magic. It kept spiking as Harry fought his fear. Very well, Blaise told him. I'll send you home. Blaise got down on one knee and put his hands where Harry could see them. Harry was taller this way. I will be available should you need me. He told the boy. You won't be alone. He said. Harry had relaxed the slightest bit. Come here. Harry fought with himself for a good 30 seconds. Blaise let him do so. Harry needed to trust Blaise enough for this to work. Harry stepped up in front of Blaise and faced him as though to say, Now, what? Blaise moved faster than Harry could react. He reached out, grabbed Harry, and placed a hand on Harry's forehead. Take care, child. He whispered. Harry fought against his hands, but nothing shielded his mind. Blaise sent a little thought, and Harry's eyes closed and his body relaxed. He disappeared as he fell asleep. Alden came up alongside of Blaise and whined. You are not getting out of it, either. He told the dog. Harry opened his eyes in a white room. His first instinct told him that he was at Hogwarts, and he nearly panicked. A slight beeping broke through his thoughts and told him that he was in the Muggle world. He sat up and looked around. He was at St. Jude's. He relaxed and disconnected himself from the machines. He mumbled about Muggles and their machines while he pondered the 4-needle in his arm. What in the world was going on, and why was he here? He undid the tape and slid the needle out of his arm. A nearby cotton ball and pressure from folding his arm at the elbow stopped the bleeding. He waved his hand, and a uniform, complete with shoes, appeared on the bed next to him. He hopped down from the bed and waited for his feet to catch up with his brain. He needed a shower. The doors to the infirmary burst open immediately after Harry had shut the bathroom door behind him and had started the shower. Where is he? Petunia demanded as Snape, and the doctor swept up to the bed. Remus demanded, What happened? He brought up the rear with Draco. The two had been working on Draco's astronomy assignment, while Snape had calmed Petunia Dursley. The stories about her nephew had upset her, but she was holding up well. Her husband had not been able to stay. Vernon had left for work and told Petunia that he would call her to check in with her to see how she was doing. Remus doubted he had cared about Harry's past at all. Snape looked at the bed and turned back around to face the group. He's gone. Snape said succinctly. The other doctor made a derisive noise in his throat. That doesn't make sense. Dr. Lansky said as he looked over the machines. He was practically in a coma. People just don't get up and walk away from something like that. A snort caused him to stop and look at the other doctor. Professor Snake, or something like that. You don't know your patient very well. Anything is possible with this boy. Snape told him. Dr. Lansky coiled up the 4-tube. He shouldn't be able to just get up and walk. Some stumbling would be involved at the very least. We would have hurt him. Snape rolled his eyes and waved his wand to calm the doctor. Go inform the nurses, security, his therapist. Whatever it is you normally do. We'll look here and spread out. He can't have got far. Dr. Lansky rushed away to do as Snape asked. Snape turned to the rest of the group. Potter, or whoever took Potter, cannot have gone very far. Petunia stood next to the bed. You all can defend yourselves against a wizard. I cannot. I'll stay here in case Harry is hiding somewhere in this room. She ushered everyone to the door and turned back to the room. She started looking under all of the beds and in the closets, just in case. Harry always seemed to hide in very small things. That was how his cupboard came about. He had refused to sleep in his room as a toddler and instead preferred the cupboard under the stairs. She had tried to talk him back into his room for over 6 months until Vernon said he would outgrow the phase if left alone long enough. Now, Petunia realized that something had to have happened between Harry and Vernon that reinforced what had been a child's fancy. She had yet to find out what had happened, but she had threatened Vernon enough in the past 24 hours to ensure that something like that could never happen again. A door opening caused her to turn around. Harry came out of the bathroom, completely dressed and drying his hair with a towel. Harry James Potter. Petunia said, as she advanced on her nephew. How dare the boy cause them all this worry? Do you have any idea how worried we've all been? She demanded. Harry stopped in shock and let the towel fall to his shoulders as his aunt hurried over to him. What was she talking about? We come back and find you gone. Heaven only knows where, and you don't let us know where you are. Oh, so that was it. She bustled him back towards the bed in which he had been and nudged him to a sitting position. You were only in a magical coma for the last 7 hours. Do not move from this bed. She ordered. Harry watched as his aunt marched away from him and into the hallway. Harry was not going to disobey. She had scared him. She sounded like Molly Weasley. Harry recognized the tone. It was the "how dare you scare me, but I'm so glad you're all right" tone, and Harry had heard it from Mrs. Weasley more than once. It had been directed at Ron, mostly, and Ginny, but he had been on the receiving end once or twice. He had never thought that he would hear his aunt using the tone with him. He recalled what she had said, and his eyes widened. She had said magic. She returned with several people in tow. Paul was leading the way, followed by Remus, Snape, and Draco Malfoy, of all people. What in the world had been happening while he was asleep? Hold still, Potter, Snape ordered as he pulled out his wand. Harry tensed, but did not move. This was Snape. The man had not revealed his secret to Dumbledore yet, and was to be trusted. That didn't mean that Harry had to trust him too far. Snape appeared to be satisfied with what he saw and ended the spell. He is in perfect health, miraculously. Snape commented with his usual dry wit. Well, what did they expect? Could someone please tell me what is going on? Harry asked, just slightly perplexed. What do you remember? Snape asked. Harry considered the question. Did Snape know about Blaise, or was he asking about before Blaise? I was having a nightmare. Harry answered. Something twitched in Snape's face, but he said nothing. It was rather, Intense. That's all. Harry shrugged. Dear Merlin, help us. Snape said to himself as he pinched the bridge of his nose. The boy is possessed, and he doesn't remember a thing. Possessed? Harry asked. Okay, so he knew that he had been with Blaise for what could be several hours, but he had not been possessed, had he? It's okay, Harry. Paul said as he moved forward. You're all right, and that's all that matters now. Good old Paul. Harry nodded and thanked Paul, trying to order his thoughts enough to lock them away. The entire group was surprised by Dr. Lansky returning. Ah, here he is. Harry had actually forgotten about the doctor. You look just fine to me. What's the last thing you remember? Evan? The doctor had the slightly glazed look Harry remembered from the Muggles at the World Cup. Too many memory charms here. Harry twitched a finger and smiled as a little more coherency came into the man's eyes. I'm feeling fine, Dr. Lansky. I just remember the nightmare I was having. It was intense. Snape moved into the background and snorted as he heard Harry's explanation. When can I leave? Harry asked. Not for 24 hours. I want to keep an eye on you, just in case. Dr. Lansky said as he consulted Harry's file. Simple observations filled the space about Harry's condition. I suppose you're hungry? He asked Harry. Have you ever known me not to be? Harry asked. Several times. Evan. Several times. Mostly when your nerves are bad. Dr. Lansky said as he moved towards his office. I'll call and have something sent up. In the meantime, I want all visitors not related to my patient to clear out. You can stay if you want, Paul. Snape approached the bed and stared down his nose at Harry. I have no idea what you did, Potter. Snape told him once the doctor was safely in his office. I will find out, he promised his student. I have no doubt of that, sir. Harry agreed. Thank you for all of your help, Harry said, and inclined his head in a sort of bow. Snape's gaze narrowed, but he only returned the nod and swept out of the room. Are you ever going to have a normal year? Draco asked as he stepped closer to Harry. Ah, the bouncing ferret has joined the light side. That's good. We don't torture our followers. Harry said with a smile. Your head is still too big to fit in the room. Draco returned with equal animosity. Both boys regarded each other for a moment before bursting into laughter. There was an unacknowledged truce in that moment. Harry decided that he and Hermione had to introduce Draco to Star Wars sometime soon. Glad to have you aboard, mate. Harry told him as he patted Draco's shoulder. You touch Hermione, and you'll have to answer to me. He warned. Draco only stared at him. Harry couldn't keep his composure and chuckled. Actually, it's her you're going to have to worry about. She has a wicked right hook. Draco rolled his eyes. Tell me about it. He started to turn when Harry caught him. Harry tilted Draco's face to the light. Why didn't you tell Snape that it still hurts? Harry asked as he ran a finger over Draco's scar, down the right side of his face. Draco pulled away from the touch and raised a hand to the scar, with his eyes wide in shock. Draco! Snape snapped from the doorway. We are leaving. Draco gave Harry a questioning look. Harry only shrugged. Now, Draco scurried after Snape and disappeared through the door. You lot go back to where you belong. He's awake, and we'll be back with you tomorrow. Harry heard Snape say to someone out in the hall. He thought he heard Sparky say something to Snape, but was not sure. Remus laughed to himself as he came up to Harry. "Harry." Remus looked Harry over and mussed his hair. "What happened?" Harry turned and smiled at Remus. "Beats me," Harry answered. "1 minute, nightmare. The next, I'm waking up here and dying for a shower." He shrugged again, as though to demonstrate his own confusion. "Are you all right?" Remus asked. Harry looked himself over. "All 10 toes. All 10 fingers. Eyes are still here. Nose." Harry stopped and looked behind him. "Yep, I'm all here." He told Remus. "I'm fine." "Good to know. You'll let someone know." "If I start to feel bad, yes, I promise." Harry answered. "I swear," he said, looking into Remus's eyes. "How close is the full moon?" Harry asked. "Not too close." "What do you need, Harry?" Harry stopped and looked at his aunt. "We need a car. I can't have you taking taxis all the time, and I'll need transportation eventually, especially once I am licensed." Harry explained. "We'll talk about that once you come home." Petunia said, "You don't need to worry about a car just yet." She told him patiently. Harry made a face and sighed. "Remus still needs one." Harry patiently explained, as though it were obvious. "Okay." So he sounded like he was pouting. "He was tired." "Yes, and you need to be resting." "Darn, how did she know?" "Oh, that's right. She had raised him." "Thank you for coming, Mr. Lupin," Petunia said with a smile for the werewolf. "My pleasure. I'll stop by later in the week. Harry, no more scary stuff, okay?" He asked Harry. "It's not my fault." Harry grumbled good-naturedly as Remus patted him on the shoulder and moved away from him and out the door. Paul followed him to the door and told Harry he would check in on him later, as Harry had given him some extra paperwork. Harry only shrugged at the man, and Paul left the room. Harry turned to regard his aunt. Her expression was just a little intimidating. "I heard you," Harry told her. Petunia stopped arranging the blankets and looked at him. "When you were talking to me while I was asleep," Harry explained further. "I do want to try," he said, "to be family." Harry glanced at her as though to judge her thoughts. He was shocked to find that she was crying. Petunia pulled him into her arms and hugged him tight. "I'm glad," she whispered. Harry's own arms wrapped around her, and he closed his eyes. This felt good. The two of them stayed like that until a nurse came in, bearing a tray Harry was more than willing to eat. Snape had reached the door with Draco, only to be stopped by an old friend. "Hadrian, follow me, please." Snape motioned to Draco with his head and followed the man down the hallways to what could only be his office. Sensei gestured them to seats and started pouring out some tea into cups. Draco looked at the cups and noticed that there were no handles at all. That was different. Sensei took one and handed another to Draco. Sensei and Snape toasted each other before drinking. "Hi, Dad." Sensei looked up at the boy with a towel over his face. "I fixed that equipment." He trailed off after he pulled the towel down and noticed that his father had guests. "Sorry." He started to leave when Sensei stopped him. "Take Drake with you. He will be bored listening to adults," Sensei said with a twinkle in his eye. Draco turned to Snape in appeal to allow him to stay. Snape smirked and motioned for Draco to follow Rick. It felt good to treat him like the child he should be. "Go have fun." I'll collect you when it's time to leave. Draco glared at him, but got up and left the room. I don't know what I'm going to do with him, Snape said with a sigh. He's very quick to grow up. Snape looked at Sensei and nodded. He's had to, Snape explained. His previous family demanded a lot of him. Snape explained. Sensei smirked. Like yours demanded of you. Snape looked up at Sensei, startled, and wondering if Potter had somehow communicated anything to Sensei. I don't know what you mean, Leonard, Snape said in an offhand tone. Deshi is different like you're different. He explained. He has this power you always had. He also has something else, just like you have. Sensei motioned to Snape's left arm. Snape shifted his jacket to cover his arm. You and he are wizards. Snape gave Leonard a look that told him everything, but said nothing. Ah, I see. I had wondered where you went during the school year. You knew I went to school, Snape said in a bored voice. I never felt the need to elaborate. Snape held out his teacup for more to drink and sighed. We are not allowed to reveal our world to anyone. Even family needs permission to be told. I understand, Leonard said with a faint smile. Deshi said the same during Diagon. Snape looked up at Leonard with an eyebrow raised. He told you this could be very bad. If Potter had revealed their world to anyone, even a person as trustworthy as Sensei. I forced it. I do not like secrets much, especially when it concerns a student. Leonard took some of his own tea and looked out the window. His life is in danger. Sensei's comment was not a question. Since the day he was born, I should think that he is used to it by now. Snape commented. Oh, he is. Forgetful of the value of his own life because of that. Sensei told him. I've noticed that. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose. I thought at one time that he had no regard for the lives of others. We've had to save him many times. Now I realize that he is not worried about his, but others. Snape shook his head. I'm tired of seeing that boy unconscious. What do you have to do with Deshi? Snape folded his arms and considered the man next to him. He is your Deshi, is he? Snape said in a distracted voice. Sensei wondered of what the taciturn man was thinking. That's good. Hadrian. Snape closed his eyes and sighed. Your Deshi is one of my students at school. Snape explained. You already know his real name and what he is, and by relation, what I am. Snape told Sensei as he moved towards the window and looked out. He moved the curtain back and considered how much to tell the man with whom he had trained. Your real name is not Hadrian, Sensei said as he came up alongside him. Is it brother? Snape smirked at the old nickname and shook his head. No, merely an alias. Snape confirmed as he turned to look Sensei in the eye. Many faces, many names. Sensei dismissed it and shrugged. What have you been doing with yourself? Sensei gave him a sidelong look and smirked. Snape returned the look and turned to look out at Draco. He and Rick were talking in the gym. The topic eluded Snape, but he figured it was something all teenage boys enjoyed. Sensei's voice broke him out of his thoughts. The boys will be fine. Your son and my son together. No school will be left. Sensei smirked, and Snape shared it. You don't know Draco. Snape told him. Mischievous, like his father. Sensei nudged him in the shoulder. Sly and cunning, with an innocent face to the world. Snape stopped and glared at Sensei. Leonard, You know that you were the cause of many of our mischievous adventures." Snape sneered at his comrade. Yes, I was. Our poor sensei, beside himself most of our student days." Snape nodded. He was mostly concerned with what he was going to do with you. Snape agreed. He despaired of you ever really learning. "Now look at me," Sensei said with mock sadness. "A teacher and a father. The old man would die of shock." Sensei directed the way with his chin, and Snape fell into step with him as easily as when they had both been students. The two left the office and started down the hallway. "So, my brother is a magic one, and he protects the children." Sensei mused. "Interesting choice. I have my vows." Sensei turned a surprised face towards him before smirking again. "The same as I, little brother." Sensei told him, "Come, we will find something to eat, and then I will hear all about it." Snape followed Sensei, fighting the feelings of nostalgia as his old training partner started to speak of his own students and their progress. 37. Infirmary. Harry rolled over in bed and ignored the sounds the doctor made as he shut down the infirmary for the evening. He was not tired, and he felt fine. He didn't see what everyone thought was so important in keeping him in the infirmary tonight. Okay, so he had exhibited some pretty different symptoms that still puzzled the Muggle doctor, but even Paul had said that he was fine. No one ever believed Harry when it counted. Harry scoffed a bit and rubbed his face with one hand. He sat up and abandoned hope of sleep. Harry figured that his body was feeling that it had slept long enough and did not need more of it. Well, Harry agreed. He leaned down over the railing of the hospital bed and pulled out his book bag from the storage area. If his memory served him correctly, and he sincerely hoped it did, he had been away several weeks. After all, he should have some drawing supplies in his bag. Drawing was always good for boredom, when he could find nothing else to do. He sharpened one of the pencils Hermione had given him for his birthday and opened his sketchbook to a new sheet of paper. He relaxed his shoulders and set the pencil to paper, allowing his mind to wander as his hand shifted lines into images. Blaise. He felt odd, knowing that Blaise would not be waking him in the morning, that they would not be having a lesson. Blaise was gone. He hesitated to say that he missed Blaise, but he still felt strange, knowing that Blaise was no longer there. He had told everyone he had not remembered what had happened while he was sleeping, because he did not want questioned endlessly about his time with someone Harry could not produce, and was even less sure about his own feelings about the man. He felt conflicted. Blaise had been a great mentor to him before the curse. Harry smirked at himself as he realized he was using capital letters to refer to the event in his own head. Blaise was great before the curse. He was patient, understanding, and tolerant. He explained things just enough to allow Harry to learn something on his own, but also left enough room for questions and answers that did not make Harry feel slow around his teacher. The man's way of teaching differed greatly from the teaching at Hogwarts. His professors there explained everything in steps, and then helped any students whom were struggling to follow those steps. Blaise had not even bothered with explanations. He just told Harry the end goal and left his student to it, horribly frustrated, yet engaged in the work. When Harry did accomplish the task, he felt an immense satisfaction, more rich than any triumph at Hogwarts could ever inspire. Even Voldemort explained things in steps. Blaise had tapped an innate ability in Harry and had nurtured it with such a subtle hand that Harry was only now aware of it. There were other things that Harry liked about Blaise, but these feelings were harder to work through than others. Blaise had cared for him and taken care of him like no one else in Harry's life. Harry was not exactly sure what a father was like, and he hesitated naming the relationship as father and son, that he would say that it was very close to such a relationship. Blaise was nurturing and caring, but also taught Harry a bit of self-reliance in some things in which he had not had before. Harry knew he was more independent than others his age, which made him think that a little neglect was better than all the coddling in the world, but Blaise again had influenced him in a way no other had managed. He was calmer. That wasn't the right word. More thoughtful, perhaps. He thought about things now, and looked at everything from different angles before proceeding with his choice. He wasn't sure what word he was searching for. He had the skills, and he knew what he was doing. He could not describe it. He turned the page away from Blaise Cottage. He had no idea how that had appeared on his paper, and started another drawing. He had heard everyone come into the infirmary while he was still dressing. He used wandless magic to get his mini messenger and questioned Hermione about everything he needed to know. He was surprised to find that Hermione had known that he was in a coma of some kind, and he thanked her for her worry. Wandless magic put the book back where it was supposed to be after he had finished talking with Hermione. Hermione's messages told him all he needed to know. Draco Malfoy and Severus Snape had disappeared from the castle with a hasty note stating that Draco had manor business that required his attention. Snape accompanied him as his mentor and advisor, and neither had returned. Harry told her that the two of them were at his school, and that he wondered if he could trust Draco. Snape, yes. The man had already proved his abilities. Draco was an unknown, and Harry did not know if he should reveal himself to the blonde boy. Hermione had reassured Harry that Draco was a member of the PPs, and that he was more likely to keep Harry's secrets, just to see how Harry would react to the Slytherin's presence. Hermione told him that Draco was more subdued this year, and what to expect when he spoke to him. She also warned him that Draco was insisting that Harry Potter could not have a normal year. It was out of his reach, and Harry agreed with him. He had yet to have a normal year at Hogwarts. He found himself surprised when Draco's first comment was something about Harry having a normal year. Harry bantered right back with Hermione's comments about the bouncing ferret joining the light side. Something had passed between the two of them in that instant that told the two of them that they were, if not friends, allies. Harry liked the feeling of having such an ally, and wondered how much Draco knew about things going on at Hogwarts. He had, after all, access to places that Hermione did not. He would hear and see things differently than a Gryffindor. Harry's hand stilled as he realized he was drawing the person of his thoughts. Draco Malfoy's face stared out at him from the paper. The scar was prominent and looked painful. Harry had seen that the first second he had looked at the other boy. No one else, it appeared, had seen the fine lines that denoted pain around his mouth and eyes. All Harry had to do was look at the scar to tell that it was no ordinary scar, and was still causing Draco pain whenever he moved his head to one side or moved his mouth to talk. Someone had cursed it to cause the pain, and Draco Malfoy felt that pain. A simple wish for his magic to end the curse and physical contact dispelled the curse and left only scar tissue behind. Harry had hoped to be so discreet that no one would hear him, but Draco had heard the whispered comment, and worse, had felt Harry working the magic. It appeared that no one had heard the truth of it from Draco. No one had asked Harry what he did. He wasn't inclined to enlighten anyone, even if they asked. He had played confused when the adults had questioned him about what had happened to him. He didn't want everyone knowing about everything right away. He would tell Paul, of course, and Remus after a while. Once the men had some distance to their own feelings of worry, Harry had seen it, even if others had not. He was unsure of whether or not he should tell his aunt. She did seem more accepting, she had said the word magic, and worried about him. Aunt Petunia had shown a different side of herself when Harry had watched her through scrying, and he had scryed more than once just to watch her. He liked seeing the way she looked at him while he was asleep. It was almost the same look she wore when Dudley was sick. Worried and concerned, but also very caring. Harry shut his eyes against the memory and fought back his feelings on the subject. He was not ready to approach that subject. He could worry about that once Voldemort was gone. He was startled when the door opened to the infirmary and 3 familiar faces peeked around the door. "Over here," he whispered to Sparky, Bug, and Chef. The 3 heads turned as one, and Sparky left the other 2 behind as he made for Harry's bed. "What are you doing here?" he whispered to the 3. "We came to see you," Bug said, as though it was fairly obvious. "None of the teachers, nurses, or doctors were talking when we asked about you." He pulled Harry's file from its holder and started paging through it. "What happened, Evan?" Sparky asked. "I'm not sure. 1 minute, I was having a nightmare. The next, well, I wake up here under the tender mercies of Dr. Lansky." Harry shrugged and put his sketchbook back into his bag and tossed it on the floor. "Get your feet off the floor," he told the rail-thin boy next to him. "Dr. Lansky will probably blame me if you get sick, Sparky." We're all sick," Sparky explained as he climbed onto the end of Harry's bed. "That's why we're here." The 4 boys shared a smile, and Chef relaxed enough to sit in the chair next to Harry's bed. Harry raised the head of his bed a bit more to allow him to sit up rather than recline, and pulled his feet towards him. "How's the eating coming?" he asked Sparky as he tossed a pillow for the other boy. "It's okay," Sparky shrugged. "I eat something at every meal. I don't like to eat, but I'm doing it." "That's great, Sparky," Harry told him. "Eating is important." Harry nudged an extra blanket towards Sparky, and his friend accepted it with a smile. Sparky, due to his being so thin, was always cold, no matter how much clothing he wore. He even wore a jumper during the summer months. "Can you even read that?" Chef's voice broke Harry's thoughts, and he looked up in time to see Bug nod as he paged through the rest of the file. Yes, I can," Bug said absently in response to Chef's question. "I never told you guys, did I?" he asked as he flipped through the pages. "Part of the reason I am here is that everyone at my school hated me. I'm kind of gifted or something. People don't like different people," Bug said as he gauged his friend's reactions. Sparky smiled and shrugged, while Chef gave a slow nod. Harry mumbled that he certainly understood being different. "People are stupid, dangerous animals," Sparky said in a whisper. "We must hide from them." The 4 boys exchanged glances before breaking into stifled laughter. They did not want to be caught by the doctor. "So, Evan," Harry looked up at his 3 friends. Why are you having such bad nightmares that they send you to the infirmary? Bug asked. Sparky nodded, while Chef's eyes told Harry that he was interested as well. Harry thought about his new friendships with these boys and wondered how much he could tell them. It's hard to explain. He started. Sparky scooted closer to Harry to allow Chef and Bug space on the bed. Harry continued after they had settled. My parents died when I was really little, and I sort of remember it happening. The person who killed them is thought to be dead, but he's not. He's after me now. He stopped and wondered how far he should explain. His friends seemed to be taking this rather well. Why would he kill your parents? Chef asked. He's a terrorist, but not quite. Harry tried to explain. He thinks that certain people are better than everyone. He started to kill people who didn't quite fit his profile of what a person should be, and my parents tried to stop him. They were both police officers. Harry figured a little white lie to enable them to understand the situation would not hurt them too badly. Hitler. Bug said in a sad voice. Hitler did the same thing during the Second War World. Harry nodded. He remembered studying the war just last week in history class, without the mention of Grindelwald. He's like that, then. He has a few followers, but thankfully not many. Not enough to get to me wherever I go. I usually attend the same boarding school both my parents went to, and that's how he found me. He has almost killed me several times. How many? Bug asked. Actual attempts, or where I have seen him, and he has seen me? Harry asked in a calm voice. Attempts. Bug seemed unsure. Harry nodded and counted mentally. I'd say about 5 times that I know of. Harry told his friends. Maybe 6, but I'm not really sure about that last one. He shrugged. A whispered question from Chef made Harry pause. Why? Chef's question was a good one, and indeed, one Harry wanted answered. Why was Voldemort trying to kill him? What was so important about a prophecy and the actions afterwards? So Harry had some great luck and managed to escape Voldemort several times over. Why would he continue hunting Harry now? I don't know. Harry admitted. He tried to kill me when I was baby and gave me this. Harry gestured towards the scar. I managed to survive, and he left for a while. He's still trying to kill me, even though I'm not much of a threat. I would leave him alone if he left me alone, but I don't think he'd go for that. I think he's a bit mad. Nice understatement there. Harry, brilliant. No wonder you have nightmares. Sparky hissed. Someone trying to kill you. He shook his head and sighed. So, that's why you have 2 different names. Harry's head snapped up. How'd you know about that? He demanded. If Sparky was magical and had been leading Harry on this whole time. I overheard Paul talking to some guy wearing black clothes in the middle of the night. I went for something to drink in the kitchens, and they passed by me. He wrapped his blanket around his shoulders and looked at Bug's face. What? I'm allowed in the kitchens whenever I want. I think I've just found my new best friend. Bug said with a greedy glint in his eye. Bug was currently in a growth spurt and constantly hungry. How much ice cream can you carry? What is your real name? Chef asked, stopping Bug's interest in Sparky's unrestrained kitchen access. You can't use it or tell anyone. Harry cautioned them. You have to promise you won't. He can't find me. There is no protection here outside my anonymity. Do you all swear? The 3 boys nodded. Okay, My real name is Harry Potter. I like Evan better. Sparky told him. I'll be happy to continue using it. That's fine, Sparky. Harry gave his odd young friend a smile. Just don't tell anyone. Sparky gave his solemn promise that no one would find his friend if he could help it. Harry leaned back against the pillows and smiled. He had friends here, friends who did not care that he had kept so much from them. They just accepted that he had reasons and understood that he would tell them more when the time came. He liked that. No one had exploded, no one had demanded he tell them, and no one had thought less of him for keeping secrets. A sneaky little voice in the back of his mind said not like Ron. He ignored the voice and accepted the idea of a game of cards. Hurry, Draco. We were away long enough. Draco rushed after him and up the path towards the castle. Severus knew that Dumbledore would be wanting to know where the two of them had been for such a long time, and he had no ready answers. His brain conjured and dismissed as many possibilities as there were Bertie Bott's flavors, each more unlikely than the last. What in the world was he going to tell Dumbledore? Ah, Severus, there you are. Dumbledore met him and Draco at the main doors with a kindly smile on his face. If you would report to my office. Draco stepped away from Snape and held up his backpack. Thank you for helping me sort that out, Professor. I am in your debt. With those words, Draco turned and hurried away. Draco. Dumbledore called after him. Draco turned and looked at the man. With what has Severus helped you? A situation at my manor. Draco explained. It is a private matter. He elucidated to his headmaster. I'm sure you understand, sir. He turned back to his head of house. Thank you again, Severus. Snape knew at that moment exactly whom would be the next head of house for Slytherin, with all the signs about Draco flashing in his face. He only had to wonder how he would break it to the boy. Snape nodded at Draco and made the hand signal that said that they would talk later. Draco smiled and rushed away to his classes. You are doing wonders with that boy, Severus, Dumbledore said as he stepped up alongside Snape. What precisely was the problem? Dumbledore tried to appear completely nonchalant, but Severus knew what that look meant for him. Dumbledore was digging for information. Snape shook his head and sighed. I cannot tell you, Headmaster. You know that. Snape hedged. I am not allowed to reveal my advisee's matters to anyone not directly involved. And you are not. Snape folded his robes around himself and nodded to the headmaster. I will resume my classes now, Headmaster. Snape swept away from Dumbledore, thanking every deity he knew of that Draco was such a smart lad. How were your classes? Snape asked as Draco entered their quarters. Draco dropped his book bag in its customary place next to the door and sank into the couch. He loosened his tie and put his feet up on the coffee table. Feet down, Snape said without looking. Draco lowered his feet to the floor with a smirk and sat properly. They were okay. Draco told him with a sigh. Hermione and Ginny wanted to know where I was this morning. Draco shrugged off his heavy outer robe and tossed it over the end of the couch. Snape rolled his eyes at this display of teenage rebellion for the rules of tidiness and banished the robe to the boys' room. Snape turned to Draco with a smirk on his face. Turning into quite the ladies' man, are we? He poured out a drink for himself and held up the bottle. Draco shook his head at the offered drink. Ladies' man, he asked with a touch of sarcasm. That's right, Severus. I need to beat them off with sticks. Just like you. Snape snorted and took a sip of his drink. Well, with your charm and charisma, I thought you would have had a girlfriend by now. I'm too busy protecting my life. Draco sneered at him. Snape looked over the practiced expression and nodded. Better, but you need a bit more loathing in that voice when you do that. Snape relaxed into his own armchair and considered his charge. When did Miss Granger and Miss Weasley become Hermione and Ginny? Snape asked. Draco shrugged and removed his tie. It is hard to continue calling friends by their last names. Draco explained. They both know where I was. Potter was in communication with them sometime today. Snape nodded. It was most likely through the mini-messengers. How did you and that sensei guy meet? Snape saw the technique for what it was and decided to indulge the boy for now. Leonard. Snape thought back to days he thought best forgotten. Leonard and I met when I was a little younger than you. Snape relaxed back into his chair and closed his eyes. I had been tormented by Potter's father and his friends most of my life. Once I reached 13 or so, I decided to do something about it, but I wasn't sure what. He shrugged and sipped at his drink. My father suggested self-defense lessons. I was, of course, horrified that he would suggest a muggle method to fight magic, and told him as much. Snape snickered to himself and shook his head. How wrong I was. He told the boy. I had no choice after that. My father signed me up for classes and ensured that I attended every one, whether I wanted to or not. I was not impressed the first 2 weeks. I saw nothing I could use against bullies with magic, even less that I could use against anyone physically attacking me. He shrugged as though to ward off his own thoughtlessness. It remained like that for the first 2 weeks of my summer vacation until an assistant teacher, a rather young assistant teacher, appeared. That teacher was Leonard. He is half Japanese and half English. He spent some time in both countries as a child and retains a rather different view of life because of it. His grandfather taught him many things during his visits in Japan, and he passed some of that on to a rather annoying, petulant teenager who thought he was better than everyone else. Snape nodded to himself. He saw something in me that the regular teacher did not, and changed my classes to every day for 3 or 4 hours. I had a hard time reconciling myself to learning from someone just a few years my senior, but he thumped me soundly until I started fighting back. And then he continued pushing me until I forgot that a person was supposed to exist without pain and bruises covering most of his body. Leonard adopted me as his little brother, and he made sure that I was more than able to defend myself once September first came up. The train ride was different that year. I did not back down from the bullies, and if they happened to get a curse on me, well, they were given fitting retribution later. Potter's arrogance worked against him then. He could not admit that someone shorter than him had beaten him without a wand. A few other benefits happened as well. On a Hogsmeade weekend, when I allowed myself to wear Muggle clothing, and several female classmates saw what the workouts did for me. Snape chuckled to himself at the memory and drained his glass before setting it aside. They were nice benefits. He chuckled to himself again and decided that he had no need for more alcohol. Draco must have felt the same, for he stood and moved the glass away from Snape. Leonard was waiting for me when I returned home the following summer. He allowed me exactly 5 minutes to store my trunk away and say hello to my parents before he dragged me off to the dojo, bemoaning the fact that I had somehow lost speed over the school year. Dojo. Draco questioned the foreign word. School. It is Japanese for school. Snape explained. Draco nodded, and Snape continued with his story. He and I trained together and caused our main teacher so much grief for several years until I became a Death Eater, of course. Snape brushed away the memories of that time. I had no idea he was still alive. He always said that he would infuriate our sensei, so much the man would run him through one day. Snape shrugged. A small world that Potter managed to find him and became his deshi. Sorry? Deshi? Draco interrupted again. Snape fought a sigh and closed his eyes, asking for patience from every force out there. Deshi is a student, but more than a student. It is more like an apprentice or disciple. The relationship is much closer than student and teacher. It is closer to what we are, you and me. Snape explained, hoping that Draco would understand. The boy still looked confused. You are not this slow. Let me try again. Leonard took a special interest in Potter and decided to teach him directly, one-on-one, to pass on his knowledge, just as I am doing with you. He is probably teaching Potter things that are practical rather than the traditional ranks. Potter will be able to fight coming out of the training rather than just compete. Do you understand now? I think so. Potter won't just be a fighter, will he? Draco asked as he looked at his teacher for confirmation. Exactly as Leonard did with me. He will come out of training much more than a fighter. He will emerge a warrior. Merlin, help us all. Snape muttered. And you're teaching me the same things he taught you? Draco asked from the couch. Yes. Snape saw Draco fit all the pieces together in just a few seconds. He nodded as Draco looked at him again. It can only benefit you. A person who knows only one way to fight will only fight one way. You have at least 3 ways to fight now. We only have to hope that Death Eaters will have only one way to fight. Draco nodded in agreement and thought that knowing more than one way to fight could save him someday. Being a warrior, having the same skills as Potter, and maybe something more, would help that survival. Paul sat in his office, burning the proverbial midnight oil, with flames large enough to show to outer space. He was worried about Harry, and he was trying to find some magical answer by paging through his notes, hoping that somehow an answer would present itself to him. Harry hadn't said much about his nightmares, but the two of them had talked a bit earlier in the day. Something was wrong with the boy, but he was not sure what it was, or more importantly, what had caused it. Paul was determined to find out what was troubling his young patient. The phone rang and broke him out of his concentration. Paul reached out a hand and snapped the receiver up to his ear. Yes, he demanded of the caller, just a little upset that someone would be willing to interrupt him. He heard a frantic voice on the other end, explaining what was going on. I'll be right there, Paul said in a rush as he got to his feet and replaced the phone in the cradle. He ran out his door and down the hallway, desperate to reach his patient with the most speed possible. The scene inside the infirmary told him all he needed to know within seconds. Harry was trapped. Nightmare or vision, Paul wasn't sure, but he was trapped inside his own mind. The doctor was confining Harry to the bed, but that only seemed to increase Harry's thrashing and screams. Paul noticed all of this in the seconds it took for him to reach Harry's bedside. He slipped a quick hand into his pocket and turned on the tape recorder. Harry needed to hear how bad his nightmares were to believe it. "Harry!" Paul motioned for the doctor to release Harry's arms, and the doctor did, as he was asked with a shrug. "Harry, wake up." Harry rolled off the bed and scrambled for shelter behind it. "Harry, leave me alone." Harry's voice rasped out from behind the headboard. "I don't want to do this." Paul glanced at the doctor. "Could you please get some lukewarm water and flip the switch for the lights?" Paul asked his colleague. The man nodded and did as asked. Paul could see Harry's feet poking out from behind the headboard. "What is it that you don't want to do?" Paul asked Harry calmly. "This stupid tournament. I'm too young, and I don't want to do it." Harry snapped at Paul's question. "Do you know who I am, Harry?" Paul asked. Something about the way Harry was speaking gave Paul a few clues to what was going on. "Of course I know who you are, Professor." Harry's voice had a quality of, why such an obvious question to it? "Well then, tell me who I am." Paul told Harry. Harry took a deep breath and answered with a Professor Dumbledore in a panicked voice. "I don't want to do it. Please don't make me, sir." Harry pleaded with his therapist. "I already have everyone staring at my scar. I can't do this too. Please." Harry's voice panicked again, and Paul decided that it was time to end this dream. "Please come out from behind there. Harry, everything is going to be all right," Paul said as he bent down on one knee near Harry. "Really?" Harry's voice came again, as petulant as a child and just as hopeful. Paul ached to hear such trust in a question. Harry had truly believed that Dumbledore was able to fix everything. "Really? I've got you now. It's going to be okay." Paul coaxed the boy out from behind the headboard and into his arms. "It's going to be okay, Harry." He dropped his voice to a calm level and repeated the statement several times until Harry stopped shivering. "Wake up, Harry." He tapped Harry on the shoulder several times, in the most annoying fashion possible he could devise. "It's time to wake up," he told his patient. Harry pulled away from the touch and groaned. "That's it. It's time to wake up. The dream is over." Harry shook his head. "Come on, wake up," Paul advised. "Wake up." Harry's eyes opened slowly, and he looked up at Paul with a bewildered expression. "Do you know me, Harry?" Paul asked in a calm voice. "Paul." Harry squinted up at Paul. "What happened? What do you remember?" Harry shook his head and sat up on his own. He shook his head to clear it and took a sip of the water Paul held to his lips. "The Triwizard Tournament. Just after my name came out of the cup. I was scared. Everyone said people have died during past tournaments. I was too young to compete, but someone wanted me to. Anyway, I didn't want to compete." "I know you didn't want to compete," Paul told him. "You were having a dream. It's okay now." Harry nodded and handed the glass to Paul. "Why don't you get up in bed?" Paul suggested to Harry. Harry looked around as though he had not seen the floor before. "How did I get down here?" Harry asked in confusion. "I was sleeping." Harry sounded very young when he was confused. "You rolled off the bed and dashed for cover. It's okay. Do you want something to help you sleep?" Paul asked as he gave Harry a hand back to his bed. Harry pulled the covers over himself and thought about it. He knew what that meant. Sleeping pills. Dreamless sleep. Yes, please. Paul nodded and motioned for the doctor to retrieve them. Paul looked down at Harry. "Do you think I seek attention?" Harry asked in a quiet voice. "No," Paul told him. "If anything, I think you don't seek enough attention from the adults around you." Paul accepted the pills from the doctor and motioned for Harry to sit up. Harry obeyed the signal and took the glass of water. "What makes you ask?" "The newspapers," Harry said as he popped the pills before drinking water. "Ugh, can't you make them taste better?" Harry asked as he sipped a bit more water. "Why would the newspapers say you seek attention?" Paul asked Harry as the boy set the water down on his nightstand and closed his eyes. "Fudge," Harry answered. "Can I go to sleep now?" "Go ahead. I'll see you in the morning." Paul watched over Harry until he was asleep. "Fudge," the doctor said. "What has Fudge to do with seeking attention and nightmares?" Paul looked at the doctor and sighed. "I wish I knew. Please don't say anything about this until I talk to him tomorrow." The doctor nodded. "I hope I get to hear about this triwizard thing he was talking about." He commented as he made a note on Harry's chart. "You should get some rest, too, Paul." He explained. "Harry or Evan or whatever his name is will need you tomorrow. Thanks for understanding. I'll explain as soon as I am able to do so," Paul said as he shook his colleague's hand. "You'd better. That boy is an enigma, and I always liked puzzles." Paul smirked and bid the man a good night and went to his own quarters. Harry had presented many things tonight that needed addressed as soon as possible. He shut off the tape recorder and sighed. How was he going to approach Harry? 38. What are you hiding? Dumbledore sat at his desk and glared into space. He was at a loss as to how to find his student. Harry Potter was in England. Yes, that part of the search had been very easy. A simple scrying spell told him that much. Discovering anything more elaborate than that was a wee bit harder. He had every Muggle school, boarding and day, searched thoroughly. Not one harbored his pupil. Mrs. Dursley had hidden the boy well, and now Dumbledore could not find his student. There was an unknown element at work, hindering his every move. Something was blocking his efforts. He hesitated to say it was his own wards. How embarrassing that they would not listen to him. But it was becoming more likely that the wards he had set to keep track of Harry were now working against him. Fudge was becoming more demanding every day. He wanted to see Harry Potter, and he was willing to go to great lengths to make it so. Dumbledore had managed to thwart him so far, but it was becoming more difficult to do so. He had gained the support of the Wizengamot, and they, too, were anxious to see Harry Potter and talk to him, if they could. Their excuse? His welfare. They seemed to think that Dumbledore was somehow endangering his welfare by secluding him from his peer group and additional mental support. Dumbledore smirked and dropped the letter from the ruling body back to the desk. The Wizengamot would riot if they knew the Potter boy was missing. Horrors would be unleashed on unsuspecting Muggles and schools just to locate a child. A thoroughly annoying child Dumbledore could not find. Dumbledore turned to his chocolate frog card and said a spell. The manufacturers would remove him from the cards if they knew to what purpose he put his images every day. He had heard rumors of his omniscience. He was amazed to find that no one had yet worked out how he knew what he knew about his students when they arrived at Hogwarts. He tapped his wand on the surface of his card and started to page through images his pictures had taken for him. He only used this in extreme circumstances, but it was a way to keep an eye on his children. If Harry Potter had touched a chocolate frog card, or even was in close proximity in the last few months, Dumbledore would have an image to work with. He worked his way backwards through images, discarding each one when he did not see Harry's signature in any of them. Almost an hour passed before he came to a possible image. There was a signature that seemed similar to Harry's. It differed just the slightest bit from the boy's, but the different signature could be explained by almost anything that disturbed the lad, from stress to hunger or even extreme happiness. The face that held the card clenched the matter. Hermione Granger's face appeared before Dumbledore's eyes. It appeared that she was talking to someone. She knew where Harry was. Dumbledore sat back in his chair and smiled to himself. "I think we might find him, Fawkes." Dumbledore told his companion. The phoenix chirped a few notes and hid his beak beneath his wing again. Dumbledore wrote a note to Minerva with a request for a meeting first thing in the morning. She was the boy's head of house, after all, and she should know him the best out of all the other professors. She would know if the boy would be trying to return to Hogwarts or not, and if so, how they could help him. He was ready to try anything to find the boy. He had relied on Remus for so much lately that he didn't want to tax the man overmuch. Remus was looking especially strained lately and was almost never home. While he did receive a small salary for his services to the Order, it was not enough to support him, and he had found a part-time job in the Muggle world that was willing to work around his full moon requirements. He was happy for the werewolf. He really was, but Remus being so busy was an inconvenience to the Order. Dumbledore pushed back from his desk and moved to the shelves that held his instruments. He stared at them for a long while before deciding that nothing could be done for the rest of the night. He sent his note to Minerva and decided to head to bed. He was feeling optimistic about the situation now. Harry would be home soon, and everything would be all right. "I want you to come back if you start feeling weak or tired," Dr. Lansky said once he finished examining Harry. "Yes, sir." Harry agreed. Anything to get him out of the infirmary. H felt fine, and he just wanted to return to class and his friends. Was that so much to ask? "All right, get out of here." Dr. Lansky mussed Harry's hair and nudged him towards the door. That was all the invitation Harry needed. He shouldered his backpack and nearly ran down the hall to get away from the doctor. It wasn't that he disliked Dr. Lansky. Far from it. The man had excellent bedside manner and could see what Harry needed without much effort. He also seemed to know how far to push Harry and when to let him go. Harry just disliked being in the hospital itself. Breakfast just ended in the cafeteria, and Harry was released in time to attend his classes as usual. He had missed his classes while he was with Blaise. Harry shifted his thoughts away from his old mentor and focused on where he needed to be. Tuesday? Spanish at 9 o'clock. He turned down the right hallway and nearly walked into someone. "Evan." Harry reached out and caught Julie as she stumbled. "Sorry." He apologized as he righted her. "I was thinking." Well, it was not the best excuse he had ever used, but it was better than nothing. "That's okay," she said and gave him a small smile. "I heard you were in the infirmary again. I'm glad you're okay." Harry nodded and gave a sheepish smile. "I spend half my life in the care of doctors," he confided. "Thanks, though." Silence fell between the two of them again. There was something Harry had wanted to say, but he couldn't remember. Well, it's almost time for class. I'll see you later, she said as she took a step away. Huh. Stop spacing out. Oh, right. I'll see you later. Harry took 2 steps before he stopped himself and turned. Julie stopped and turned back around. He trailed off and stared at her for a few seconds. You, Harry Potter, are an idiot. Just ask her. The worst she can do is say no. I was wondering if you had a date for the Halloween dance. There. It was up to her now. No, not yet. She told him. Why? Right. Potter, you must ask her. Would you like to go with me, then? Harry mentally crossed his fingers. He watched as Julie's face grew thoughtful. Were all girls taught how to do that, as a way to ensure that the man asking them out was as nervous as possible? I'm not interested in a relationship right now, she said slowly, as afraid of hurting his feelings. Oh, neither am I, honestly. I just thought, going as friends would be fun. You'd always have someone to dance with that way. He admitted. Sure. She said with a bright smile. I'd like to go as friends. She glanced at her watch and sighed. I've got to go. See you in front of the gym at 7:30 on Friday. Harry asked as he started to back up. Yes. I'll see you then, Evan. Julie hurried away from Harry with a smile and a wave as Harry turned and went to his own classroom. He tried to tell himself that it was only a friend's thing and that he shouldn't be so excited. He wanted to be very calm about this. He just couldn't fight down the sappy grin on his face or the light step. He made it to his classroom and nearly danced to his seat. What are you so happy about? Bug asked through his morning grumpiness. I have a date for the dance, Harry admitted, still slightly dazed at the idea. It was so easy to just ask someone. What had been so hard in his 4th year? What? Who? Bug woke up and stared at Harry. Julie, it's just a friend thing, but at least this way, we'll both have someone to dance with. You can dance, Bug asked in a whisper. Can't you? Harry asked in wonder. No, I never learned, Bug admitted. Harry fought down his amusement. He remembered his 4th year all too well and smiled at Bug. It's not hard. It's just different. Their teacher came into the room at the moment and ended the conversations. I'll give you a few tips later, Harry whispered as he took out his notebook. Bug shot him a grateful smile and turned his attention to his teacher. He had a date to the school dance, and he was looking forward to his Darth Vader costume. Dancing would be a little difficult in the costume, but he was hoping to intimidate anyone who said that Darth Vader shouldn't dance. He tried to imagine Darth Vader waltzing and nearly laughed aloud. Darth Vader waltzing. That was an image Paul would appreciate. Are you going to tell me what happened? Paul asked the teenager across from him. Harry looked up from his hands. Or do I need to guess? What do you mean? Harry had just sat down. What had happened that Paul wanted to know? You don't remember having a rather vivid nightmare last night? Paul asked in disbelief. Oh, that. Harry shrugged. It was nothing big. I've had nightmares. Harry trailed off and looked down. How long has this been going on, Harry? Paul asked as he moved to sit next to Harry on the couch. Harry trailed off. It's nothing. I'm fine. Harry, you're not fine. Paul said as he shook his head. Far from it, especially if you're keeping things like this. It's not a big deal. Harry insisted as he stood up. Can I take Zen out? Paul studied Harry and nodded. The distraction might help Harry open up. Harry took the snake out and allowed the snake to wrap around his arm. Do you remember having a nightmare last night? Paul tried again. I remember dreaming. Harry told him as he stroked the snake. Zen let out a hiss that sounded like he was extraordinarily happy and would be unwilling to leave Harry's arm and caresses. It was scary, but that's all. Just scary. Paul took out a tape and showed it to Harry. May I play something for you? Paul asked as he held up the tape. Harry nodded. Paul slid the tape into an extra player and pushed the play button. Harry stared at the player as he heard his own voice come from the speaker. He ended up back on the couch next to Paul. Harry shook his head and looked away from the player. He pulled his legs towards him and put his head on his knees. Zen uncurled from Harry's arm and settled on the couch next to him, hissing something at the boy. Could you turn it off, please? Harry's muffled voice asked Paul. Paul reached out and stopped the tape. I understand why you're concerned now. Harry told him. I don't remember the dream. I just know that I was dreaming and that I was upset. I don't remember the details. He admitted. No details. Paul supposed that made sense. There were times he could not remember his own dreams. Just this dream or all of your dreams? I don't remember most of my dreams. Harry confessed. Sometimes I'll remember a phrase or a scene, but that's all. He picked up Zen and stroked the snake. Sometimes I do remember my entire dream. Most of the time, I can't remember a thing. I understand why you didn't seem concerned. Paul offered as a compromise. Do you remember having those feelings about the tournament? Paul asked. I knew I was out of my depth. Harry told him. I really didn't want to compete. I was having a hard enough time fitting in with the kids from the other schools staring at me. I told you we had a bunch of foreign students there. Harry asked. Yes, you did. Paul reassured him. So, you didn't want to compete. People have died during this tournament. Harry told him. That's why they quit having it in the first place. The year I competed was the first in a while, and they haven't had another since then. Harry shrugged. The age limit was there to ensure that no one would be seriously hurt. I guess they figured that anyone 17 or 18 knew as much magic as they could. I was only 14. I knew I couldn't match the magic of someone who had 3 or more years of education. That must have been a lot of pressure. Paul said in a quiet voice. It was horrible. Harry told him. I was this close. Harry held 2 of his fingers a millimeter apart to quitting Hogwarts, just so I wouldn't have to compete. That wasn't much of an option. Paul placed his pen back on his desk and shut his notebook. Why not? Harry gave Paul an odd look before picking up Zen and stroking the snake. He shrugged and lapsed into silence. Paul waited patiently for Harry to come to an answer, and his patience was rewarded. I would have gone back to the Dursleys, and they would not have liked that very much at all. It would have been hard to go to a Muggle school after so much time at Hogwarts, and Uncle Vernon would have been very angry with me. Why would your uncle be angry with you? Paul studied Harry while the boy thought over his answer. The boy was tense, yes, and wary, but he was still willing to talk and that was the only important thing at the moment. My uncle doesn't like me. Harry answered with a sigh. Or magic. I'm both. He gave a funny grin. I'm myself. He shook his head and curled up on the couch again. I couldn't go back to that. What do you think of him now? Paul asked. Harry gave him another odd look before looking away. He shrugged and ran a finger down Zen's head. The snake let out a soft hiss and shut his eyes in pleasure. Harry smirked at something the snake said and answered him before turning his attention back to Paul. He's still the same man, Aunt Petunia said. He would try. I guess that's what's important, right? What do you think? Paul returned. Harry stared off into space for several minutes before speaking up. Can we talk about something else? Paul nodded and cast about for a subject. He knew that Harry hated talking about his family. This was the largest amount of speech he had from Harry concerning a relative that was not Petunia. It was progress. Not much, but some. Perhaps Harry would be willing to open up a bit later. I'd like to talk about your dreams a bit more, Paul said. He looked to Harry to see his reaction. It was cautious, but accepting. He continued, I think that they may be a sign of something wrong of which you are not even aware. He explained, that may be why you are unable to remember them when you're awake. Harry's face was pensive and concentrated. I doubt you'd have such a strange reaction in a dream if there was not something you weren't expressing, then something that you needed to express. Right. What does that mean? Harry asked as Zen curled out his shoulders. You tend to bottle emotions, right? Paul said as he turned and dug into his mini fridge for some water. He handed a bottle to Harry and took one for himself. Harry nodded in agreement with Paul's statement. That all comes out later in one burst, doesn't it? Sometimes. Harry said slowly, drawing out the word as though he almost didn't agree with it. Paul raised an eyebrow and looked at Harry. Harry saw the look and capitulated. All the time. He answered truthfully. Paul gave him a smile. Imagine that some part of that bottled-up feeling broke off from the rest and buried itself. Paul suggested. You forgot it, and therefore forgot about the feelings and circumstances under which you felt them. It's possible. Harry said softly before turning into Ball Harry. Paul left him alone. This was a rather difficult subject, and he wanted Harry as comfortable as possible. The barrier wouldn't harm him now. Well, what I think is that you have parts to your past that were just too much for you, too hard for you to face, that you simply repressed those feelings to survive. Paul told him, motioning for Harry to drink some water. Harry complied with Paul's instruction. What does that mean? You have feelings and the like that you forgot about and now cannot remember because you choose not to remember them. Paul explained. Could I have forgotten something important? Harry asked as he looked up at Paul from his study of Zen's scales. You remember things from your 4th year, correct? Paul asked. Harry nodded and sat up a little straighter. How many details do you have? What do you mean? Harry asked with his brow knitted in confusion. Do you remember, for instance, what you ate the day of the first task? Paul asked. I tend to go off food when I'm nervous. I don't think I ate much at all. Harry admitted. What did remembering what he ate have to do with anything? He couldn't remember what he ate that morning, much less a morning over a year ago. What do you remember? Paul pressed him. A dragon that had huge claws, big sharp teeth, a tail, and it could fly. Harry explained. I don't see what that has to do with anything. He returned his feet to the floor and sighed. What in the world is Paul trying to say? Do you remember anything that happened that day besides the dragon? Paul asked quietly, trying to reach a calming tone to help Harry. Or after, directly after. Harry allowed his eyes to fall shut and tried to remember what Paul had asked him. What had he done that morning before he faced the dragon? Hermione, and he talked for a while. Excited students, wasn't there a party that night? Or was that after the second task? Hadn't Rita Skeeter been there? That awful interview. When had that happened? Why couldn't he remember? Think Potter. You can remember this. Harry fought through his memories until he had a headache. He opened his eyes and shook his head. Why can't I remember? He whispered the question. He was almost afraid to hear the answer. You repressed things that were too much for you. The task you remember, because that was the central focus. It was reinforced by those around you. Your own feelings, anger, fear, resentment, anything along those lines were repressed to enable you to respond as others hoped you would. You are very good at reading what others want from you, and you react as they want. What is important now is recovering those memories so that your own feelings about past events will make sense to you. How do we do that? Harry asked, thoroughly engaged in the idea. He would like to know why he resented so much that happened that year, and figure out why Dumbledore was so cautious in his 5th year, and why he hadn't really talked with me. He said he had reasons, but they couldn't have all been bad, right? He could have taken a few minutes to explain things better than he did. We have several options available to us. We'll just need to try one and see what happens. Paul told him with a hopeful smile. What are they? Harry asked as he stood to return Zen to his cage. The options, he clarified. Paul waited until Harry sat back down. Well, there are several ways we can go about this. We could just talk, and I'll try to draw the memories out, the little details, with questions. Sometimes that is the only thing needed, and you will remember it all on your own. The dreams themselves will help. I could put a recorder in your room so that you will be able to hear things you say during your dreams. There is even hypnosis, but I would like to keep that as a last resort option. The human mind, for all we've studied it, is still very much a mystery, and I don't like to go prancing about in someone's head without a firm idea of what I need to do. Which would you recommend? Harry asked. Paul sat back and shook his head. It does not matter to me. You're going to be the one doing all the work, remember? This is your therapy. Which would be easier for you? Paul wanted Harry to make his own decision on this matter. Paul, personally, would like to see what Harry kept behind his mask, and thus answer many questions he had currently, but he would stay within what Harry wanted. He would not say no to taking a peek inside Harry's brain, but resisted the urge to steer the boy to the easiest path. If it would be easiest at all. Few people actually manage successful therapy with hypnosis, and some could not be hypnotized at all. He was curious as to which group Harry belonged. If we talked, how would we do it? Harry asked as he dug through his backpack. He whipped out a notebook and clicked his pen. Just as we do now, but we would focus on events, and I would direct the talk to the details. Things you only vaguely remember or events about which you have conflicting feelings and can't remember why. I'm guessing that you have several events. He asked. Harry nodded emphatically. Thought so. It would mostly be question and answer until you can remember everything possible. Harry nodded and paused as he wrote several things down in his notebook. And the recordings? How would that work? I would place a tape recorder in your room at night, somewhere near your bed. We would be listening for your nightmares and anything you say during them. We'll go through the tape the next day, and we'll try to figure out what your feelings were and what you don't remember about them. Paul explained. And the hypnosis? Harry asked. Hypnosis is a very odd technique. There are some people who cannot be hypnotized. Paul warned. A common hypnotic technique is regression. What that means is once you are hypnotized, I would take you back to your mindset at the time of the event, and then I would include a trigger, so when you wake up, you will not only remember everything, but also your feelings involved. It is tough, because you'll have all these memories and feelings that seem new to you. It may take a while to accept fully both the memories and the feelings. Why are some people unable to be hypnotized? Harry asked. We're not sure. Paul ran a hand through his hair. Some psychologists think it is because people do not believe in it. Others feel that the subject has an uncommonly strong will, and others yet think that only certain types of people are able to undergo the procedure. He checked the clock. They only had a few minutes left, and he had so much more he had wanted to cover with Harry today. Do you think I could be hypnotized? Harry asked, just as Paul thought he would. I'm not going to answer that. Paul said with a small shake of the head. I don't want you having any preconceptions about it if it is our option. He explained. I'm afraid our time is up for now, kiddo. He told his patient. Harry nodded and closed his notebook. You have a class to get to. Martial arts, isn't it? He asked. Yes. Sensei is going to be hard in training today. Harry complained. He hasn't been able to pick on me for 2 days. Yes, that odd little coma thing. Paul agreed. That must be one of those dream things you don't remember. Paul commented. He saw Harry's face change, as though he had something to say. You okay, Harry? He asked. He almost flinched in shock as Harry's old mask slid into place. Fine. Harry answered Paul with a small smile. I'll see you later? He asked as he stood and shouldered his backpack. Sit down. Paul demanded. Harry stopped and looked at Paul's face. That odd little coma thing is something we need to talk about. There is something you aren't telling me. Harry sank down onto the sofa with only one thought in his head. Now what? 39. Where else? A book. I think you know exactly what happened with your little coma thing. Paul said slowly as he pulled open his desk drawer. He retrieved a candle and matches and set them on his desk. More than that, actually. Paul commented as he struck a match. He glanced at Harry and touched the flame to the wick. I believe that you not only know exactly what happened, but you purposely misled us. He sat back in his chair and regarded his charge. What? I don't know. Maybe to protect yourself, to keep us from viewing you as different? Which is it, Harry? Paul fell silent, allowing his look to convey his patience and steadfastness. I don't know what you mean. Harry said quickly. He was secretly racing through his mind, throwing up his acclimancy shields and organizing his thoughts away. Please don't insult my intelligence. Paul said quietly as he shifted to dim the lights a bit. Why don't you start with the nightmare you were having? Paul waited for Harry to respond. Harry sat on the couch, wondering what exactly to say to Paul, telling him about Blaze and a person who only existed within the covers of a book, and now, inside Harry's head, would not be an option. It could not be an option. Paul would think he was mad. Barking mad. Lockhart-type mad. Harry. Harry looked from his hands and almost met Paul's eyes. What was the nightmare about? He asked quietly. The one that caused your panic attack. Harry's eyes shifted to the candle on the desk. He could tell Paul about the nightmares. They would take a while to discuss and would give Paul something to think about. Harry decided to allow the nightmares and hoped it would be enough. I was alone. There wasn't really a room or anything, just an open space, but I knew it was inside. Harry paused and looked at the candle. The flare reminded him of the fireplace in his common room. I heard a voice ask, "Who are you?" He stopped and stared at the candle, watching the wax drip down one side to gather in a pool in the bottom of the holder. I looked around and said my name. The answer seemed to amuse the voice because it chuckled at me. It added a question. It also asked, "What are you doing?" Harry leaned his head back against the cushions and started some of his breathing techniques to stay calm. I don't remember if I answered that time. There were mirrors then, and even though I could see myself in them, I could also see images of myself doing things from my past. There was a mask on my face, if that makes any sense. Paul nodded. Yes, that made perfect sense. Paul thought back to the crystal ball picture and fought back a shudder. Harry had many masks. Harry's voice brought Paul's attention back to the boy. I couldn't get it off. I tried my wand, but it broke, and the two pieces rolled away under the mirrors. The mirrors disappeared, and both Voldemort and Dumbledore were there, and they each had all of their followers. Dumbledore and the Order, and Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Flip sides of the coin, and me right in the middle. They weren't on opposite sides, though, just all mixed in together, as though they didn't know they were supposed to be on opposite sides. Dumbledore and Voldemort came forward and started pulling me away. The voice came back and started provoking me, I guess. Harry said with a shrug. He said I was causing what Dumbledore and Voldemort were doing. Paul fought not to jerk out of his chair. The voice was a he, and Harry told him as much. Good. Harry continued without noticing Paul's reaction. He said that I liked being the boy who lived and encouraged the fawning over me and the mobs of people. Harry shook his head ruefully and smirked. He stopped for a minute and just breathed, wondering how to proceed. This was not the dream that had caused his panic attack, and he had no idea why he had started talking about it. I denied his claims, of course. He told me to do something about it. The mask was growing tighter each time I talked to him. Dumbledore was talking to me about something. I don't remember what now. Voldemort was lecturing about how to do wordless spells. The voice kept talking throughout all of it. He said I loved all the attention, the press, being Gryffindor's little golden boy, Dumbledore's little pet. Harry had worked himself into a temper and didn't seem to be able to stop. This suited Paul just fine, as he needed to know what had happened. I denied it. I hate all the attention I get. I don't want to be the boy who lived, and pretty much told him I didn't want any of it. He told me to do something about it. Something happened then. Paul wondered if Harry knew. He just managed a clever play on words. Wandless magic. The mask fell off the chair and chains. What? Holding me disappeared, and Voldemort and Dumbledore were gone. I was worn out and just laid there, not really caring what happened. Harry refused to go further into his dreams. He already felt that he had said too much. He relaxed a bit and dropped his feet to the floor. Maybe Paul would let him go now. Who's he? Paul asked in a calm voice. Blee dash. Harry cut himself off. Paul raised an eyebrow and fixed a rather interested look on Harry. Sorry, didn't catch that. Harry shook his head and shrugged. Nothing. He told Paul. He pulled up his legs again into ball. Harry. Who was it, Harry? Paul pressed the boy. Who was in your dream? Paul scooted his chair closer so that he was directly in front of his patient. Who was it? I don't know. Harry mumbled under his breath. He pulled back from Paul and ran into the back of the couch. He hugged his legs closer and tried his best to disappear. Harry, you're insulting my intelligence again. Harry's head snapped up, and he stared at Paul. Paul gave him a look. You are lying. I am not. Harry denied. He looked away from Paul. He knew it. He had said too much, and now he was stuck here with Paul, trying to get some answers from him. He really wanted to go back to bed. Just curl up under the blankets and ignore the rest of the world. I know you well enough to tell. Harry, I can tell when you're lying. Paul said quietly. Why don't you want to tell me? Harry only shook his head in response to Paul's question. What are you afraid of, Harry? The answer left Harry's mouth before Harry was even aware of it existing. That you won't believe me. His hand jerked up to his mouth in surprise. Paul gave him an understanding look which helped Harry to relax a bit. He lowered his hand and shook his head in bewilderment. It's not even normal in the magical world. How could you understand? You're a muggle. Paul sat back at Harry's words. Something big, then. Something big was bothering Harry. Perhaps something along the lines of the visions of Voldemort. Harry, look at me, please. Paul said as calmly as he could. Harry's eyes lifted to meet Paul's. I'll believe you. I've learned to expect the unexpected from you. I'm not going to think you're crazy or delusional, mental, or anything like that. He explained. I do need to know, just in case something like this happens again. Paul looked Harry over and decided to let Harry think about that before he said anything else. Harry settled his pillow in front of him and thought about Paul's words. Paul said that he would believe him. That was a promise, right? He shrugged and sighed. What was the worst that could happen? Locked up like Lockhart for the rest of my life. His brain contradicted him. Paul wouldn't do that. Harry shook his head. Great. I'm talking to myself and answering back. Barking mad, that's what I am. I hope you do believe. Harry said quietly. The truth is more fantastic than fiction in this case. Paul smiled at Harry. Before I met you, I only believed in science. Paul reminded him. Do your worst. Harry gave him a rather evil-looking grin. Would you believe that someone has been living inside one of my books for a couple thousand years? That he possessed me and took me inside my head to train me in wandless magic? Yes. Paul said after a second. Harry blinked. Well, that was easy. Why'd you believe me? The last time you told me something in that way, it not only turned out to be true, but I also got to see some Death Eaters. Paul smirked. Besides, Professor Snape mentioned something about a book. Paul had a thoughtful look on his face. A book actually possessed you. I'm never normal. Harry said with a smile. I'm not sure how it works, though, this book thing. Harry admitted. So, This person who lives in a book possessed you and took you inside your head to train you in wandless magic. Paul parroted Harry. Yeah, that's about it. Harry shrugged. I'm amazed that you believe me. Harry looked Paul over. I'm going to have trust you. Paul gave him a smile. Can you show me something you learned? Paul watched as Harry shut down a little bit. Harry closed his eyes for a moment and held out his hand. Paul jumped as blue flames appeared on Harry's hand. He was about to dump the contents of his water bottle over Harry's hand when Harry's voice stopped him. It isn't burning me, Harry said in a monotone. It is an enchanted flame. It produces light and warmth, but does not burn me. Harry closed his hand, and the flames disappeared. I've got a bit more control on it now. Harry told him with a giddy smile. It gives me a bit of a rush, energy-wise. Paul nodded. Harry lifted some of his mental shields to control his emotions. Paul relaxed back into his chair and looked Harry over. So, tell me everything you did. I'm interested in how one is taught wandless magic. Paul smiled as Harry relaxed into the couch and launched into his latest adventure. Harry seemed to have enjoyed his time with his mentor, as he called Blaise. He told stories of his first day with Blaise, laughing at himself for having fallen out of bed. Paul was having a hard time imagining Harry as a small child, especially since Harry always acted so old and said as much. Oh no. Harry told him. I was adorable as a kid. Blaise said so, and all I had to do was look at him to get my way. Harry confided. I'll make a note of that. Harry. Adorable as kid. Paul smiled. Harry relaxed into the couch and rested his head on his arm. Paul watched his face for a few seconds. You've remembered something, he said. Harry looked up and shrugged. I guess my emotions show up easier now than before Blaise got a hold of me. He forbade suppression of emotions. I was supposed to express whatever I was feeling at the moment. I felt it. It made for a few interesting moments. I was like a roller coaster, up and down, up and down. I happened to agree with him, Paul said, reaching out to mess up Harry's hair. He received a glare for his troubles. Never touch a teenage boy's hair. I thought so too. Well, I did once he explained the reason for it. It makes wandless magic much easier. Emotions become the focus rather than the wand. You can lose your wand, but emotions are a part of you, and no one can take that away. Harry feels silent, and his eyes moved to the candle again. Blaise did something. I hated him for it, more so when I realized how I thought about him. Harry shook his head and lowered it to his knees, which had somehow found their way back to his chest. You loved him. Harry's head snapped up with a look of horror. Not in that way. Harry hastened to assure Paul. The therapist smiled at the typical teenager response Harry had given him. I did not mean in that way. He told Harry with a smile. How did you feel about him? He watched as Harry hesitated, obviously wrestling with an answer. He felt. Harry stopped. He really didn't want to say this, as it would only bring back pain he didn't want to remember. He felt like he stopped again. You're going to think it's stupid, he said with a laugh. Paul just raised an eyebrow. Harry was stalling, and he knew it. Fine. Paul smiled. He knew Harry inside out. He felt like a father, or what I think a father should feel like, anyway. Harry admitted, and dropped his eyes to his feet. I told you it was stupid. No, Paul told him. It's not stupid. He moved forward and tapped Harry on the knee. Harry looked up again. It's perfectly normal, he assured the boy. I'm guessing that Vernon wasn't much of a father figure. How did you know that? Harry demanded. Paul gave Harry a moment to think. Never mind. You are Paul. You know everything. Paul smiled and spread out his hands. What can I say? He told the boy. I'm just that good. Harry snorted and rolled his eyes. Now, back to Vernon. What was your relationship like? We didn't have one. Harry said honestly. He yelled. I ducked. That's about it. That's it. You ducked. What does that mean? Paul shot out his questions quickly, hoping he would get at least one answer from Harry. Can we talk about something else? Harry asked, a little uncomfortable with the topic. He really didn't want to talk about Vernon yet. All right. Paul cast about for a subject. You said Blaise did something. What did he do? Paul watched as Harry's face went through several emotions. He ranged from hurt to anger and back to hurt in just a few seconds. Harry pulled his legs up again and rested his head on them. What is it, Harry? He taught me a lot of stuff about wandless magic. I don't need words, motions, or a wand to do magic anymore. He tried to teach me something, and I didn't agree with the method. Harry explained. Will you tell me what he did? Paul asked softly, trying to match Harry's tone. Harry didn't answer. Harry. He wanted me to learn how to throw off the Cruciatus curse. Harry looked over at Paul. The pain curse. Can you? Paul asked. Wizards, Paul clarified. No, no one can block the curse or throw it off. Harry told him. It's not supposed to be possible. I hear a but coming, Paul said with a touch of insight. Harry shrugged again and smoothed his hands through his hair. Paul gave him a moment. He knew Harry would continue talking, given enough time to find his words. But I can throw it off, Harry said in a rush. Something else to make me different from everyone else. He sighed and relaxed back against the couch. Sounds like a useful skill. Paul commented. How did he teach you? Paul almost jumped at the look on Harry's face. Harry had changed in the space of that question. He cast it on me. Harry snarled. There I was, accepting everything he was teaching me, trailing behind him like a lost puppy. And he was... Harry stopped. I was stupid. He finished. I trusted him. I was stupid, and he got me for it. Harry hit the sofa pillow next to him. Paul watched Harry for the duration of his rant. Harry had changed almost overnight. His emotions were no longer hidden under a mask. He was actually feeling them, not repressing them. And more than that, he was expressing them. Paul almost sank to the floor when he realized exactly who he was talking to. He was talking to Harry. The actual Harry. No masks. No fronts. No personas. Harry. He turned his attention back to Harry. I think I'm missing something. Paul said slowly. Why does this particular spell, aside from it being a pain spell, affect you so much? Paul watched as Harry went rigid. Oh, it's not a normal spell. You can say words to some spells, and they just happen. Harry explained. That's how they started at Hogwarts, you know. Easy spells that don't need a lot of intent, just the words. The Cruciatus is different. You need the intent. The spell can't work without it. Harry stopped talking and stared at the couch. The intent is important. Very few realize that about the cruciatus. You need to want the person to feel the pain. You need to want to cause the person the worst pain possible. Harry explained. I understand now, Paul said as he reached out and put a hand on Harry's knee. Yeah. Harry looked at Paul for a second. He was being stupid again, and he knew it. He was 16 years old, for heaven's sake. He shouldn't want a hug like a child. He didn't move, but Paul seemed to sense something. He stood up from his chair and settled on the couch next to Harry. He dropped an arm around the boy's shoulders and tugged. Harry moved the rest of the way and relaxed against the older man. It hurts, Harry whispered. I know, Paul told him, wishing he could have this Blaze character in front of him so that he could avenge Harry's shattered trust. Hermione climbed the stairs to the headmaster's office. She wasn't sure why she was being called to the office, but she had a feeling it was something to do with Harry. She had a plan, though. The Potter protectors were standing by with a set of pranks on each floor, along with Sophie's group, the Hogwarts Dramatist Society. If the group had not heard from her in an hour, chaos would be set loose inside the halls of Hogwarts. She raised her hand to know and was surprised to hear the headmaster greet her before she could knock. Come in, Hermione. Hermione knew that something was wrong just by the greeting. He had always called her Miss Granger. He hardly ever used Hermione. She opened the door and poked her head around it. Dumbledore looked up from his desk and smiled at her. Hello, Hermione. Please come in. Hermione opened the door wider and stepped in. You wanted to see me, sir? She asked. Yes, Hermione. Please shut the door. Hermione pushed the door shut and took the seat Dumbledore pointed out. He held out his candy dish. Hermione thanked him, but shook her head. I was wondering how things are this year. How are you holding up, with Harry not being here? Dumbledore rested his head on his hands. I'm okay. I miss Harry, but I know that he'll be okay. He has to be. She shrugged a little bit and pushed her hair back from her face. Right. She asked. Harry has had some amazing luck so far. I'm sure he'll be fine with that luck behind him. Dumbledore agreed. Mr. Weasley tells me that you and he do not. What was that phrase he used? Hang around like you used to. Dumbledore said in a speculating voice. Did you and he get into a fight that I do not know of? Dumbledore asked. Hermione shook her head. No, sir. He was just scaring some first years, and I wouldn't stand for it. He's not up with them when they have nightmares. I am. I explained that to him, and he took offense to it. She folded her arms and looked out the window. Dumbledore chuckled a little and stroked his beard. I'm sure that Mr. Weasley will come around, Hermione, given enough time. Dumbledore told the girl in a soothing voice. Mr. Potter, however, presents another problem. Dumbledore said, his voice turning the slightest bit. Hermione glanced over at him. Why is that, sir? She asked despite herself. He is missing Miss Granger. Dumbledore stated plainly. And you know where he is. Hermione was surprised to find Dumbledore directly in front of her when she turned back around to look at him. Her eyes met his, and she felt the oddest sensation behind her eyes. She pulled her wand and incanted a shield spell from the DA. I'm sure the Board of Governors would love to hear about this. Hermione snapped as Dumbledore straightened from his position. Or how about the Ministry? She folded her arms and glared her best. Mess with me, and taste my wrath glare. The Daily Prophet would love it. She summoned her book bag to her and shouldered it. I realize you're concerned about Harry, sir, but stay out of my head. She spun on her heel and started for the door. Barmy old wizard. She muttered to herself. Miss Granger. Hermione stopped but didn't turn around. Where did you learn about acclumency and legilimency? He asked in a rather curious voice. Where else? Hermione asked in a breezy tone. A book. She smirked to herself. Where else would she learn about it? Never mind that the book was only this side of legal. That type of book does not exist in Hogwarts library. Dumbledore commented. Dumbledore jumped as he heard a rather unladylike remark from Hermione just as she wrenched open the door and stomped down the stairs. Stay out of my mind, she shouted over her shoulder. The gargoyle shut behind her, and Hermione stormed down the hallway. She saw one of the Potter protectors and nodded to him. Do it, she said. Dumbledore deserves a headache. She told him with a smile. Ernie Macmillan smiled and took out his galleon. He tapped it with his wand, and Hermione saw the message change. Hermione thanked him and turned away. She needed to calm down. Harry was sitting at his desk in his room, working on his Muggle homework. He was trying to figure out his Spanish. Why did the pronouns disappear? He was just turning his mind around another twist when his mini messenger literally jumped on the desk. He grabbed it and opened it to find a message from me. You would never believe what Dumbledore just tried to do. What? Oh good. You're awake. Are you feeling better? What happened? Nothing I couldn't handle. Tell me what Dumbledore tried to do first. He just decided to take a little stroll in my head without my permission. Harry's entire body went cold and dread settled into the pit of his stomach. He couldn't go back to Hogwarts yet. He wasn't ready. The press alone would eat him. Dumbledore would smother him. Snape. He pushed all of the panicked thoughts from his head and turned his attention back to me. What? Just what I said. He attempted to use legilimency on me. What did you do? Protected myself. Of course. He didn't get past my first defense. All he got to see was surface thoughts. My annoyance at Ron Weasley, mostly. Some speculation about the world in general. Nothing about you, that's for sure. He was trying, really trying, to get me to think about you. It didn't work. Me, have I ever told you you're the best sister a guy could have? Not today. Thanks, Skywalker. I wouldn't give up your Dagobah to the Empire. Your sanctuary is St. Jude's. Oh, Dad said he dropped your costume off. How's it look? Let me just say that it's my destiny. Corny, Skywalker. Very corny. It's me. The play's almost here. I know. Aunt Petunia's coming. I know. You're still coming, right? Of course I am. You're excited, aren't you? Excited? No. Terrified. Extremely nervous. Good. Good? Well, you are acting completely normal. I would be worried about you if you weren't nervous. I've faced Voldemort and Death Eaters, but I am afraid to get up in front of people and say lines. Oh, the irony. Just remember, you aren't Harry up there. You are Edmund. Yes, that's right. I just hope I keep remembering it. You will. You're going to be a great actor. I can't wait to see the play. H. I can't wait for you to see the play. The costumes are awesome. We're having a dress rehearsal the day before the first performance. That's the day of the Halloween dance. Did you ask anyone? H. Yes, I did. Well, don't keep me in suspense. Who? H. Julie. Happy Scream. That's great. H. It's only a friends thing. Neither one of us needs a relationship at the moment. Don't get too excited. No worries. Congratulations, Harry. Now, Lord Vader, what are you going to do? H. Dance. What else? Good thing you know how. H. Yeah. Note to self. 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3. It's 3, 2, 1. H. Blink what? 3, 2, 1. For the faster music. The numbers are shorter when you go backwards. You don't actually think you're going to be waltzing, did you? H. I'm not. What am I supposed to do? Just let the music move you. Think of it like martial arts set to music. H. I'm doomed. Laugh, no you're not. Just relax and be yourself. H. Doom. Doom. Harry, stop. You know what I mean. H. Yeah, I know. Cheeky grin, I was just making fun. Boys. H. Girls. Brothers. H. Sisters. Jedi. H. Sith. You're going to be injured. Greatly. With a lot of pain. H. Not if you can't catch me. Even Dumbledore can't catch me. Of course not. Dumbledore can't catch you because he is being outsmarted by his students. There are pranks exploding all over Hogwarts at this very moment. Poor headmaster is running around trying to banish them all, only to find his work undone when he gets to his first starting point. H. The twins must be making a lot of money this year. Yes. The group dedicated to protecting you from the headmaster has made many orders from them. I only hope they can keep up with the demand. H. It's Gred and Forge. I'm sure they can. True. Oh, drat. I have to go. One of the group is in trouble, and we need to make a distraction. I want pictures of you in your costume. H. No promises, but Paul may fulfill your demands. Thanks. Bye. H. Later. Harry shook his head as he shut his book. Who knew Hermione would turn into such a good rule breaker? He wondered how long the corruption would last. More importantly, how would she feel about a portable swamp setup in the divination tower? He fell to pondering the likelihood of sneaking one up there. He had only a second to register a terrible pain in his scar before he slumped to his desk. 40. Am I dark? Give me some warning next time. Harry snarled as he got to his feet and faced Voldemort. I could have been in a crowded room, full of muggles, when you did that. You know how they panic. He stood facing the other wizard, chest heaving up and down in anger and fury. Paul would go frantic if he had just seen Harry literally pass out like he had. Paul went frantic over many things, now that Harry thought about it, but this would be a justified frantic. Oh, did I make the little Gryffindor upset? Voldemort mocked Harry with one hand held to his mouth, as though he was concerned for Harry. Stomp on his precious little well-being around the muggles. Voldemort let out a bark of laughter as a target appeared. Well, what are you waiting for? He asked Harry in a curious voice. Wand out and hit the target. Harry felt his magic gather behind his eyes, and he fought it down to avoid giving away his secret. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his wand. It felt dead in his hands. He had felt magic, true magic, not this farce. He set his body in the stance Voldemort had lashed into him and raised his wand at the target. His magic spiked again, and he fought it down faster than before. He let a small bit travel through his wand as he said the disarming spell. The target glowed, an eerie yellow color, and took a few minutes to fade away. Voldemort had stepped behind Harry and leaned down to speak into his ear. "Very good, my child." Oh, so now he was a child. Very good. You are learning so much. Your progress is satisfactory. That was it. Satisfactory? Harry wanted to hit himself. He should be thankful that he was escaping without a curse. How is life with the Muggles? Voldemort asked, switching topics abruptly as he was wont to do. Horrid. Harry snapped. He was angry, and he was going to take it out on someone. They're oh so concerned about me, and don't know when to leave me alone. He sneered, as though they could possibly understand anything about me. He scoffed. No matter how many times I tell them to leave me alone, they just keep coming back, for my own good, of course. Harry felt his magic spike again, and a little stab of worry nudged at his brain. Why was his magic spiking like that? No, they've got to take care of the frail little boy. Harry performed a sneer of which Severus Snape could be proud and tightened his hands into fists. They don't see. He told Voldemort as his breathing grew harsh and staggered. They don't see that I'm not frail. His face changed into a look of disgust as he shook his head. They don't see that I am Dash. He shook his head and tried to bring his breathing back into a normal pattern. They don't see Dash. Voldemort cut him off with a rather odd look. They do not see how powerful you have become. Voldemort said with a dark pride shining in his eyes. How much more powerful you will become given enough time and practice. He circled Harry as Harry tried to fight his emotions back to the point of control. How superior you are compared to them. He stepped forward slowly, allowing Harry to watch his every movement, treating the boy as Hagrid would treat one of his injured creatures. How special you are to those who can appreciate your power and abilities. Harry stared into the man's eyes as Voldemort reached up and caressed his cheek in the exact manner a father would do to his son, as Blaise had done to him on more than one occasion. Harry had no idea how long he and Voldemort stood there. Harry's eyes locked onto the other wizards. He felt safe. This was Voldemort. He shouldn't feel safe. He should be running in the opposite direction as fast as his feet could carry him. Voldemort brushed a hand over Harry's hair, and Harry came back to himself with a jerk. He pulled away from Voldemort and looked the man over. Voldemort allowed it, and only nodded. Only I can appreciate what you will become, Harry. Voldemort told him, I can practically feel your magic pouring off of you, fueled by your anger. Do you really think Dumbledore could teach you how to apply that? Voldemort turned and walked a bit away from Harry, allowing the boy to ruminate over the idea for himself. Only I can make you become who you truly are. He approached Harry again and noticed the turmoil in Harry's eyes. My confused dark child, raised in the light, but never understanding where all his power originated and how best to use it. Voldemort reached out and tapped Harry's scar. It originates there. Voldemort told him, The older wizard paced away and shrugged. You will come to understand in time, my child. Voldemort told him as he waved his wand. Only in time will you understand your destiny. Harry felt the sleep spell settle around him, and he closed his eyes with a still pensive expression on his face. Why did he feel that Voldemort was telling the truth? More importantly, what did it all mean? He jerked awake at his desk and sat up. One hand flew to his scar, while the other covered his mouth. He wanted to be sick. He rubbed at the scar instinctually, only to stop when he felt no pain from it at all. His eyes grew wide when he realized that he had not felt pain in it at all during this last encounter. Oh, Merlin. He was going dark. He was turning into a Death Eater. No, worse. It was much worse. He was turning into Voldemort's second, just as the older wizard wanted. His stomach performed several acrobatic feats, and he pushed back from his desk and stumbled into his bathroom. He fell to his knees in front of the toilet and emptied his body of everything he had eaten that day. His stomach tried to get rid of everything from the past week, but found itself empty. That didn't stop the dry heaves from coming, leaving Harry gasping for air. He collapsed backwards onto the floor and tried to catch his breath. He couldn't be turning dark. He couldn't be. Tears leaked out from his eyes as Harry fought to control his breathing. He couldn't get enough air. He managed to move a shaking hand and pulled at his collar. Why couldn't he breathe? 007. He heard Jack in his bedroom. It was time for evening meds. Jack always checked with Harry to see if he wanted sleeping pills, which he was allowed to have if he needed them. He hadn't had any in a long time. Jack could help him. Where are you, kid? Harry gave a half-hearted kick at the door, but the slight bump he gave it was enough for Jack to open it and peer around it. Evan. Jack entered the bathroom and dropped to a knee next to Harry. Just breathe, Jack said, pulling Harry's hand away from his collar. Breathe to my count, okay? You're going to be okay. It's just a panic attack. Jack counted while Harry fought with his breathing. So, this was a panic attack. Paul had talked about them before, and Harry knew he had felt like he couldn't get enough air in the past, but he had never really connected the two before. 1, 2, 3, in. Harry followed the instructions and let out the breath when told. Paul. Oh, he sounded pitiful. Just pitiful. Jack whipped out his walkie-talkie and said something to whoever was on the other end. Hurts. He reached up to touch his throat again, but Jack stopped his hand. Why was he shaking? He just wanted it to stop. I know, buddy. You're having a hard time breathing, and that always hurts. Jack pulled Harry into a sitting position and leaned Harry against the wall. Just remember, 1, 2, 3 in and 1, 2, 3 out. Harry could have sworn it was 3, 2, 1. Was he confused? Harry continued to follow Jack's instructions. He jerked in surprise as Paul suddenly appeared in front of him. When did he get there? He held out his arms to Paul and hoped the man could figure out the rest. He didn't have the air to explain what he wanted. Pathetic, truly pathetic, begging to be held like a 3-year-old. I, Harry Potter, am pathetic. Paul reached out and pulled Harry into his arms. Jack stood and left the room, muttering something about tea. You're okay, Harry. You're safe here. I've got you. Harry's hands fisted in Paul's jacket, and he hit his face against Paul's shoulder. So he was pathetic. Harry just couldn't care at that point. He listened as Paul whispered a lot of soothing words to Harry, each focusing on the theme that Harry was safe, and that Paul was there. Harry felt his breathing coming back to normal and sighed. "Am I a dark wizard?" Harry whispered to Paul. Paul cocked an eyebrow and looked down at the top of Harry's head. "Am I turning dark?" "What makes you think that?" Paul asked softly as he reached up a hand and smoothed Harry's hair back. "Am I?" Harry repeated. "Am I a dark wizard?" Harry took another deep breath and shuddered. "Am I evil?" His breath hitched, and he started counting in his mind as he breathed. Just the fact that you are worried about it is enough to indicate that you are not. Paul told him sternly, "You are one of the most selfless people I know, Harry. You care for many people and love them deeply. Does that sound like a dark wizard to you?" Harry shook his head against Paul's shoulder. "No more talk about you becoming a dark wizard," Paul told him gently. He rested a hand on Harry's forehead, and Harry leaned into the cool touch. "You are burning up," Paul said in a shocked voice. "Why didn't you tell someone you were ill?" Paul asked. "Am I?" Harry asked. He didn't remember feeling sick or out of sorts. One minute, he was thinking about Voldemort, and the next he couldn't breathe. He had got sick, but that didn't mean he was ill. Burning up. Paul stood and carried Harry with him. "You are getting tall and heavy, Harry." "About time," Harry commented as he leaned against Paul. "I hate being short." Harry paused as he gathered his thoughts. "And scrawny. Hate being scrawny," he commented in a serious tone. He groaned as the room tilted sideways. He could have sworn that this room was 3 feet in the opposite direction. He had felt fine. Why did he feel so bad now? Bed. Bed sounded great. Paul lowered Harry onto his bed as Jack returned with tea. "He's ill, running a fever," Paul told Jack. "Could you call Dr. Lansky up here, please?" Paul accepted the tea and watched as Jack disappeared. He immediately thanked whatever power there was in the universe for those who chose nursing as their profession. Jack was invaluable. "Hey, Paul," Harry whispered. He motioned Paul closer. Paul bent down to hear Harry's not-so-quiet whisper. "Voldemort earned a point tonight." Paul turned his head to look at Harry. Voldemort? Had this been a vision? What was this about points? "How fast do you think we could run away from the doctor?" Harry asked as he curled up on his blankets. "I hate the hospital wing." Harry confided. "It's too white." Paul smiled and ran a fond hand through Harry's hair. "Normal kid there. Madame Pomfrey has reserved a bed for me. No one else uses it. It's all mine." Harry told him, "You're well on your way to earning that here, kiddo." Paul told him as he moved away and found where Harry kept his night clothes. "Do you think you can change by yourself?" he asked. Harry nodded and took the pajamas. He started down at them as though he had never seen them before. Paul left the room to wait for the doctor. Harry changed and crawled into his bed. He knew he should be concerned. He was not feeling well, and he should be resting, but he was really worried that Sensei was going to be disappointed in him. They had a training session first thing in the morning. Harry pulled up the covers and closed his eyes. Maybe Sensei would take it easy on him. Harry stopped and thought about it. Maybe not. Sensei and easy did not belong in the same sentence, or the same thought pattern. Harry threw out a hand and called his book bag to him. He could read if he was going to be in bed. He pulled out his science textbook and flipped it open to the chapter he needed to read. He dropped it when someone knocked on the door. "Come in." Harry had forgotten that Paul was waiting outside. "Hey, buddy. Dr. Lansky is here to check you out." Harry nodded and set the book aside. "You and I are seeing a lot of each other," Dr. Lansky said as he pulled Harry's desk chair up to the bed. "Not by my choice," Harry said with a sigh. "True. Paul said that you vomited," Dr. Lansky said as he opened his bag and took out a tongue depressor. Harry winced. He should have flushed the toilet before Paul got there. Oh, right. He had forgotten how to breathe. "Yes, sir," he answered. Might as well be truthful. "Tongue out, say, Dr. Lansky said as he examined Harry's throat. Now what made you vomit? Were you feeling nauseated?" Harry had to wait until the man removed the tongue depressor before he could answer. "Only right before." He shrugged. He hated those little wooden sticks. Dr. Lansky took out an ear thermometer and motioned for Harry to turn his head. Harry had been fascinated by this thermometer when he had first seen it and had asked the doctor to do it several times. Put something in an ear and get a temperature. He loved it and wondered if he could modify one for Pomfrey, just for his amusement. He could hear the pureblood's panic screams now. "You're a little warm. Nothing to be concerned about." "Do I have to go back in the infirmary?" Harry asked in the most pitiful voice he could muster. He noticed Paul smothering his laughter in the background. Dr. Lansky looked his patient over and smiled at him. "I don't think so." Harry almost collapsed on the bed in relief. "Your fever is not too high. So long as the night nurse is willing to check on you during the night." Dr. Lansky turned and looked at Jack, who smiled and nodded. "Then I see no problem with you staying here." "Thank you," Harry said gratefully. "No offense meant. I just got out, and I didn't want to go back." He told the doctor. Dr. Lansky wrote down a few things on the now familiar file and nodded. "I understand. If you start feeling worse, tell Jack or one of the other night nurses. Tell somebody. The last thing we want is you to get worse and miss the dance or the play." "I will tell someone the instant I feel worse," Harry promised. He was afraid of what Professor Bevington would do if Harry happened to miss the play. Death would be an option, or a tantrum on the teacher's part. Harry had found that the drama teacher was a bit dramatic. The teacher had what he called attacks. His female students called them drama queen moments. Harry called them weird and just backed away from the man. He did not want to be in the man's vicinity when his voice grew tight and squeaky. Good. The doctor's voice broke Harry out of his thoughts on the wonders of Professor Bevington's attacks. Dr. Lansky finished his examination and smiled at Harry. "I have an idea that you will be feeling better in the morning." He told Harry, "Take these," he held out 2 pills, "for your fever, and I'll check on you in the morning if I haven't heard about you beforehand." "Thank you." Harry swallowed the 2 pills and smiled at Paul. Dr. Lansky left, and Paul watched as Harry settled back with his textbook. "Forget it, kiddo," Paul said as he took Harry's books from him. "You are going to rest. That means sleep." Paul sat in the chair Dr. Lansky just left and smiled. "Have you meditated?" "Not yet," Harry answered. Paul gave him a look that said he should. Harry rolled his eyes, but closed them and settled his breathing. He hoped that he would not have to worry about panic attacks again. This one, now that he knew what to call it, was frightening. One at the wrong time could spell disaster later. He drifted off to sleep just a few minutes later, thinking of the Halloween dance. He smirked to himself as he realized that he did not miss the idea of a Halloween feast. Floating pumpkins were okay, but he was going to be Darth Vader. Harry did recover by the next morning without a sign that he had felt poorly at all. The rest of the week passed quickly for him and his friends as they all perfected their costumes for the dance. Harry and Bug had ended up with Sensei for dancing lessons. Harry could waltz, but that was the extent of his dancing, much to his chagrin. Sensei had been patient and told them that dancing was like fighting, without the physical contact of hitting others. Harry could only shake his head, but an hour with Sensei had given him enough to relax and move with the music. Rick had helped by acting as hopeless as possible when it came to the dance floor, leaving both Harry and Bug collapsed in laughter on the floor. Sensei had only muttered about some skills that were unable to be taught for those who had no natural talent. Harry had shown Paul his costume. Paul could only respond with a Lord Vader in the most serious voice Harry had heard from him. Harry did not like the Lord part of it, but he accepted it. He guessed he could carry the costume and could not wait to go to the dance, so long as Julie showed up. He did not want to be unattached at the dance. Julie was his shield against everyone else. He only hoped that she saw it that way too. The first dress rehearsal had been an eye-opening experience for Harry. They had a regular rehearsal many times, but the dress rehearsal was the real thing. They all had to be ready for their opening night. Harry had found himself ambushed by the costuming crew the week before as a model as to how one should move with a cloak wrapped around his shoulders. Even Professor Bevington had said that Harry looked like a natural. Oh, if only the kids at Hogwarts could see Harry Potter as a natural in a cloak. He had not felt comfortable in his robes until well into his first year. Christmas had only messed with his comfort level with his robes. He only began to feel comfortable again just after Easter. Needless to say, he preferred the Muggle clothing he had all his life. Dress rehearsal was run real speed from the moment they all entered the theater. They were bundled into costumes while the crew dashed about to make everything ready. Harry had only a few seconds peace before several of the costume crew had called the actors for makeup help. Harry did not like makeup at all. He and the other actors had practiced with it several times, but Harry could still not draw a straight line under his eye. Bug hovered with a camera and took video of them changing into their costumes and putting on their makeup. His commentary was funnier than the images. He had caught Harry with eyeliner and came up as close as possible to him. Evan, line master. The announcement caused Harry to draw a rather funny-looking line under his eye. Harry had turned and threatened Bug's life if he didn't remove the camera. Bug had disappeared quicker than Lockhart's bravado when faced with a real challenge. 5 minutes. The call came through the backstage area. Harry finished with his powder and checked himself in the mirror. He didn't miss anything, did he? The powder was light because they wanted him pale. He looked different from everyone else, who actually had fleshy tones to their makeup. Professor Bevington had explained that the villain was always outlined in some way or another, and facial hair would only look silly and cliché for the villain. Harry jumped as Julie dashed in the doorway. "Let me look at you," she snapped. The energy backstage was almost like fire and spreading just as rapidly. Harry felt it himself and had a hard time standing still. She studied his face and adjusted a lamp. "Stay still," she ordered as she grabbed the sponge. She added a bit more makeup to his forehead before nodding to herself. She grabbed some lip color and used her finger to apply it to Harry's lips. "Whatever you do, do not lick your lips." She sighed and patted some loose powder to keep the color on. She brushed some color on his cheeks and motioned for Harry to look at himself. Harry turned and nearly stepped back from the mirror. The change was subtle, but it was there. He was no longer Harry, or even Evan, but Edmund, the bastard son. He practiced a Draco Malfoy smirk and smiled at Julie when she clapped. "All right, cloak on and get out there. Bevy is having a bit of an attack." Bevy was the nickname of their drama teacher, and Bevy having an attack was a common occurrence, almost as common as Paul going frantic, but the idea was enough to cause Harry to pick up his cloak, swing it about his head to rest on his shoulders, and stride out of the room at a clipped walk. He felt his character slip onto him as he took his place, ready for the opening curtain. He felt calm standing there, with none of the nervous energy that had filled him moments before. He didn't need nerves. Edmund had no nerves. 3 hours later found them all collapsed backstage. Harry and his brother had managed to find each other and congratulate each other on a nice bit of sword fighting before throwing themselves on a convenient sofa. Bevington had come backstage and congratulated them all on giving him several heart attacks. Things go wrong in rehearsals. That's okay. There's a saying that if you have a bad dress rehearsal, the opening night will be perfect. Just remember that my heart is not as strong as it once was. Whatever you do, no one get hurt or sick in the next 24 hours. Got it? He glared around the group as though trying to intimidate them all into perfect health. Good. Now, everyone have fun this evening at the dance, and I'll see you all here at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Harry and the entire crew leapt to their feet to go get ready for the dance. Or in Harry's case, wash off the makeup that was driving him barmy. Several other experienced students told him he would forget about it after a while, but Harry found it doubtful. Makeup itched. Harry stepped out of his bathroom to find Paul waiting for him. Harry smiled at the man and pulled on his boots for his Darth Vader costume. He and Paul had a few sessions since Harry's panic attack and talked a great deal about what made a person evil, but Harry had managed to avoid the questioning about Voldemort's point. Lord Snakeface had managed to score. He had scared Harry enough to make Harry doubt his own motivations. That was a well-deserved point, and Harry would give it to him. Not that he knew Harry was keeping score. Harry did it to remind himself of things. "You nervous?" Paul asked as Harry pulled Darth Vader's helmet on. "Why would I be nervous?" Harry questioned as he fixed the clasps. "It's just a dance. I've been to one before." Harry explained. "You're going with a girl." Paul explained. "Just friends." Harry reminded Paul. "We're not going to be romantically involved anytime soon, Paul. Keep dreaming." "I'm hurt, Harry. Really hurt." Paul watched as Harry fastened Darth Vader's cloak around his shoulders. "You look very intimidating." He told the boy. "That's the idea." Harry said with a chuckle. "Good. Get going. I'm sure Julie is waiting." Harry squared his shoulders and left his room, Paul tagging along behind. Every adult was chaperoning the dance, and Harry had a feeling that more pictures of students were going to be displayed in the next week or so. Cameras were everywhere, taking pictures of the students as they paired off to dance. Well, at least his face was covered. Harry hovered next to the door of the auditorium, waiting for Julie and laughing to himself when the other students skirted around him in a semi-fascinated yet terrified fashion. He did not ruin the persona of Lord Vader. He only folded his arms and glared at the crowd through the mask. They couldn't see it, of course, but he felt it working. Or he hoped it worked. "Hi, Evan." Harry turned and found Julie dressed as a very convincing fairy, complete with wings and silver pixie dust sprinkled in her hair. "How did you know it was me?" he asked as she hugged him. What was with girls and hugging? Not that Harry was complaining. Girls hugged him all the time. He couldn't understand why. "Your costume is a bit obvious," she said with a smirk. "It fits you for some reason." She shrugged. "I can't explain it. I mean, you're playing a villain, and you play a good villain, but you are also the same person who taught Bug how to dance, helped Missy with her lines, and coached Alan to become a true sword fighter. You just can't hide your real nature once you are off the stage." "Sure, don't give away my secret. Even walls have ears." Harry told her with a finger raised to the mask where his lips should be. "You look great." Harry told her, trying to change the subject. He never really felt all that comfortable discussing himself. "Thank you. You ready?" she asked as she took his offered arm. "Yes, I am." Harry led the way into the auditorium. The time passed quickly. The next time he looked up, an hour had passed, and he had danced for the entire time, sometimes with Julie, and sometimes not. Some songs he just could not dance with a partner. Too fast, and it was more fun in a group. They had just finished just such a song when Harry heard a welcome voice. "Hi, Skywalker," Hermione's voice said at his right elbow. Harry turned and saw his best friend standing there with a huge smile on her face. "Me." Harry hugged her. Okay, he understood the hugging thing now. That many girls were overjoyed to see him? Wow. Ron would be so jealous. "Happy Halloween," she told him. "You are looking particularly evil this evening," she told him as she stepped back and looked his costume over. "Dad warned me about Darth Vader and just happened to slip this one to me," she said, twirling around. "You make a stunning princess, Leia." "Me, what are you doing here?" Harry asked, too happy to continue that question. "Well, the manipulative one is quite busy with some rather enthusiastic Halloween pranks that somehow managed to get into the food for the Halloween feast. Something about the entire student body turning into human-sized canaries, except me and my escort this evening." She nodded her head to a corner of the room. Sensei stood there with some people. One of the people turned, and Harry nearly fell over in shock. "Did I just see what I thought I saw?" he demanded of his friend. Hermione checked her hair, wrapped in Princess Leia-style buns, and smiled. "You did," she told him. Harry turned back and stared. Snape stood next to Sensei, dressed in a rather opulent outfit complete with cape. He looked decadent, if that was possible. Harry jerked as he watched the man laugh at something Sensei had said. Snape was capable of laughter. And smiling? Harry noticed the long canines, and Snape's costume became clear. He only hoped that the glass full of the red liquid was some of the punch offered at the refreshment table. "Snape escorted you here?" Harry asked Hermione in a squeak. That was just wrong. Snape was old enough to be her father. Of course not. She told him with a laugh and roll of her eyes. He's the chaperone. A pure blood thing I don't understand. She smiled and laughed at Harry's folded arms. I wanted to come, but the rest of the peepees didn't want me coming alone, so one of them came with me, and Snape came along, so we would be safe from temptation. It's practically a Victorian way of thinking. Hermione explained patiently. So who is it? Harry asked, ready to jump on a chair if that would help his search. It's me. Harry closed his eyes behind his mask and turned around. Draco Malfoy stood there dressed as Han Solo, with a blaster at his side. Harry looked him over and shook his head. Draco Malfoy could pull off scruffy-looking. Surprised? Draco asked with a smirk. Me, you've gone to the dark side. Harry said mournfully, We're not dating. Hermione snapped as she looked back and forth between the two boys. Don't even think about it. Know-it-alls and no-good smugglers do not belong together. She told them. Both boys laughed at that idea. Hermione made her point. Here you are. Julie said as she came up beside Harry. It's hot on that dance floor. She fanned herself with one hand before noticing Hermione and Draco. Oh, sorry. You're friends of Evan, aren't you? She asked with a bright smile. Harry thanked his lucky stars that Draco did not bother correcting the girl on Harry's name. Hermione, right? She asked. That's right, Julie. Nice to see you again. Hermione told her. This is my friend Drake. He goes to the same school I do. She said in a bored tone. Julie looked Draco over before offering her hand. Draco took it and bowed over it, just as he had done to Hermione at the beginning of the year. The music started up again. Would you care to dance? He asked Julie with his most polite voice. Julie accepted eagerly and allowed Draco to lead her to the dance floor. Oh, Harry, Hermione whispered. They're so cute. She squealed as Draco reached out and tucked a piece of hair behind Julie's ear. The pure-blood prince and the muggle. It sounds like a fairy tale, she said with a happy little smile. He deserves someone nice. Me, you're turning my stomach. Harry told her. I can't see it. Harry stopped and looked at Julie's face as Draco spun her around in a rather daring interpretation of some kind of classical dance that just shouldn't fit to modern music, but he somehow managed it. Or maybe I can. Harry looked across at Snape and noticed the man's look. Oh, great. The man saw it too. Harry didn't know if that was a good or bad thing. He seems quite taken with her. Hermione said, pulling Harry onto the dance floor. Let's dance. I only hope he knows that she is a muggle. Harry said as he followed Hermione's steps. Drake is not stupid. She told Harry. Harry smirked as he caught Draco Malfoy laughing at something Julie had just said. He wouldn't push the issue. She was having fun without stress. He was happy for her. You excited about the play tomorrow? Hermione asked. Excited? Harry asked. A little. Harry proceeded to describe his feelings about his role and Professor Bevington's attacks to Hermione. She laughed, just as Harry wanted. He didn't really know what to think about tomorrow. Everyone expected some kind of strong feelings, but Harry could only shrug. There were no strong feelings. He felt more comfortable saying lines than he did speaking in class. On stage was like flying in the Muggle world. Why couldn't anyone else understand that?